Welcome to PsyTech's second biannual summit. I am Deborah Kay here, live from Tel Aviv, and I am so thrilled to be emceeing this incredible gathering of leaders, visionaries, and healers. We will be traveling the world with an amazing program coming over the next few hours. I ask you all to help please support our non-for-profits, MAPS, Chacruna, Unlimited Sciences, Mind Medicine Australia, Drug Sciences, and Cyrus. These are some of the organisations that are the reason we are where we are and the reason we will get to where we want to go. To get this event started, I would really like to introduce PsyTech CEO Chaim Raklaw. Thanks, Chaim.
Hello and welcome to PsyTech Summit 2020. I'm Chaim Raklaw, CEO of PsyTech. Everyone joining from across the globe is here today because they understand the potential of psychedelic medicines to advance psychiatric treatment and improve lives. There is a pandemic of mental illness in our current times. The sad statistics are easy to come by. And given the exacerbating co-pandemic of the coronavirus, the situation has only worsened. I take heart that this community sees light from the potential of novel therapies with psychedelics that have been used for thousands of years. Generally in tech, there's an overuse of terms like breakthrough, disruptive. But in the case of psychedelic therapies, and in light of the sound research being done today, those descriptions are true. Those terms genuinely apply. And I think a lot of you attending today believe the same. Whether you look at individual case stories, the research, or the market's reaction to companies in this space, the evidence is overwhelming. We're on to something important. To that end, PsyTech is pleased to be able to produce this event for this community of thought leaders and decision makers, researchers and explorers, business leaders and advocates that will drive us all to deliver on the promise these molecules hold. To do so, we have discussions, debate, take action. Please enjoy this summit. Engage in the conversations taking place on this platform today. Make connections, and check out the organizations in the virtual exhibit hall. We also invite you to check out PsyTech's website for regular compelling content, the library of webinars and summits, and have a look at our course on the fundamentals of psychedelic medicine. Finally, thank you to all of our attendees, to our great speakers and panelists, to the passionate team here at PsyTech who worked very hard to make today happen, and to our sponsors who enabled this summit to happen. Enjoy the day and be well.
Our first hub today is London, hosted by the CDPRG, the Conservative Drug Policy Reform Group. This is an evidence-based policy forum which promotes informed debate on drug policy reform. Their aim is to draw attention to the injustices of the existing drug policy. I will pass this over to you, Timmy Davis, live with our first speaker, Dr. Robin Carhart-Harris, followed by Professor David Nutt. Thanks so much, Timmy.
Hi, the psilocybin rescheduling project manager at the CDPRG here in London. And I'm honoured to be able to speak to Dr. Robin Carhart-Harris. He's head of the Centre for Psychedelic Research at Imperial College London, and we're going to be speaking about his new venture, Mydelica. Robin and Professor David Nutt, who we'll be hearing from later, and the rest of the Imperial team continue to break waves in psychedelic research, leading the world in neuroimaging of the psychedelic state induced by LSD, psilocybin, and DMT, as well as conducting clinical research into depression and soon anorexia nervosa as well. It's good to see you, Robin.
Likewise, Timmy. Great to be with you.
Maybe you could begin by telling us a little bit about Mydelica. What exactly is it, and where did it come up from?
Yeah, so the backstory with Mydelica, which is a startup, a spin out from my research at Imperial, is that for about 4.5 years or so, I've been collecting data in collaboration with a software developer in Copenhagen, and together we worked on something called psychedelicsurvey.com, which still runs. We have about 5 or 6 studies available for anyone out there interested on psychedelicsurvey.com. And the great merit of this web-based approach of collecting data is that we can collect a lot of data. So we can get so-called big data sampling psychedelic use in the wild, so to speak. And what we did with psychedelicsurvey.com was to set up a prospective system. So most surveys are done after the event and you're collecting retrospective data, and that's only so informative because everything's happened already. So you get these kind of retrospective biases. But if you're tracking people ahead of an event, like taking a psychedelic or beginning a course of microdosing, then you can track them over time. That's what we've been doing for years. What I realized a couple of years ago is that there's huge untapped potential for this approach. Psychedelic Survey has been entirely reliant on people's willingness to donate their time to science, but they haven't been getting anything back. So what we want to do with Mydelica is to give back in terms of people's data, so they feel closer to the science, they feel involved, so-called citizen science, that principle of feeling empowered and involved in the scientific process. I mean, psychedelics and the benefits that you can get from them, perhaps most fundamentally could be put down to learning. So if people are expanding on their learning by having access to their own data, comparing how they've changed their profile at any given time point to where they were before they took a psychedelic, and how they compare to other people, I like to think that's going to really enrich the whole learning process. Yeah.
So how exactly are you going to measure that data? Are you going to use the sort of, classic scientific measures of wellness and that kind of thing? How are you going to do it?
I mean, if we take a generic index of mental health, like psychological well-being, you can break that down into a number of different interrelated, but still sufficiently different and interesting components. So you can look at things like mindfulness capacity, for example. What about resilience under stress? What about psychological flourishing? What about self-esteem? What about meaning in life? And so there are validated measures for all of these different things. There are what we call normative data or population level data. So you know, if you sample a broad population in a given country, people on average will score here and the range will be this. And so we'll be able to give people that information. They'll be able to see how they compare and how they're changing over time. I think that's going to engage people in the process. I like to think it's going to be healthy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Imperial has a history of sort of creating new measures. You've got the emotional breakthrough inventory and things like that. Will that be included?
It will, yeah. The emotional breakthrough, ego dissolution inventory. We've got a psychological insight scale that's in development, which is a nice measure of any insights that have crystallized in the time since your psychedelic experience. So we like to do it in the so-called afterglow period, either the next day or a couple of days after the experience. And what we're finding is that this is a critical mediator of where you end up in terms of, your, let's just say, general mental health, say a month later. So if you pass through this pipe, or you get onto this insight boat, so to speak, then it's going to take you to a good place. And so we're also developing an integration measure. So, someone once said to me once, even though, there's the work from the 50s and 60s and now this modern work in the so-called psychedelic renaissance, still the parameters haven't been set in psychedelic science. And what is apparent to me and others, I think, is that it's so fertile, the territory. There are a lot of knowledge gaps and a lot of spaces to move into and cover different aspects of the phenomenology and the psychological process of change. So that's one of the exciting things about this space, is that there's so many questions to address.
Yeah, that's interesting. It seems like the information that could be gathered could go on to inform, like you're saying, processes of change that don't necessarily involve psychedelics, but maybe other altered states or other therapies.
Yeah, we don't have to be so psychedelic centric here. Of course, the bottom line is about healthy change, isn't it? And healthy learning and self-development. So whether it's psychedelics that get us there or some other kind of experience, you know, being out in nature and having one of these awe experiences, or some kind of oversight like or overview like experience, seeing the bigger picture. And maybe we can even get that through technologies like VR as well. David Glowacki recently published on his work with Isness, a multi-user VR setup that produces these profound peak experiences comparable to psychedelic experiences, and they seem to get you again to the same desired place of an improvement in mental health. So yeah,
there are like a number of other apps in a similar sort of space. There's Wave Paths and also the Field Trip app. How does what you're developing fit into that sort of landscape?
Yeah, so I guess rather than speak to the others, I can speak to our own vision, which is really about providing for the individual. It's making it interesting and worthwhile to engage, to give a bit of time to doing some surveys on where you are and on your psychology. And we can hopefully make that process kind of fun with a kind of gamification and giving back in terms of attractive design and the infographics. You know, repeatedly I'm inspired by seeing how others are inspired by the science. I think it probably is the vehicle that's with psychedelics, and now, you know, the commercial developments and cultural and political developments, but really it's the science, the research that's moving it all along. And to see how individuals are hungry for the science and want to engage, I really think that there's actually an unmet need there. And so it is about data collection, but it's about analytics and giving back. It's about an openness in that process. And it's about in a data-driven, evidence-based towards some kind of best practice guidelines. Those are guidelines that are dynamic, that can be tweaked and tailored for given individuals with given profiles at baseline. And based on that profile, maybe we know we can introduce certain things here or dial up this component. Yeah.
Sure. So do you see the sort of information being gathered going on to inform best practice within the clinic?
Yes, I think so. I mean, it has a broad potential, and that's one of the merits of this naturalistic sampling approach, is that it's very agnostic to the context in which psychedelics are being taken. So it can inform on things like harm reduction, arguably in a much better way than you can through controlled research, because in controlled research you constrain all your parameters. You know, you're in this given room and there are going to be 2 guides and there are going to be 2 sessions and it's going to be this population. It becomes very sort of, you know, focused in. But really we broaden out with Mydelica and psychedelic survey. that we can learn about things like where there's risk, how to potentially mitigate that. We can identify those who seem most ripe for a positive change via psychedelics. Of course, there's also this question of, while there are those who are most ripe, are they necessarily the people where there's the greatest need? But it's a complex one, because where there's the greatest need and an unmet need, as in current treatments aren't helping them, for example, is the risk elevated there. So it's all these delicate sort of ratios between benefit and harm that I think we can inform on through this system.
So in terms of, so there's two aspects to it. There's the data collection and also the harm reduction. How exactly will it reduce harm? Like how,
Yeah, well, it can identify based on different staging posts where there might be risk. And then we can look at where intervention is possible. And there are simple things. I mean, a lot of these come from intuition, and they're things that are already done. But what we don't have is clear data on the relative importance of, obvious ones are set and setting, but those are very broad terms. What are they really? So we can break those things down into things like music, people's relationship to the music, how you can intervene there, how you can tailor the music for given individuals, intentions, but what does that mean? How's that unpacked, and how can we intervene there and maybe create exercises that help channel people in a useful way, to have the best kind of intentions going into their experience. And another thing to say is that, staying true to the scientific your hypotheses, this whole process will be iterative. So where through the system, we're not just collecting data, but suggesting through advice and exercises ways to mitigate risk and optimize outcomes. We'll be learning all the time as we're collecting more and more data, how to optimize the different parameters and how to personalize the parameters for given individuals.
So it's moving vision of benefit maximization than just harm reduction.
Yeah, I sort of see those things as kind of synonymous in a way. But I think harm reduction is the best way to frame it, but the effect will also be one of benefit maximization.
Sure. So I've heard that there's a member of the Imperial team that's looking on collecting naturalistic data during the experience itself, rather than just before and after, like measures of cognition and things.
Yeah.
That's something that will be included as well?
Absolutely, that's something we're already doing, and we have partnerships with biometric devices, the Whoop watch, where we can collect heart rate variability and sleep data as well. That's pretty good quality. We also have permission to record brain activity with EEG headsets, measuring brain waves during these naturalistic retreats and such like. And so it's really nice to see how the science is evolving and kind of hybridizing, where yes, it's naturalistic. We're going into the actual setting where people take psychedelics at a retreat, for example, but we're also introducing elements of controlled research, collecting biological measures. We even had a new member of our team pioneered an approach where we instructed people how to do blinding, a double-blind randomized approach with microdosing. managed to get 200 people doing that study. That was Balash, who's just joined our team. And so again, that speaks to the appetite for science, that while people are microdosing, a good number of them are willing to bother at taking placebo capsules sometimes because they really think is actually working. And so we're hoping to harness that kind of sentiment among people.
Yeah, that's really great. So it will, at a certain point, sort of learn to tailor therapeutic guidance. Because, I personally am looking to become a clinician. And so one wonders how an app like this might affect the application and access to psychedelic therapies.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of possibilities with the system. We're going to focus on the data collection, a kind of menu of different measures and short forms to try and make it efficient. But also there is this principle of what you give is what you get. So if you're willing to give a bit more time, you're going to get more back. You're going to get richer data. But while we'll focus on that, the data collection and then the infographics, the information back to the individual, we're aware that there's all sorts of functionalities that could start coming in over time. And if we're learning about best practice, communicating that to therapists, to clinicians is going to be really important. And of course, many clinicians, perhaps they've been operating kind of underground, for a given period of time, and they'll have learned a lot. In a sense, they're always being scientists. There's always observation and learning. But we can concretize it, and quantify it. And I think people will benefit from that. What we'll work towards and a relative weighting of different things, almost a checklist of the different components that are known to be important. And of course, that I would like to think would help keep standards up, because if there's a checklist of key principles that you have to get right and address, even something like rapport and trust, emotional support, feeling that there's emotional support is probably the strongest predictor that we're finding in our data. Being able to appeal to hard data, I think, is going to count for a lot as psychedelic therapy modernizes and develops.
I've heard some things about how there's data to show that people have found it easier to open up to sort of digital therapists, in apps and things like that, which obviously has its benefits in terms of increasing access to support and things like that. But it made me think about this story that Ros Watts tells, where she's in the clinic, and at some point, I think it's when she was working on Psychedelic 1, and one of the participants asked her for a dance, and so she dances with the participant, and I worry that kind of thing might be lost in people trying to self-medicate outside of the clinic and thinking that, I don't know, I think, is that kind of support enough?
I think one way to look at this is it's not instead of, it's just supplementary to. So it's not about, taking away the role of the therapist. But of course, where we are right now and where we're going to be even more so is in a situation where there's this tremendous bottleneck of demand and limited supply in terms of not enough therapists. There aren't enough therapists already. People can't get psychotherapy very easily through national healthcare systems. So already there's a bottleneck. But with psychedelic therapy, how many people can say that they're trained psychedelic therapists? And so if we can, oil the cogs, so to speak, make things like screening, triaging, where to prioritize, given that there'll be this colossal demand. I would say there already is. but how do we meet the needs for supply? Can we aid training through digital tools, education through digital tools? And there's also that consideration that out there in the wild, people are just doing this anyway. So there's a colossal need for harm reduction, some kind of safety net. And I would argue that the best kind of safety net that can be provided would be one that's firmly evidence-based. We can just communicate to people the importance of something simple like just having a guide. You know, how many people think that they can go and take a heroic dose in their, of magic mushrooms in their bedroom and things don't go so well, you know. So I'd like to think people trust us as scientists at the vanguard, and so they'll listen and we can communicate simple principles like that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So it's interesting because I think about the indigenous use of some of these substances, and you know, like how there's different traditions in the Amazon and the Huichol, you know, more ceremonial things, and I think about the sort of tradition that the West is building, its own kind of mythos and its own style of application. You know, more guides than patients in the clinic, and that kind of thing. How do you feel that digital technologies fit into this sort of Western tradition of psychedelic use?
Well, it is interesting, first of all, to reflect on that difference that you noted. You know, what's has been done historically, indigenously, is quite different in terms of the model to, say, the two guide to one patient, to some extent kind of Groffian model that seems to have dominated modern psychedelic research, really. And in a sense, if digital therapeutics come in to aid things, you could say, well, that's just another development on. It's just another approach. And what you might find, in fact, is things go a little full circle. And maybe through the digital therapeutic, you're having some of the elements that are there, like the group element, that perhaps, you know, through trial and error was found to be quite an effective vehicle or medium for psychedelic therapy, and that can be facilitated through digital technology. So I think, you know, these are all different approaches that will have, you know, even indigenous use will arguably, they've done more trial and error than any of us over years, learning how best to do this. So so long as we're all open-minded and look to the different models to see where there's gold and maybe where there's space for improvement, that's how we can best move on. I mean, there are things that are done indigenously that aren't done in the modern research, like dynamic use of music. You know, so if a shaman is singing Icaros to the group or to an individual, then perhaps they're looking at how they're responding and they're tailoring their songs to what they're seeing. We don't do that with the music playlists. You know, we haven't historically. We just play the playlist, and if they don't like it, you know, maybe we'll skip a track on. But there isn't really any dexterity or skill there, you know. So yeah, I think there'll be pros and cons in the different approaches, and so long as, in my view, I very much value, you know, the scientific method of learning, and so that's what I want to harness to try and get to that goal of evidence-based best practice.
There's a lot of sort of evidence and, I guess, early speculation about psychedelics and connectedness to nature and things like that. Of course, at the moment, most psychedelic therapeutics are happening inside, apart from retreats. Is there anything kind of like that that you imagine you will find has a beneficial outcome from collecting this big data?
Yeah, probably. I mean, there is that kind of irony there of, okay, so you realize the fundamental nature of nature, and you think, why am I using my phone so much? And, you know, the phone goes out to the window. I mean, in a sense, yes, that less screen time is a good thing. But sure, we can collect data on that, but that's just, I guess, one example of so many different things that we can look at. Chris Timmerman in our group recently has written up a wonderful paper on changes in philosophical beliefs via psychedelics that we're just readying for submission. We've also looked at different political perspectives and how they change personality. Yeah, it's rich, and so all of this we can sample through the system. Yeah.
Do you have a launch date set in mind?
We want to try and deliver in spring next year for the what we call, you know, what's called the minimally viable product, the launch product, which will be a menu of different measures, at least in 2 different forms: a short form for the busy people and a longer form for those who are willing to give a bit of time. And then the feedback as well. It's critically important in my mind that we give back, you know, because for, you know, so long people have been giving to us, and I sort of feel like we owe them in a way. I do really believe that will be the hook. You know, we'll be getting really cool, engaging graphics back that people want to share, that'll catalyze the popularity of the system, Idelica.
It's really great because, like, I can, you know, think of many times where I've wanted to know where I land on some of these measures, you know, and you don't get an opportunity to take them. You know, the sort of measures of wellness and things like that are strangely inaccessible to just the everyday person.
Yeah. I mean, if it's, you know, pop psychology with Myers-Briggs, or I don't know, if you've ever done a political compass online and see how you match up to Gandhi, hopefully, not Hitler. It's fun. It's fun. People like to see where they land in relation to others, and I would argue it's even more fun if they can see how they change, you know, and if those changes are positive, then what a reward, you know, to see it presented to you graphically. It's almost like a trophy. Yeah, and we're mindful of there's subtleties here around things like value signaling.
Hi guys, this is Deborah here from Israel. How are you doing?
Good.
I'm sorry to interrupt you because it's amazing to hear what you guys are discussing, but we don't want to give Professor David Nutt waiting too long. So if I could just ask for you guys to kind of wrap it up, and then we'll move on to Professor Nutt.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So maybe I'll ask you just one small thing. So to be a little bit devil's advocate, what would you say to somebody that said, is this encouraging use outside the clinic?
Yeah, I would say it's like the classic harm reduction message. People are going to be using psychedelics, and that's scaled up exponentially over the last 10 years. Tenfold increase in first-time use of just LSD, a recent survey on that. And so use is increasing. You know, Michael Pollan's book, now we're going to have much, much more, and it's just going to go up and up. And so to provide an evidence-based safety net and frame it around harm reduction and science, I think it's hard to argue against that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Robin. I've really enjoyed this.
Me too. Thanks, Timmy.
Thanks.
Great to be talking to you at PsyTech 2020. I'm David Nutt. I'm a psychiatrist from Imperial College London, and I've been working in the field of psychedelic research now for over 15 years. And the point I'm going to make to you today is that we could be a lot further along if we had sensible policies relating to research with psychedelic drugs. And this is something that my charity, Drug Science, is championing. And so that's why this talk is badged as a drug science talk. I should just tell you that I do have some potential conflicts of interest. I chair the scientific advisory boards for Compass Pathways, who are developing psilocybin therapy for resistant depression, and a company called Awaken, which is in the process of setting up psychedelic clinics and psychedelic training in the UK. And I'm also a scientific advisor for PsyChed Wellness, which is a company that is in the process of trying to develop Amanita muscaris as a form of psychedelic therapy. Over the last 2 decades, I've come to the conclusion that current drug policies, which are based on criminalizing users, are fundamentally flawed for 6 different reasons. And today I've only got time to talk about 2 of them, the ones illustrated here in red. The first is that there's a tremendous bias in relation to what drugs are controlled. And there is no relationship between the harm of a drug and its control under the UN conventions or almost any national control. And that's dishonest and it's immoral. And that's the problem with working with psychedelics. It's controlled more stringently than drugs like alcohol or tobacco. And the consequence of this irrational control and the fact that psychedelics are put in the most severely restrained category or class or scheduling means that there's a tremendous burden on treatment and research. And this has led to almost disappearance of research with these compounds since they were put into the UN conventions, mostly in 1971. In 2010, my charity published this report on the harms of drugs showing that psychedelics, down on the right-hand corner, LSD and magic mushrooms, are amongst the least harmful drugs in the UK, in contrast to drugs on the other end of the scale, like alcohol, heroin, crack cocaine, which are very much more harmful. And yet alcohol is legal, and drugs like psilocybin and LSD are put in the same category, Schedule 1, Class A in Britain, as crack cocaine and crystal meth, which really makes no sense when you see their great difference in their comparative harms. And this correlation graph of the position of the drug in terms of the score of harms along the bottom x-axis and the classification in the UK Misuse of Drugs Act, unclassified, like illegal, Class C, Class B, and it shows that psychedelics cluster down here as Class A drugs, even though they are amongst the least harmful of all the drugs, the 20 drugs that we assessed. And subsequently, we've done similar kinds of multi-criteria decision analysis using European experts and using Australian experts, 2 separate studies, and they've all come to the same conclusion, that psychedelics are wrongly attributed as being harmful, when in reality, they have very low levels of harm. And as a result of that, if we go to the red bar here, there's virtually nowhere in the world are psychedelics allowed as a medicine. Certainly synthetic psychedelics are still banned by, I think, over 227 countries that sign up to the UN conventions. There are some notable exceptions which are developing, and very pleasing it is that some of the Latin American countries are now accepting ayahuasca, a natural combination of plant products which produces DMT. And also in the Netherlands, the magic mushroom truffle, the underground part of the magic mushroom, was kept legal. But apart from that, most of the rest of the world denies the safety of these drugs and keeps them under the most stringent forms of control. And that control has been extraordinarily deleterious to research. So what you see here is a graph of the number of publications each year in the blue line for LSD and in the red line for psilocybin, which is the active ingredient of magic mushrooms. And you can see the emergence of LSD in about 1953 led to a massive upsurge of research. LSD was seen as the great revolution in terms of therapeutic treatment for psychiatric disorders and as a major tool for opening up our understanding of the brain. The US government funded over 130 separate studies in the first 15 years at which it was available. But then it was banned. And since the ban, after a couple of years where people published their previous research, publications have virtually disappeared. And for psilocybin, which was a medicine here in the 1960s, for 2 years when there was no publication at all. And this, of course, was the purpose of the ban. The idea was that you ban these drugs, people would stop using them, which they didn't, of course, recreationally, but you stop scientists working with them, so you could never prove they were harmless. So it became a self-justifying decision. And of course, added to it was the fact that if you tried to research on these drugs, governments would say, no, they're too dangerous. Look, they're Schedule 1 drugs under the UN conventions. They're far too dangerous to work with. So from this point on, there's not been a single grant given to anyone, as far as I know, in the world to study, by any government, to study LSD, and precious few, just a couple here now, to study psilocybin. So there's an atrocious impact on research, which is extraordinarily unfortunate because up till that point, was amount of positive reports, particularly on the use of LSD. You see here, it was made available by Sandoz, the company that Hoffman worked for, who discovered it. It was made available as a medicine delicate, and it was used by hundreds of psychiatrists across the world who were given it for free by Sandoz because they wanted to find out whether it was useful as a tool for therapy and as a research tool. 1,000 clinical papers were published, 40,000 patients were engaged. There were 40 books, 6 international conferences. And after the drug was banned in 1971, Masters and Houston pulled together an overview of all the reports. And they came up with the conclusion that all this work showed overwhelmingly positive results, with LSD being a safe and effective treatment. And perhaps the most interesting group of studies were those that were done using LSD, 1 or 2 doses, as part of abstinence-based therapy for people with alcoholism. And these are the results. A few years ago, 2 Norwegians, Krebs and Johansen, went back and analyzed the raw data using modern meta-analytical approaches. And they showed that the effect size of LSD in alcoholism is about 1. And that's at least twice that of any other treatment for alcoholism since. And I've estimated that in the 50 years since the LSD was banned, probably around about 100 million people worldwide have died prematurely from alcohol dependence. And if LSD had helped just 10% of them, that would be 10 million lives saved. But it's been illegal and no one's used it. And that is an enormous lost opportunity, particularly as the banning doesn't appear to have had any influence whatsoever on recreational use. Now, as probably some of you know, in the last few years, my group, particularly Robin Carhart-Harris, has been working with psilocybin to try to understand how it produces the profound effect on consciousness. And as a result of those brain imaging studies, we came up with this fascinating insight, which is that psilocybin attenuates the part of the brain which we know is overactive in depression. And you can see inside the yellow circle, there's a blue blob. That blob is called the subgenual cingulate cortex. And blue tells you that psilocybin has dampened down the activity of that brain region. And when we discovered this, we were rather surprised. But it was interesting to me that many other treatments of depression, and they're listed on the left-hand side here, work in part through dampening down activity in this brain region. And they include SSRIs, CBT, sleep deprivation, ECT, and even placebo. Helen Mayberg showed that if you get better on placebo, you have less activity in this brain region. And the reason for that is that the subgenual cingulate seems to be the key node for driving the negative thinking in depression. And so we said, well, if psilocybin can switch off the region of the brain that causes depression, why don't we see if it works in depressed people? And we did a clinical trial. We get 25 milligrams, a reasonably high dose, to patients with resistant depression. They'd all failed on at least 2 previous treatments. Many had failed on over 10 treatments. They'd all failed on CBT. And the effects were really quite remarkable. This is the results from the first 12 subjects. And you can see that 1 week after a single trip with psilocybin, everyone had improved. And some people, the ones here in the yellow bar here, the yellow region here, they had completely recovered. With a Beck Depression Inventory score of less than 10, you are no longer depressed. You are in a state of remission. And that's remarkable, because never before in psychiatry has a treatment been discovered that in resistant depression can produce an effect that is so profound with just a single administration. And this was a remarkable finding. I think it was better than we could have hoped for. And these results are remarkable because it was just a single administration producing a profound benefit that lasted in some people for 3 months. In fact, 1 or 2 of the patients have stayed well ever since, many years later. Unfortunately, the majority began to slip back, which was particularly problematic and sad for them, because we're not allowed to give it again. We're only allowed to give psilocybin as a treatment in a research project. We don't have funding to do open treatment or even research on people who've had benefit previously. So we have a lot of patients in this group who got a benefit and would probably benefit again, but are denied access because if I was to give it to them, I could be arrested for breaking the drug laws. Now, if you're interested in the science behind this, we've written a recent review that takes you through from the molecular target of psychedelics, this 5-HT2A receptor, interfering with the activity of these pyramidal cells in layer 5 of the cortex. We've explained our theory, how they produce a very powerful dysregulation of ongoing brain activity. They take the brain from a state of a very rhythmic activity to a state of very disorganized activity, which we call high entropy, and how by breaking down the activity of the normal regional pathways in the brain, we can open up the brain to new connections. And these new connections, which you see under psychedelic drugs, we believe are the explanation as to why people get new insights into the reasons they're depressed, but also come up with new solutions, how to deal with their problems, how they can actually face the world in a different way. Escape from the tramline thinking, which is so characteristic of depression. And we're not the only ones. There's been considerable amount of work done in a couple of universities in the States, Johns Hopkins and NYU, where they did a very, a pair of elegant studies of people with end of life anxiety and depression threatened by, for instance, by cancer. There have been a couple of open studies in addiction to tobacco at Johns Hopkins and alcohol in New Mexico. And there are a few ongoing studies, several in our group, where we've done an RCT of psilocybin versus escitalopram. John Hopkins and us are starting trials in anorexia. We in Yale are starting trials in OCD. And also we're considering setting up a trial in pain syndromes like chronic neuropathic pain. Now you might say, well, those are very different disorders. How can addiction have anything to do with depression? But the thinking is that these disorders all have the common feature that the people are completely locked into thinking which they want to escape from. They're internalizing disorders, and people who have them are reiterating negative thoughts in the case of depression, or they're continually ruminating on contamination or overeating in the case of OCD and anorexia. So they're disorders where people have got into thinking processes which are maladaptive, and we believe that psychedelics might well break them out of those thinking processes and allow them to think differently and to escape from the problems. But the illegal status is a huge problem, and it, in many instances, increases the cost of what we do by up to tenfold. There are other psychedelics which can also be used as medicines, and there's a lot of interest in this from small companies are being set up to try to develop and exploit them. So there's DMT, the active ingredient in ayahuasca, which is very short acting. It has to be given IM or IV or possibly sublingually or shot up the nose. There's 5-methoxy-DMT, or a similar short-acting drug, which again would need to be injected. There are derivatives of psilocybin, synthetic derivatives of psilocybin, and maybe even some of the other products which are less found in less amounts in the mushroom. There was Muscimo, which is a GABAergic psychedelic, very popular in Northern Europe and the Caucasus, and that's a GABAergic drug as opposed to a serotonergic psychedelic. And there's ibogaine, which is used in a number of countries to produce profound experiences which can help people overcome opiate addiction. But the challenge there is that there are cardiac issues in terms of QTc prolongation, which have led to some deaths in ibogaine. And then, of course, you could make synthetic analogs. LSD is a semi-synthetic compound. It's possible to make synthetic analogs of LSD. That would be not difficult at all. In fact, there are a whole series of them, which we call the N-bombs, which have been made based on a different non-ergot structure. The problem with those is they're often very toxic because they have off-target actions. They don't just target the serotonin receptors like LSD does. So I'm going to stop now. I'm going to take questions, but I also want to point to you a website, the Drug Science website, which has also been supported by Mind Medicine in Australia. And on that website, you will find slides like these. There are 2 slide sets which look at psilocybin from the perspective of its history, its legal status, its chemistry, its biology, and its therapeutics. These are free side sets. They're designed to educate doctors, psychologists, other therapists, and also the general public into the history and the utility of this compound. So please go onto the website and use them as much as you like. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Nutt, for being with us today. I just wanted to ask you, how far off do you think we are? There's a lot of stuff going on in the news. People are more aware of it. How far off are we for change?
Well, we are getting change. I mean, we're getting change in America. Oregon has put on its presidential, on the ballot for the presidential election. It's put in a clause to basically legalize magic mushrooms as therapy, and they're recommending doing something quite remarkable, which is actually setting up a statewide treatment system over the next 2 years, if the bill is passed, which will effectively make a kind of national psychedelic, or sorry, a statewide psychedelic therapy system. So I think things are moving very fast. I think certainly Denver and Ann Arbor have also made mushrooms and all other natural products legal. There's a huge interest in this field, not just from the commercial perspective of but also because we have an enormous problem. Psychiatric disorders are the largest disorders. They're the problems with the greatest burden on society in the West, anyway. And our current treatments are, though, they're only moderately effective. So there's an enormous need to do more. And one thing's for sure, coronavirus is not going to help the mental state of most people. So I think we're going to see an upsurge in problems like PTSD and depression. And psychedelics could well be a useful addition to the current therapy we have.
Thank you so much. I couldn't agree more. And I really appreciate all your hard work and tireless efforts that you've put into helping change happen. I know that I couldn't agree more in terms of the state we're in now. And it's affecting more than just people with treatment resistance. It's just everyday people that are just not coping. And that potential for helping is, it's frustrating, and I hope it goes quickly.
It won't. I'm pretty pessimistic, to be honest. I see another year of this profound difficulties, frankly. But hopefully I'm wrong.
I hope so. But again, thank you for your time and all your hard work. And I encourage people to donate to the link we're going to put in the chat to your organization. This is what it's all about, everybody. So please help by supporting. Thank you very much, David.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, I'm excited to introduce our next hub. We are going to Berlin. Berlin has always had an active plan to direct new ways of thinking and living. The Charité Hospital has begun studies with MDMA and psychedelics and has also created an emergency room for people who need guidance and support after a psychedelic experience by themselves. This hub is hosted by the new health club, Atai Life Sciences, Dr. Bronner's and The Factory. And I will hand this over to you, Catherine Bischoff from The Factory, who is live now in Berlin. Hi, Catherine.
Welcome from Factory Berlin. We are at the heart of Berlin's tech and startup ecosystem, and we're super happy to be hosting this today and listening to these interesting speakers. And without further ado, I'm going to get Anne on stage to continue the discussions. Thanks and cheers from Berlin.
Hi, everybody. I don't know where actually I look here. I don't know. I'm just looking on this screen. Now I'm going to sit down because I have these great guys here now to talk to. So first of all, welcome to these great people. We have a couple in a room, but I mean, I know these days it's not so easy to do this, but so I'm really happy that everybody can join online. So our topic today is where do psychedelics go in 2021? And we have two people here who will have a lot to do with the development of this interesting industry or renaissance we're just experiencing. So Graham Boyd, the political director of Dr. Bronner's. I think you're in Santa Cruz right now, are you?
Yeah, that's right.
My favorite place in California. And Christian Angermeyer, the founder of Atai Life Sciences and many other endeavors in the psychedelic field. He is in London at the moment, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So welcome, guys. And so we jump right in. So I was reading this article yesterday from 2018 from the Rolling Stone. And the headline was, psilocybin could be legal for therapy by 2021, which is next year. So where are we right now in this, with this state? What is the current situation if we're entering next year, which is like in 2 months, 3 months?
Shall I start?
Yeah.
You are the moderator, Anna. You need to tell us who is allowed
Yeah,
to.
Christian. Okay, you should start because
Who's
you're
allowed to speak?
a thriving force in this. One.
Yeah. So I maybe give the answer from the legal in terms of medically legal, like availably medical, because the company I guess the article is referring to is one of my portfolio companies, Compass Pathways, which actually just did a very successful IPO in the US. So it's sort of can also be publicly followed. And Compass is actually announcing its phase 2B data next year. So that's 2021. So that doesn't mean it's approved then, because for the guys in the audience, so you have 3 stages of approval for medical drugs, which is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So after phase 2B obviously comes phase 3, which will take some more years. Yeah, there are some options which the FDA can take after phase 2B, totally on their sort of discretion. It's called compassionate use, early access, yeah, which is then to be seen. Yeah, so the phase 2B data for sure of Compass next year will be a very decisive event for the psychedelics industry, and obviously I hope and optimistic that it's going to be a very good one. But then there will be time. So I don't see that, unfortunately, but again, it's going to happen soon, but not next year for medical use of psychedelics in generally, and sort of psilocybin, magic mushroom, sort of on the forefront. There is one other trial I really love going on. They're going to come out in 2 weeks. This is MAPS. I don't even know if Rick Doblin is maybe here somewhere on the agenda as well. If not, yeah, I'm going to sing his song. So MAPS is doing a fantastic job in pushing MDMA for the treatment of PTSD. And they have their readout, I think, in 2 weeks for phase 3. So it could indeed well be that MDMA, which some count as a psychedelic, some not, is sort of availably medically as early as next year.
Graham, what is your perception of the whole situation right now?
I'm gonna sort of take a slightly wider focus in my lens. I certainly agree with what Christian said, and I think that the developments around psilocybin and MDMA as a prescription drug is one of the most exciting and absolutely necessary parts of the broader movement. And I would say that from this sort of broader lens, if you think about psychoactive substances of any sort, the laws that we impose influence human behavior, but they don't control it. For at least 100 years now around the globe, and often starting with the United States, there have been laws which try to tell people when and how and in what circumstances they can use these substances. And if you're on the wrong side of that line, you risk going to prison. That's the regime that we've been living under. And despite that, people have been using these substances in all sorts of ways. And by being driven into the underground by these criminal laws, those ways are not optimal. Generally, they're more dangerous and they're less beneficial. And so what's exciting around the world right now is both the research leading to prescription use, but in addition to that, there's decriminalization, which is removing or at least reducing the threat of arrest for people who are using psychedelics. That's a sort of second area. And then a third area, and David Nutt referred to this in the previous panel, are efforts to allow for therapeutic or wellness or, indeed even medical uses that aren't within a prescription context. So the ballot initiative in Oregon is an example of that. The compassionate use program for psilocybin in Canada, which is just starting to open up, as an example of that. So I think if we look forward, even just a handful of years, we're going to be in a place where there is prescription access for people with serious medical conditions. There is, not in a doctor's office, but still under sort of supervised therapeutic circumstances, that mode of access, which Oregon is exploring. And then finally, there will be people who choose to use it, not for medical or therapeutic reasons, but yet don't face the risk of arrest. And I think this is all for the good and all sort of happening simultaneously.
Okay. So, I mean, Christian, with Atai, you do a lot of things. You're very amazing progress the last year. So, I mean, like we were talking always in these conferences about how the speed of the development with drugs is actually happening. At the same time, the legal framework is sometimes difficult to predict. So, as one of the biggest psychedelic companies that you're involved with, so how would you say, what is a good strategy at the moment to kind of go ahead as a company who's in the psychedelic field and who's also producing maybe compounds to use it?
It's a very broad question. I would like I loved how Graham pointed it out, because I think we have to come, and then I come to your question. Yeah, and Graham, you already said it perfectly. I just want to use that. You have to come from the question, for whom are we actually doing that? So because it's not a self-serving thing, so you have people who for various reasons want to use it or want to have access to it. And I think Graham sort of divided it very well, sort of into the people who really need it because they have a mental health issue, from depression to post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, addiction, whatever. Yeah. Then people who sort of might also want to improve their life, sort of in a, as you call it, wellness. Yeah, but maybe have not a really hardcore deep depression, and then you have sort of the recreational use. So our view from Atai is very much obviously that the number one priority sort of in the pyramid should have the people who really desperately need it. And unfortunately, and I listened a little bit to David Nutt's talk before, it's hundreds of millions of people who really suffer from, and most likely it's even more because the gray number is very big, because mental health is still a very stigmatized group of diseases. Yeah. So, and I think the number one priority should be on giving these people access to the drugs. Yeah, and to these, from my point of view, very powerful solutions. Yeah, and the important thing is, if you have depression, for example, yeah, you audit sort of the legal framework, or it will be the legal framework. But also, I have seen friends of mine in a very, very positive outcome, yeah, very great success, being treated, who had severe depression, for example, with psychedelics, but their treatment is not, hey, I go to the beach and have a fun afternoon. Yeah, so because these mental health issues, they have a source often in trauma or in some other very deep underlying conditions. And the great thing is psychedelics go right there and sort of dissolve that trauma, but that process is not always very easy. And this can also go very easy wrong if you don't have a really trained therapist. It doesn't mean a medical doctor, because aside of ibogaine, the physical downside is extremely, extremely low. But like, you needed a very trained psychotherapist, from my point of view, next to you. This is why. So we are very focused on this medical use case. Yeah. At the same time, by the way, 100% agree with Graham, because I'm doing it regularly. Yeah. And people like me shouldn't need to think about, hey, in which country I'm doing it now, what's the legal status, whatever. Yeah, it should be 100% decriminalized. Yeah, things like that should not be in any form criminalized at all. And I think we're getting there. And I think there is a beautiful sort of synergy, because the more the medical companies like Atai or Compass, whatever, are proving the safety and the positive effects, the harder it is for politics also to really hardcore criminalize those drugs. So it's going a little bit hand in hand. So my view is, obviously, to coming to your question, that sort of the business opportunity is in the medical field, because there you also need a tremendous amount of investment. So it's very expensive to approve a single drug. And for example, my company Atai is working on 12 drugs, mental health drugs at the moment. 7 of them are psychedelic. Yeah, and you can always say, like, as a super raw number, you need like plus minus $100 million per drug to get these drugs to a so-called proof of concept. not talking about rolling them out, whatever. Yeah. So the investment or sort of the business opportunity is in the, I think, in the medical, in the biotech field of it. Yeah. Nevertheless, we're supporting maps. Yeah. I support some decrim stuff. Yeah, because that's equally important to move forward. But that's more maybe a social thing and not a business opportunity.
Okay, Graham, with Dr. Brauners and other activities you're doing, you're very much involved in the decrim movement in America. And we had also a couple of people, Melissa Lavasani from Decrim Washington, Daniel Carcillo from Chicago. Then we're going to have Sherry and Tom Eckert soon on the podcast. So, I mean, it's interesting how individuals, you could say, are driving this forward on a very kind of a human being level, which I find interesting because they all have their personal stories that made them getting into psychedelics. So how would you describe your approach also in context of Dr. Bronner's to kind of support decriminalize movement in America, which next 2 weeks, what's going to happen after the election?
Well, Christian's certainly right that the decrim movement in particular is much more of a social and political movement than you don't need $100 million of clinical trials and scientific research in order to decriminalize psilocybin or plant medicines in a jurisdiction. And let me just take a moment to say what I mean by decriminalize. It's actually a bit misleading how that word has been used, because what's being done is a local jurisdiction, usually a city like Denver or Oakland or soon the District of Columbia, will change its laws such that they instruct their local police to no longer make a priority of arresting people for possession of a personal use amount of the substance. So it's not legalization. In fact, it remains, in, let's say, Denver as an example, it remains technically illegal under both state and federal law to possess psilocybin. But the Denver police now have instructions, which is if you find somebody with a little bit of mushrooms, leave them alone. And so that's important, right? That's very important in terms of just personal freedom and sort of a sense of also being able to talk to other people and get good advice about how to best go about these activities. What we're doing in Oregon, by contrast, is really somewhere between the COMPASS or USONA or MAPS prescription model on the one hand and decriminalization on the other. Because in Oregon, there will be a 2-year process of actually creating rules and structure for training psilocybin guides. So that, I mean, Christian, you made reference to, that you and I and many people we know have these experiences ourselves. And most people I know still want to have a trained guide be part of that experience, right? It's not, I mean, I think it would be foolish to go to the beach and have a high dose of psilocybin and have a mystical chaos going on around you.
It can be amazing, I can tell you, but I know you need the right person with you.
Yeah. Well, a container is what people usually talk about. And so it's, the Oregon system, if it passes next week on election day, the Oregon system will have a cadre of trained and certified guides who can have these experiences, and they'll be legal under state law. And there'll be a screening process. I mean, and this is, I think, so important too, is that if people are somewhat depressed or somewhat anxious or struggling somewhat with addiction or really any other kind of mental health condition, it's fantastic for them to actually be able to have access to these treatments. And if they need the more intensive experience of the sort that COMPASS eventually will be providing, great, that's one option. But if they need something that's less intensive, then that would also be an option under the Oregon system. So I guess what I'm saying is there should be a whole range, a spectrum of different experiences that are tailored to the degree of safety and supervision that are needed for that particular person and that particular experience. That's the future we're moving towards.
Okay. So I read a great article yesterday in Benzinga, the great drug, website magazine. And it was talking about 4 things psychedelics could learn from the cannabis industry. And number 4 was, please keep in mind that you still have to destigmatize the substances that you're working with. So, and I feel sometimes, that's my favorite thing, like posting things about psychedelics from fashion magazines, like Allure last week, for example, to make sure that this is on the way and everybody gets it. But I mean, like, what is your take on what could be done to further destigmatize this? Of course, we have media, and I mean, obviously, like people like to you, you get it immediately why this should happen. But I mean, what is your idea of the strongest tool to destigmatize things in the psychedelic field? Question.
First of all, as a joke, I always I'm happy if fashion magazines talk about it, because the Hope psychedelic endeavor completely changed my dating life. It's one of the most sexy things in biotech you can actually do, and it's always a great date conversation. But jokes aside, I think as much as I'm super happy, because I think there has happened an enormous destigmatization sort of effect over the last 12 months. Yeah, and because of many, many reasons. I think it's like a puzzle because of things like Graham and Dr. Bronner is doing, of what we are doing in the medical space. I think one of the main drivers was Michael Pollan's of the destigmatization and sort of the reintroduction of these drugs into society, we don't fuck it up. Yeah, that nothing happens which would throw the whole stuff back. So this is why everybody who's watching, I would always say, like, you have always a double, if you do psychedelics in whichever form and whichever legal jurisdiction, at the moment, I think you always have a double responsibility. You always have a responsibility for yourself, because these are extremely powerful drugs, which are, from my deep opinion, these are not party drugs. Yeah, these are very spiritual, introspective drugs with a deep meaning, and we should use it like that in any setting. But you also have, at the moment, especially people who do it have and who talk about it have a responsibility for society, because I come back to what I said at the beginning. The main focus should be from all of us on the hundreds of millions of people who really suffer from depression. It's the one thing, if you like, I'm going to be a little bit more creative, which is great. Yeah, but like, we should not create the problem for the people who really, really need it. They need it in a medical form. Yeah, and we shouldn't create headlines, or everybody should be responsible not to do something which could sort of set the whole movement back.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I mean, and your framing around the cannabis comparison is apt, and I've been involved in that. I played a guiding role in all of the statewide ballot initiatives in the United States to legalize cannabis. I've played a role in drafting those, and currently running campaigns in South Dakota and Montana, involved in campaigns in New Jersey and Mississippi for cannabis reform. So some of those are, if you know American politics, quite conservative jurisdictions. And so we've made tremendous progress. But it's been important that we've done it slowly and globally as well. I actually spent a good deal of time in Uruguay. Have been cast, but not yet in their national referendum. So that has been a sort of slow, steady, both national in the United States and global process of bringing cannabis from being entirely illegal to being medically used to eventually being used more broadly. And, Christian refers to the possibility of backlash. And let's remember that did already happen once in our recent history. That in the late 1960s, there was a growing body of scientific evidence that psychedelics, LSD in particular, were useful for treating alcoholism and other disorders. And that all got sent, basically back to the basement and then criminalized because of a perception that it was moving too fast. Now, I'll say that just in terms of my own evolution on this, if you had talked to me a year and a half or 2 years ago, I would have said the only thing that should be happening around psychedelics is prescription drug use, research leading to prescription use. That's what I would have said. Holland's book came out and the interest in psychedelics grew. It almost, what I started to see in terms of activism was a leapfrog from the prescription context all the way to full commercial legalization. In other words, psilocybin should be sold in the corner grocery store in unlimited amounts to whoever wants it for whatever reason. And that, in my view, is exactly what could spur the backlash if it went that far immediately. And that's why the decriminalization and the Oregon model are so wise, because it's continuing to place, on the one hand, don't arrest people. There's no reason to do that. But in the Oregon model, continue to put guardrails around the therapeutic use. So our societies may one day be ready for the full legalization, the sort of commercial retail availability and marketing of psychedelics for any purpose. But these are powerful substances. And so I think to do it on the cannabis model immediately would be more likely to spur backlash than this sort of incremental approach that we're currently pursuing.
Yeah, and I would even go one step further. I think the broad, as you say, at every corner, at every mom and pop shop, I think that's not, no matter if society is somewhere ready for that, but I think it's deeply wrong, because there, if you have really seen, again, and I'm looking especially at the people who turn for the substances because they have a need, yeah, if you do it without a guide, it can deeply, deeply go wrong. Yeah, this is not cannabis where you say, oh, I smoke a joint, then I'm a little bit more relaxed. Yeah, these can be profoundly deep, but in its deepness, yeah, if it's dissolving a trauma, it can be very dark, meaning there are these, I don't like the word bad trips, because the outcome of a bad trip usually is extremely good because you dissolved something. But a bad trip, or we call it rather a challenging trip without a guide, can go deeply wrong till people trying to do suicide. And meaning I'd never smoked cannabis actually, so I'm not an expert in that. Yeah, but I don't think cannabis can have these deep sort of effect. And again, these deep effects, if they channeled rightly, they're very healing. But I would be terrified, yeah, if someone that would be sold everywhere, because I think we would have within a week, yeah, an army of things go wrong.
Well, sorry, Anne, if I could just say one quick thing to that. I agree with you in the cultural context we currently live in terms of like Western civilization. But these same powerful substances used within a cultural context, like the Mazatec people of Mexico with psilocybin, or peyote with Native Americans, there can be enough of a cultural and educational context that you don't need, prescription drug rules in order to control it. But if you were to, so I'm agreeing with you, Christian, in the sense that if today or any time in the near future in the UK or Germany or the United States, you made psilocybin available in every corner shop, that would be incredibly dangerous. And I don't want to see that happen. And yet I do want to imagine a future society in which we don't have to rely on threats of arrest or criminalization in order to say, this is where you can use it and you can't use it. I'd rather use, cultural norms and education to guide people into safe and beneficial experiences.
If I'm having, I like the utopia, and I'm, by the way, I'm completely, because I'm on the, in a personal use case, I'm on the extreme spiritual side of the spectrum. But if you go, for example, in what you mentioned, yeah, if you go in literally every single historical context, from the mysteries in Eloises to Central America, whatever, they always were used in a religious or tribal or a social context. Yeah. And so there was also what I would like to say, like, because people are saying, oh, look at the native people or look at the ancient use case, it was always free. It was actually never free, meaning they have different, the word, like, but it was always embedded in a cultural use case. Yeah. It's every single one. And I have, like, I can't run around now, but I have these art collection of ancient artifacts from Mexico to ancient Greece and ancient Egypt. Actually, it dates back, my oldest artifact, which shows a psychedelic use case, is 5,500 years old from an Egyptian tomb. They always were in with a guide, because all these settings were, as they were religious or tribal, they were always with guides. Always, they had always a purpose as well. It was, again, it was never a party use. It was always a rite of passage or anything. And I think, yes, if we would come back to society to that, but then we would also need to talk, which I would be very happy, that we need sort of a new sort of positive social norms and more spirituality in our lives, where then you have practically maybe not a medical guide, but like some guide, yeah, in your community, whatever, doing that, yeah. But like, as that's not the case, unfortunately, maybe it's developing with these drugs, yeah. But that's a long way to go. I would be very happy about that, indeed.
We will maybe experience some of this in 2021, which is going to be a very interesting year. We have to wrap it up, unfortunately. We could go on like forever.
That was fast.
Sounds like a little coffee table conversation. But thank you so much for being part of this today. It was great to have you on the show.
Thank you for moderating it, as always.
And I hope you still enjoy our other second half, which is an interview I did with Benjamin Mark, a journalist from Der Spiegel, who wrote a book about his depression and then his time in psychiatry. And I thought it's a great idea to have like a patient story also on this conference. And we subtitle it so everybody can understand it, because we did the conversation in German. But yeah, thank you again. It was great.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
Also heute begrüßen wir sehr herzlich Benjamin Mark, den Spiegel-Autor und auch sonst auch, der dieses fantastische Buch geschrieben hat. Ich habe es extra mitgebracht, das so aussieht, und das heißt, wenn das noch geht, kann es nicht so schlimm sein. Ich habe es gestern Abend zu Ende gelesen. Ich habe noch nie so ein Buch über Depressionen gelesen. Ich habe bisher immer nur Bücher über Depressionen gelesen, die in irgendeiner Form in einer Bohème stattfinden, oder Künstler, die das sozusagen, wie Sie ja auch einmal ganz nett beschreiben mit Vincent van Gogh, so glauben, man könnte das benutzen, um tolle Sachen zu produzieren. Aber letztendlich ist es dann doch eigentlich ein schrecklicher Zustand. Und was ich an Ihrem Buch so toll fand, weshalb ich es auch unbedingt in dieser Konferenz dabei haben wollte und in unserer Show, ist, dass es eigentlich von einem, ich sage jetzt mal, normalen Leben spricht und Depressionen, und nicht ein Leben, was Depression quasi so, ich sage jetzt mal so hoch, das wäre ja auch irgendwie was ganz Cooles. Daher wäre meine erste Frage, wann kam wirklich der Entschluss, dass Sie darüber so schreiben, weil es ja schon sehr ein heftiges, wenn man kann sagen, Enthüllungsroman ist eigentlich?
Ja, es gab eine Situation, also ich war 3 Mal insgesamt in der Klinik. Nach dem ersten Mal gab es eine Situation mit meiner Frau. Ich wollte ihr erklären, was Depressionen sind. Und ich war aber nicht mehr depressiv und habe gemerkt, ich kann das gar nicht mehr. Ich finde nicht die richtigen Worte, ich finde nicht die richtigen Bilder. Der Kopf hat das irgendwie abgeschnitten und hat das zu einer Geschichte gemacht, zu irgendwas, was er ablegen kann, was für ihn funktioniert. Aber so waren, das wusste ich noch, Depressionen nicht. Dann gab es bei meinem zweiten Aufenthalt, von dem in Teilen auch das Buch handelt, einen Moment, wo mir ein Medikament erhöht wurde. Und durch diese Erhöhung habe ich auf einmal ganz, ganz krasse Selbstmordgedanken bekommen. Und zwar zu notieren, was in meinem Kopf vorgeht, um es aus meinem Kopf herauszuschreiben. Das hat nicht so richtig funktioniert, aber es hat dafür gesorgt, dass ich danach immer wieder mal Sachen notiert habe. Und diese ganzen Notizen waren auch noch da, als nachdem ich 2,5 Monate in der Klinik war, 2,5 Monate in der Tagesklinik. Und dann hatte ich die und es ging mir aber immer noch unglaublich schlecht. Dann bin ich in meinen Werkraum gegangen. Da gibt es so 2 Stahltüren, die die Kinder nicht aufkriegen, und habe Familie dort versteckt, habe angefangen, diese Sachen aufzuschreiben, habe gemerkt, da ist irgendwie was. Habe das erstmal ganz mechanisch gemacht und habe dann gemerkt, vielleicht ist darin was. Also keine Geschichte, eher eine Ungeschichte, weil ich auch immer noch sehr schwere Depressionen hatte und noch immer nicht in dem Modus war, in dem irgendwas zu einer Geschichte geworden ist, irgendwas zu was geworden ist, was ich ablegen kann. Und dann habe ich tatsächlich mit einem Suizidologen telefoniert und habe gesagt, Entschuldigung, ich habe hier so eine Geschichte und ich würde die gerne aufschreiben, weil es mir wichtig erscheint, aber ich will nicht, dass das für andere Leute gefährlich sein könnte. Der Suizidologe hat gesagt, okay, es ist total wichtig, dass Leute solche Geschichten aufschreiben. Nur 2 Dinge sind wichtig. Erstens, seien Sie ganz wahrhaftig, sagen Sie, wie es war. Und zweitens, heroisieren Sie nichts. Und das eine war mir ohnehin wichtig, wenn ich darüber schreibe. Und das andere kam ohnehin nicht in Frage, weil es an Selbstmordfantasien und Depressionen in Wahrheit nichts zu heroisieren gibt. Und so habe ich dann angefangen, dieses Buch zu schreiben.
Meine Lieblingsstelle, muss ich sagen, war: Depressionen sind der Porsche unter den psychischen Krankheiten. Da muss man natürlich total lachen, weil das halt so absurd ist, dass es eben auch, ja, wie soll man sagen, dass man das ganz schlecht selber auch, oder sich fast ein bisschen schämt, dass man das lustig findet, und dass diese so eine lakonische Ebene natürlich auch für so einen Leser das überhaupt machbar macht, das überhaupt irgendwie da einzusteigen, ne? Sonst würde man das wahrscheinlich gar nicht packen. Oder zum Beispiel, fahr mir den Kopf ab, liebe S-Bahn. Ich musste das echt kurz weglegen, das Buch, weil das ist halt wirklich, man ist immer selber hin und her gerissen. Ist es eigentlich brutal lustig oder ist es einfach der absolute Albtraum? Natürlich ist es der Albtraum, ist ja klar. Äh, Trotzdem die Frage ist, wenn Sie über sowas schreiben, so, wie weit muss man eigentlich dieses Lakonische beibehalten, damit andere Leute das überhaupt verstehen können?
Mir kam das Buch gar nicht so witzig vor. Ich Dinge schreibe und Leute lachen dann und ich denke, "Hö, das ist doch gar nicht witzig." Und später denke ich, ja doch, ist schon ganz schön witzig. Und ich würde sagen, dass dieser Humor eher als eine Möglichkeit ist, praktisch diese Depression auf einem Löffel Zucker zu präsentieren, für die Leserinnen und Leser eher eine Möglichkeit ist, selbst damit umzugehen, weil ich glaube, je stärker man Depressionen auf so ein Podest stellt, eine Krankheit, unantastbar, sagt darüber bitte nichts Witziges, desto stärker wird die und desto grausamer wird sie, desto mehr Macht bekommt sie über einen. Deshalb gibt es da diese Stellen und deshalb ist es zum Beispiel auch in der Psychiatrie immer mal wieder sehr, sehr lustig, weil jeder und jede, die ich dort kennengelernt habe, oder sagen wir die meisten, die ich dort kennengelernt habe, eben auch diese Waffe Humor benutzen, um die Depression ein Stück weit in Schach zu halten.
Mhm. Ähm, Es ist ja jetzt, glaube ich, auch so ein Moment in diesem aktuellen Leben, was wir jetzt alle gerade führen, was ja nochmal getriggert ist durch Corona, dass einfach dieses Thema plötzlich auch immer mehr an so Spezialkrankheit verliert sozusagen. Also mit anderen Worten, viele Menschen entdecken plötzlich in sich, sagen wir mal, depressive Verstimmungen, kommen damit überhaupt nicht klar mit dieser Unsicherheit. Also wie lange muss man jetzt wieder einen Monat plötzlich zu Hause bleiben oder länger oder bis nächsten Sommer? Ich kann nicht mehr rausgehen in Restaurants, trinken und es fällt alles weg plötzlich. Also auf so eine komische Art ist es so ein bisschen, als wenn so ein Vorhang gerade so weggerissen wird von einer Sache, die eigentlich schon längst, aber auch in so einem Alltag fast eigentlich vorkommt. Ist Ihnen das in den letzten Monaten auch aufgefallen, dass Sie plötzlich Gespräche geführt haben mit Leuten, die Sie kennen, wo Sie dachten so: „Wow, das hat der oder die ja noch nie zu mir gesagt, dass sie sich so und so fühlt?“
Es ist allgemein so, je offener man mit Depressionen umgeht, desto mehr kommt man mit Menschen in Verbindung, die selber Depressionen hatten oder Erfahrungen mit Depressionen haben, weil Angehörige das hatten, weil eben fast jeder schon mal Depressionen hatte oder sagen wir mal, oder weil eben fast jeder schon mal Depressionen hatte oder damit zu tun hatte. Im Moment stelle ich das nicht so besonders fest, weil man ja eben auch diese Vereinzelung hat. Die Leute sitzen irgendwie in ihren Familien, stecken da auch so ein bisschen fest, können sich nur schwer Hilfe holen. Aber ich habe vor einigen Monaten mal einen Artikel darüber geschrieben, beim ersten Lockdown, dass es mir sehr, sehr schwer fällt, gerade meine Kinder zu ertragen. Habe auch geschrieben, dass ich glaube, dass es an den Depressionen liegt, dass es mich eben sehr, sehr anfasst und dass ich ein sehr, sehr starkes Versagen spüre. Ich habe gestern im Gespräch mit meiner Frau am Küchentisch über den möglichen nächsten Lockdown auch tatsächlich wurde ich so überfallen davon, dass ich habe angefangen zu weinen, weil ich Angst hatte, dass diese vielen Gefühle, die damit verbunden sind, wiederkommen könnten. Und damals bei diesem Artikel, also damals vor einem halben Jahr bei diesem Artikel, habe ich sehr viele Zuschriften bekommen von Leuten, die gesagt haben, ey, ich habe keine Depression, aber mir geht es ganz genauso. Wir teilen diese Ängste. Und ich glaube, dass es jetzt im Moment noch wichtiger ist, offen darüber zu reden, auch in Medien und so weiter, um den Leuten das Gefühl dieser Vereinzelung zu nehmen, in ihren Räumen, in ihrem kleiner werdenden Umfeld. Und deswegen freue ich mich auch so, dass wir heute sprechen.
Was mich aber noch mal interessiert, weil in dem Buch kommt es, also konnte ich da jetzt nicht so richtig was finden. Also, wenn Sie jetzt in diese Behandlung gehen, Sie gehen in die Psychiatrie, Sie haben ja da Ärzte, Therapeuten und so weiter. Wie ist sozusagen deren, sage ich jetzt mal so, Ausblick, wie das denn alles weitergeht? Wird Ihnen dann sozusagen, sagen wir mal, jetzt für die nächsten Jahre nahegelegt, okay, das wird jetzt wahrscheinlich immer wieder so kommen. Sie werden wahrscheinlich alle paar Jahre kommen oder vielleicht auch nicht mehr. Aber letztendlich gibt es doch in diesen Therapien nicht wirklich so eine, sagen wir mal, ich sage jetzt mal so eine Perspektive, an der Sie sehen könnten, okay, also noch ein paar Jahre und dann ist es vielleicht irgendwie okay. Es ist eigentlich so Open-End sozusagen, oder? Wie ist das?
Im Krankenhaus bin ich, wenn nichts mehr geht. Also dann geht es darum, mich mehr oder weniger fit zu machen, um den Alltag oder so viel Alltag, wie es eben geht, zu ertragen. Ich benutze da gern das Bild vom Schiff. Manche Sachen bei einem Schiff kann man reparieren, solange das noch im Wasser ist. Für manche muss es aufs Trockendock, also dass praktisch die Belastung des Alltags einmal von mir genommen wird, um wieder belastbarer zu sein. Auf eine Art vielleicht auch, wenn man so will, wieder zu funktionieren. Den weiteren Ausblick gibt es an anderen Stellen, nämlich seit 6 Jahren in Therapien. Also das heißt ja nicht nur, dass ich 3-mal in der Klinik war, das heißt, ich war in der Tagesklinik, ich war in Gruppentherapien, ich war bei 2 unterschiedlichen Psychologen, Psychologinnen. Und dort gibt es natürlich Ausblicke. Dort formulieren wir, wo es hingehen könnte, weil man natürlich auch einen positiven Ausblick braucht, wohin geht es. Aber es geht natürlich in beide Richtungen, nicht nur darum, irgendwann wieder voll da zu sein, sondern auch darum, sich vielleicht auch damit abzufinden, dass das einen begleiten wird und vielleicht auch damit abzufinden, dass man nicht wieder zurückgeht und derselbe ist, sondern dass eben die Therapie und diese Langzeittherapie, dass eben diese Beschäftigung mit sich selbst eben auch zum Teil dazu führt, dass man ein Stück weit ein anderer Mensch wird. Ich bin über die letzten Jahre ein sehr, sehr anderer Mensch geworden. Und zwar im Positiven. Zum Beispiel war ich früher nicht glücklich. Jetzt bin ich glücklich. Ich bin zwar manchmal sackdepressiv und total im Arsch, aber ich würde sagen, dass ich im Schnitt ich würde sagen, dass ich trotzdem glücklich bin. Ja, das war ich vorher nie, das weiß ich.
Was heißt eigentlich total im Arsch? Das habe ich mich in dem ganzen Buch gefragt.
Also total im Arsch bedeutet im Moment für mich, dass der Kopf übernimmt, dass ich nicht mehr handle, sondern dass ich alles durchdenke, bis es zum Fatalsten kommt auf x verschiedenen Ebenen, weil alles, was man nicht tut, alles, was man nur durchdenkt, gerade wenn man Depressionen hat, wird dazu führen, dass man oder alles, was man nur denkt, gerade wenn man zu Depressionen neigt, wird irgendwie zu was Schlimmem führen. Dann hat man einen riesigen Baum von Verästelungen und alle führen irgendwie in die Hölle. Und deshalb versuche ich eben handlungsfähig zu bleiben. Also viele sprechen davon Abwärtsspiralen, von einer unglaublichen Dunkelheit, von Abgründen. Mein Bild dafür ist, dass es ein bisschen ist wie bei einer Autoimmunerkrankung. Manche Leute sagen, was unterscheidet denn Depressionen eigentlich von Traurigkeit oder Melancholie? Ich glaube, Traurigkeit und Melancholie führen irgendwo hin. Die sind in irgendeiner Form immer noch produktiv. Man verarbeitet da was. Aber Depressionen sind eben wie eine Autoimmunerkrankung. Die Gedanken, die da im Kopf passieren, die man denkt, die denkt man, um sich zu zerstören. Also was mir sehr hilft, ist mir vorzustellen, dass der Kopf ein Lesegerät ist und dass jeder Kopf liest die Welt ganz anders und füllt eben unterschiedliche Dinge mit unterschiedlichen Emotionen, reagiert auf unterschiedliche Dinge unterschiedlich. Wenn man Depressionen hat, dann ergraut das alles, dann liest der Kopf die Welt ergraut und feindlich. Und das ist, glaube ich, noch ein großer Unterschied oder eine Sache, die mit totalem Arschsein zu tun hat.
Okay. Ich muss sagen, ich habe echt, glaube ich, auch 5 Therapien gemacht in meinem Leben und es hat eigentlich keine davon wirklich was gebracht, wenn ich ganz ehrlich bin. Und deshalb habe ich jetzt zum Beispiel Ketamintherapie angefangen. Und ich finde es echt total interessant, wie stark sich das unterscheidet von klassischen Psychotherapien sozusagen. Und ich habe immer das Gefühl, also ich hab eine Psilocybin-Erfahrung gemacht und eine LSD-Erfahrung, weil ich ja mich auch sehr stark damit beschäftige. Aber natürlich habe ich sie auch für mich selber gemacht, weil ich natürlich auch an so Sachen immer wieder hängen geblieben bin, die einfach nicht weitergingen. Also zum Beispiel, ich konnte mir nie wirklich beantworten, warum ich keine Kinder habe. War für mich einfach nicht zu beantworten. Und es wurde als Thema immer größer statt kleiner und intellektuell nicht mehr zu beantworten. Also so, hey, ist doch auch cool und so, nee, ist irgendwie auch nicht so cool. Also, und ich muss sagen, also bei mir ist es so, dass sagen wir mal, Psychedelic Therapy so ein ganz neues Kapitel eingeleitet hat, was für mich mit der alten, ich sag jetzt mal, oder der Fassung von früher, für mich fast nichts mehr zu tun hat. Und da wäre meine Frage, würde Sie das eigentlich überhaupt jemals interessieren, das zu machen? Also diese Art von neuen Therapien?
Ich hatte früher immer große Angst, sowas zu machen, weil ich immer dachte, das würde in einen Abgrund führen. Ich habe als Jugendlicher eine Erfahrung mit Marihuana gehabt, wo ich im Sofa versunken bin und mich vollkommen hilflos fühlte. Ich glaube, ich habe immer sehr, sehr angstbesetzt gelebt. Deswegen kamen diese Sachen für mich, glaube ich, nicht in Frage, weil für mich immer klar war, dass sie den schlimmstmöglichen Ausgang nehmen würden. Ich habe jetzt tatsächlich ab und an mal wieder gekifft, auch damit ich nicht so viel trinke. Und da habe ich das als sehr schöne Erfahrung wahrgenommen, als interessante Körpererfahrung. Ich hatte einen sehr schönen Abend, da habe ich irgendeinen bescheuerten Science-Fiction-Film geguckt und habe auf einmal gemerkt, ich habe keine Hände. Also ich spüre meine Hände gerade nicht und habe das nicht wahrgenommen wie, oh Gott, ich habe keine Hände, sondern so als, wow, was für eine erstaunliche Erfahrung. Guckte ich an mir runter und sah, dass ich einen Teelöffel in der Hand hatte. Und das hat mich unglaublich glücklich gemacht in dem Moment und macht es jetzt noch, wenn ich daran denke. Insofern glaube ich, dass ich das schon auch interessant finde. Ich habe tatsächlich, bevor ich diese Einladung angenommen habe, mit einem Freund gesprochen, der Psychologe ist. Und der sagte, er glaubt, dass genau diese Art von Therapie im Moment halt auch die Zukunft des Therapiens, auch die Zukunft des Therapierens ist, weil es eben sehr, sehr viele alte Leute gibt, weil es eben sehr, sehr viele verängstigte Leute gibt, weil die Psychopharmaka ja, ich weiß nicht, seit einigen Jahrzehnten, seit den 60ern oder so, nicht wirklich was auf die Reihe bekommen hat, was man machen kann, weil Psychopharmaka ja auch in dem Ruf stehen, hey, du hast da so ein Problem an einer bestimmten Stelle in deinem Kopf, dann gießen wir doch mal einen riesigen Eimer irgendwas in deinen Kopf. Und es ist ja auch immer diese Trial-and-Error-Sache, wie, ob es funktioniert oder nicht. Ich erinnere mich an einen Besuch beim Arzt, als ich das erste Mal Psychopharmaka bekommen habe und ich hatte ein unglaublich schlechtes Gewissen, bin da reingegangen und dachte, der schmeißt dich raus, der sagt, du bist nicht richtig krank, du bist ein Idiot. Bin zu ihm hingegangen und habe gesagt, ja, ich habe da dieses Problem. Also in den ersten 2, 3 Tagen hat das super geholfen, aber dann hatte ich auf einmal das Gefühl, dass ich die Wirkung nicht verdiene. Dann habe ich so den Kopf eingezogen und er so, ah ja, das passiert öfter, dann probieren wir was anderes. Und deshalb, also ich glaube, dass deshalb jede weitere Möglichkeit, jede weitere Therapiemöglichkeit eben großartig ist. Es ist auch, glaube ich, wichtig, eben vielleicht die Angst davor zu nehmen. Als ich in der Klinik war, das letzte Mal war ich mit jemandem auf einem Zimmer, der hat Elektrokrampftherapie bekommen. Nicht mehr wie in einer fliegt übers Kuckucksnest, sondern mit Muskelrelaxanz und Betäubung und so weiter, aber Strom durchs Gehirn. Und es galt immer so, okay, du kriegst normale Medikamente, die nächste Stufe ist das, was obendrauf kommt, was irgendwie off-label benutzt wird. Die nächste Stufe ist Elektrokrampftherapie und dann kommt Ketamin. Und wenn man Ketamin bekommt, dann ist man schon in Wahrheit super im Arsch. Und ich glaube, da eben...
Also ich bin auch im Arsch.
Nein, aber da ist es, glaube ich, auch wichtig zu sagen, man versucht, die Palette zu erweitern. Man forscht in bestimmte Richtungen weiter und deshalb bin ich ganz froh, jetzt hier zu sein, über meine Erkrankung erzählen zu können, mehr auch über dieses Thema zu erfahren. Und ich habe auch tatsächlich überlegt, ob ich bereit wäre, das auszuprobieren. Und ich glaube, habe darüber auch mit meiner Frau gesprochen, ich glaube, ich würde das machen, weil ich glaube, dass es wichtig ist, sich das anzuschauen, darüber zu berichten, darüber zu sprechen.
Sie müssen auch gleich nächstes Buch planen darüber. Aber wir haben ja im November haben wir auch ein Ketamin-Special. Ich meine, es klingt ein bisschen nach Los Wochos, aber es ist tatsächlich ein Spezial deshalb, weil ich eben dachte, dass es halt es gibt Möglichkeiten, das zu machen in Deutschland. Es gibt es in jeder Stadt, die sind nicht illegal, wenn sie in einem Krankenhauskontext stattfinden. Und es ist ja auch so, dass es eben möglich ist, wenn man Psychopharmaka nimmt, dass die Leute das trotzdem machen können. Und es gibt sogar eine Variante davon, dass die Krankenkasse das übernimmt. Und das sind halt alles Dinge, die die meisten Leute niemals wissen würden, dass sie das so machen können oder glauben, sie machen es einmal und dann sind sie die nächsten Jahre eben weggeschossen. Aber in der Tat ist es ja so, nach 10 Minuten, sobald die Behandlung aufhört, ist man wieder voll da. Aber was ich nochmal interessant finde, was ich auch in dem Buch nochmal so toll fand, dass Sie auch beschreiben, diese Trigger, die es auch manchmal nur braucht, um das wieder auszulösen. Also zum Beispiel die so schön glänzenden Schienen der S-Bahn, die so einladend wirken und so weiter. Und ich glaube, das können sich die meisten Leute auch gar nicht vorstellen, dass man eigentlich ständig getriggert durch die Welt läuft, sozusagen. Also auch wenn es eigentlich gerade ganz gut ist. Vielleicht können Sie darüber noch so ein bisschen was erzählen.
Ich glaube, die meisten Trigger sind gar nicht so sehr, also ich glaube, bei mir sind die meisten, nein, ich weiß, bei mir sind die meisten Trigger gar nicht so bewusst. Oft ist es eher so, dass die im Geheimen anfangen und ich die dann erst bekomme, wenn es schon anfängt mit körperlichen Sensationen, also wenn mein Nacken verhärtet, wenn mein Gesicht anfängt zu kribbeln, wenn ich irgendwie steif werde, wenn ich irgendwie Angst bekomme, dass Leute sehen, dass mein Gesicht monströs verzerrt ist oder so, weil so wie es mir gerade innen drin geht, das müssen doch die Leute außen erkennen. Und dann ist es eben sehr schwierig, zurückzukehren, vielleicht so zu was wie der Kindheit des Gefühls und zu gucken, wo ist das? Weil wenn etwas so heftig im Kopf schon läuft, das zieht natürlich auch an. Man denkt, wenn mein Kopf das mit mir macht gerade, dann muss es doch wichtig sein, weil wenn mein Kopf das mit mir macht und es ist nicht wichtig, wie unwichtig müssen dann Dinge sein, wenn mein Kopf das gerade nicht dann mit mir macht. Und das ist eben dann dieses Selbstbewusstsein, dieses Soghafte, dem dann auch zu folgen, dieser Stärke zu folgen, anstatt irgendwie mit aller Kraft gegen den Strom zu schwimmen. Und genau, es gibt eben immer wieder solche Sachen, bei denen ich merke, dass da was passiert und ich muss dann eben sehr, sehr bewusst dagegen steuern, dagegen schwimmen und gucken, wo sind wir eigentlich gerade? Wo bin ich eigentlich in Wahrheit? Wo ging das los?
Mhm. Das Buch ist ja auch, Sie sagen ja auch, es geht nicht nur um Sie, sondern es geht auch um Ihr Umfeld sozusagen, also in dem Fall Ihre Familie. So. Wie kommunizieren Sie das mit Ihren, also mit Ihren Kindern? Klar, das ist nochmal was anderes, aber mit Ihrem Partner, weil es gibt ja auch diese Studien, die sagen, zum Beispiel bei einigen Medikamenten, Psychopharmaka, wenn die genommen werden, dass Leute sich quasi auf eine Art entlieben und sagen so, ich weiß jetzt auch nicht mehr, ja, was wir hier eigentlich so machen. Und dann setzen sie diese Medikamente wieder ab und denken so, oh Gott, was habe ich eigentlich getan? Also das habe ich neulich gerade erst gelesen. Das wird auch, glaube ich, gerade in Oxford gibt es eine Studie, die in die Richtung anfängt. Können Sie in irgendeiner Form beschreiben, wie Sie das handeln mit Ihrer Frau oder vielleicht auch sogar Ihren Kindern, wenn Sie wollen? Das
Ja,
bleibt Ihnen
natürlich.
überlassen.
Es ist so, dass meine Frau und ich uns sehr lieben, nach wie vor. Wir sind seit fast 20 Jahren zusammen, seit 12 Jahren verheiratet. Und was wir eben machen, ist sehr, sehr offen über das Thema sprechen. Also wir sprechen sehr offen über unsere Gefühle, wir updaten uns immer wieder. Manchmal finden wir uns richtig scheiße und merken, dass wir einfach 2 Wochen lang nicht vernünftig miteinander gesprochen haben oder nicht gekuschelt haben oder keinen Sex hatten, keine körperliche Nähe, weil das einfach oft ein bisschen zu kurz kommt in einem Alltag mit 2 Kindern. Bei den Kindern ist es so, dass ich auch versuche, offen mit denen, wir haben so ein ins-Bett-Geh-Ritual und da ist es eben so, dass wir vorlesen den Kindern, Friederike meist dem Kleineren, ich meist dem Größeren und dass wir danach noch zusammen im Bett liegen und kuscheln. Erst ich oben beim Größeren, dann tauschen wir und ich beim Unteren. Wir unterhalten uns dann noch. Und wenn die Tage gut waren zum Beispiel, wenn ich sage, jetzt geht es mir gerade richtig gut, dann spreche ich eben positiv davon und sage, es geht mir gerade richtig gut. Wenn die Tage schlechter waren, mein Sohn kennt das auch, wenn ich mich tagsüber ins Bett lege, um mich auszuruhen, dann rede ich auch darüber mit ihm. Wir versuchen einfach offen zu sprechen und ich versuche halt mit den Kindern oder wenn sie Fragen haben dazu, dann reden wir offen darüber. Also bei allen Fragen, weil das für mich eine Frage des Respekts ist, mit dem Gegenüber offen zu sprechen, gerade wenn einem das so nahe steht. Und dann ist es eben so, dass wir über eine sehr, sehr lange Zeit miteinander auch darüber kommunizieren. Also Theo weiß um die Höhen und Tiefen, er weiß aber dadurch eben auch, dass es nicht nur Tiefen gibt, sondern auch immer wieder Höhen. Und er weiß auch, dass ich ihn sehr liebe, dass es nichts mit ihm zu tun hat, was, glaube ich, ganz wichtig ist. Und dann ist es eben ein ganz, ganz wichtiges Ventil, eben keine eingeschworene Runde zu schaffen, sei es mit dem einen Partner, der das Endlager ist für alle Emotionen bei psychischen Erkrankungen, für alles, was man sagt, weil es muss geheim bleiben. Niemand darf davon erfahren, weil Depressionen sind eine Schwäche. Oder eben auch bei Kindern, die dann vielleicht lieber nicht in der Schule sowas sagen, weil dann wird es eben unheimlich. Ich glaube, in den dunklen Ecken lauern die schlimmsten Gefahren und wir versuchen einfach keine dunklen Ecken zu haben. Schon von Anfang an habe ich zu meiner Frau gesagt, ey, du kannst mit jedem darüber reden, auch mit Bekannten,
Wow,
auch
okay.
mit Leuten bei der Firma. Ich habe auch mit den Leuten hier im Verlag darüber geredet, weil es eben wichtig ist, dieses Ventil zu haben, weil es auch wichtig ist, dass Friederike zu irgendwem gehen kann und sagen kann, ey, der hat heute wieder so derbe genervt oder ey, der war heute so lächerlich oder irgendwie Witze macht und so weiter. Es braucht dieses Ventil, weil die Menschen, die einem nahestehen, die Menschen, die man liebt, die einen lieben, die sind eben die am zweitübelsten dran sind, wenn man eine psychische Erkrankung hat. Und die müssen sich eben auch um sich selbst kümmern dürfen, indem sie Ventile finden, so wie man selber ein Ventil hat.
Mhm. Ich meine, was Sie gerade gesagt haben, auch in der Mitte des Gespräches, dass Sie quasi jetzt jemand anders sind als, ne, vor, weiß ich, 5, 6 Jahren. Das heißt aber auch, wenn Sie dieses Buch geschrieben haben, was ja, glaube ich, im April, Mai dieses Jahres rauskam, ne? danach sieht sie ja auch ungefähr die Welt total anders, aber auch ihr tägliches Umfeld, in dem sie arbeiten. Ist das was Ihnen irgendwann egal war, weil Sie gedacht haben, es ist halt, wie es ist und ich bin halt jetzt die Person, die das erzählt? Weil ich finde das so interessant, dass so, man sieht es halt gerade auch in so einem Rahmen mit so psychedelischen Behandlungen, dass Leute, die vielleicht auch vorher gedacht haben, oh, ich will niemand erzählen, dass ich Pilze genommen habe bei der Behandlung oder dass ich dann nach Holland gefahren bin, so wie man früher zur Abtreibung gefahren ist, um in ein legales Psilocybin-Retreat zu gehen und kommen zurück und sagen so, ask me anything, sozusagen. Ist es sowas, was einen irgendwann auch auf so eine komische Art befreit, weil man auch weiß, äh, dass es mehrere Leute gibt, also die Mehrheit der Leute sich eigentlich dafür interessiert?
Es war mir nie egal, so offen darüber zu reden. Es war mir immer wichtig, weil ich in der Klinik sehr, sehr viele Menschen getroffen habe, die nicht offen darüber reden können. Viele Menschen getroffen habe, die auf Zurückweisung gestoßen sind, wenn sie offen darüber geredet haben,
Ja.
die eben diese klassischen Sätze bekommen haben, iss doch mal Schokolade, mach mal Urlaub, geh mal feiern, eben die nicht den Unterschied verstanden haben zwischen Traurigkeit und Depressionen. Und dann habe ich angefangen zu schreiben und habe mir auch ein bisschen vorgestellt, wie das eine Brücke sein könnte, weil irgendwann bin ich wieder einigermaßen gesund, irgendwann geht es mir wieder besser, und dann bin ich immer noch Autor. Und ich wusste, dass wenn man Geschichten schreibt, wenn man Bücher schreibt, dass man etwas aus sich herausholt und dass einen das sein Leben lang begleitet, dass man etwas hat, mit dem man zusammen durchs Leben geht auf eine Art. Und ich war auf eine Art bereit, damit durchs Leben zu gehen, weil ich auch nicht nochmal vergessen wollte, wie es war, depressiv zu sein, weil ich glaube, dass es wichtig ist, sich daran zu erinnern, wie es in der Depression war, damit man vielleicht auch den Moment besser erkennt, wann man, oder die Momente besser erkennt, wann man wieder reingeht. Diese von Geschichtslosigkeit, dieses Gefühl, dass nichts mehr im Leben zusammenpasst, dass keine Geschichte mehr erzählt wird, sondern dass man nur noch von Punkt zu Punkt lebt, von Sache zu Sache und eigentlich dafür abends wieder ins Bett gehen zu können. Diese Erfahrung auch von Ichlosigkeit, dass dieser Klebstoff Emotionen im positiven Sinn oder allgemein nicht mehr da ist, dass der Sinn nicht mehr existiert, das möchte ich nie wieder vergessen.
Okay, wow. Das ist ja wirklich toll, wie Sie das, also ich kenne kein Beispiel von jemand, der das so in Worte fassen kann. Deshalb war es mir auch so wichtig, dass Sie hier dabei sind. Vielen, vielen Dank.
Ja, danke
Und
für die Fragen.
gerne.
Hello, I'm Dr. David Luke. I'm Associate Professor of Research at the University of Greenwich, and I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. Ros Watts. She's a clinical psychologist, was the clinical lead on the psilocybin depression studies at Imperial College, and is now clinical director at Synthesis Institute, which is a retreat center for psilocybin. And Ros, I'm delighted to tell you, is going to be talking to us today about her ASA model of psychedelic therapy. So Ros, nice to see you. I'm going to start by asking, you initially started off by developing the ACE model, ACE, Accept, Connect, Embody. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, so the Accept, Connect, Embody model was something that I developed for use in the psilocybin for depression studies at Imperial College. So that was for use with people with depression, having individual psilocybin sessions in the context of a research study. So in those individual sessions, we prepared people for the session by doing visualization exercises with them. And one of the visualization exercises was taking the idea of a pearl dive. So a psilocybin experience as being like a pearl dive. And so the Accept, Connect, Embody themes are all part of that pearl dive. So the idea of diving down from the surface of the sea into the bottom of the waters is the acceptance of going deep into your feelings, deep into what maybe you've been avoiding for a long time, And rather than swimming in the shallow waters and the nice pretty turquoise waters and looking at the pretty fish, going deep down into the dark, murky, the bottom of the sea, and looking for oyster shells that have spiky oyster shells and contain slimy things that we don't want to look at. I mean, oysters are quite delicious, but they're very slimy. And so it's this idea that you go towards them and you open up that shell and you open up to whatever's there and you learn from it. So that's the acceptance part, the dive down into the bottom of the sea. And then the connection part is once you've opened up that oyster shell and you found some meaning there, you found some sense of insight into your difficulties and what they mean, what they tell you about yourself. It's the swim up. So the connection part is all swimming up to the surface of the sea and looking at your life, looking at what's around you, looking at the sky and connecting to your values. And then the embodiment part, so it's accept, connect, embody, is that all of these processes, the acceptance, the connection to values, all happens in a very embodied way. So when people do the visualization, it's all connecting to the somatic sensations of where these feelings are in the body. So yeah, accept, connect, embody. And it was a model, a framework for that study, including these visualizations and various other integration tools for this idea of psilocybin experiences as like this pearl dive adventure. And yeah, I mean, it was I think it worked quite well for individuals having psilocybin therapy in that context, but there were a few things that whilst I was working in that model, I felt could be developed more. And that's what
and that led you on to the ACE model. I'm guessing that the water is the metaphors of the unconscious and the emotions and all this kind of stuff.
Yes, yes.
And so you've developed it, you've added on an extra letter of the alphabet to really add something new to it.
Yes, and the extra layer of the alphabet, the R, stands for restore. So it's now accept, connect, embody, restore. And actually this part of it, the restore part, which I'll say more about, actually meant that I completely changed the analogy. So it's not about a pearl dive anymore. Now it's about a forest. So I'll describe why I felt like I needed to change the metaphor, because the whole approach is different now, a very, very different approach to psychedelic therapy. So when people had the individual therapy that we were doing at Imperial, I noticed that people indeed felt very much more connected to themselves and other people and the world around them afterwards. That was one of the main findings from the research. And part of that connection to the wider world was about connecting to nature. So I kept hearing from participants in the first study and in the second study that they felt like they wanted to go and hug a tree afterwards, or that they felt like they were more open, their senses more open, and that the leaves of the trees seemed so green and they could sense nature in a way that they hadn't before, and that was really restorative for them. And I think partly because I know that, nature connectedness is quite research shows that it's protective for mental health, and that nature is this amazing free resource for people. So if people have a nature habit, then that's something that they can do to integrate experiences and to deal with emotions and to process things. And there are so many benefits from that I thought, well, if psychedelics are making people more connected to nature anyway, then that's something maybe we should be really reinforcing and working with. But of course, the other thing is that the context we're in at the moment, ecological crisis, this is so huge that if psychedelics are making them more connected to nature, this should be really center stage in what we're doing, because I think often people feel, my patients with depression, they feel hopeless about so many things, disempowered, disconnected, and partly the state of the world is one of those things they feel hopeless and powerless about. So if people can feel connected to it and in some way empowered, like they can make a difference there, then that struck me as important. So the nature connectedness aspect was one of the things that I kept thinking about. But the other thing was that I kept noticing through the first study and the second study that doing an individual session with people with depression, the way we were doing it, their depression went down to minimal or disappeared even for about 3 months. So it went into remission for 3 months and then it came back. And it always seemed to be about the same amount, well, some variation, but often it was around 3 months and then it came back. And I started to realize that psilocybin therapy for depression is not going to be a one-off or two off, a couple of experiences kind of thing. It's a much more ongoing process, a marathon, not a sprint. It's an ongoing thing. So I realized that actually we needed a different kind of therapy structure, which was much longer and which allowed for repeated psilocybin sessions if possible. But I think the main thing that made me change the model is that the way psilocybin therapy was working for people was opening people up. It was making people more sensitive. So it wasn't just like their depression went and they were just depression free and it was just getting rid of their like negative symptoms. It was that people were feeling more open generally to everything, themselves, other people, and that with that openness came a real sensitivity and rawness. And so when people came and they had this experience, they felt opened up, and then they go back to their usual communities where other people didn't know about psychedelic therapy, other people weren't doing this kind of work, maybe less than perfect situations with jobs, with relationships, feeling often quite trapped and very isolated, working with often the aftermath of a psilocybin experience, as you know, is like can lead to a lot of turbulence. Like it's not always just plain sailing. People feel open up and connected, but they can often feel turbulent. Suddenly all these emotions they haven't had for ages are coming back. They're more open to the whole range of emotions. They've been shut down for a while and suddenly they're opened up to all these different emotions they haven't felt for so long. It can cause loads of disruption in relationships. It can really perturb a system. So what people really needed was a community. We had all these people come into our study and they all went back to their own places and they needed each other. So when COVID happened, I set up an integration group for them all because they couldn't access integration services. So we started like an online Zoom group. And then we suddenly realized the power of collective therapy rather than individual. And so it was around that time when I started to realize that actually I was really intrigued by the idea of psilocybin therapy in a group, like psilocybin ceremonies. And that's when the Synthesis Institute was starting and they wanted to set up this clinical program for people with depression. So this model, the ASA model, is part of with them. So I've left Imperial, moved to Synthesis. And yeah, it's this, I mean, I can go into it in more detail, but essentially it's a group process and it's a much longer therapy program.
It sounds a lot more kind of in keeping and harmonious with like traditional indigenous use of psychedelics within a kind of ritual context. It's always done in groups primarily, you know, which is great. I love the idea of these metaphors you have versus the pale diving of the tree as well. I wonder if that has any kind of deeper resonance.
Yes, it does. So there are lots of different metaphors in the nature-based program. I mean, I use metaphor a lot in my work. I think it's really helpful for bridging people's inner and outer worlds. Really, there's something really powerful about a metaphor that can really bring an idea into life and help people really embody that idea and process. So so we had the pearl diving visualization before, and now for the ASA model, the visualization is of a tree in a forest. So the idea is that they're a group of 8. We've just had the first group of 8 and the second group of 8 are about to begin. And they have become a little ecosystem, a little forest. And each person, we have the metaphor of a tree. So the roots are the acceptance. The roots are what's deep down in the dark, the past, things that they've had to grow around. The idea that their roots have had to grow down around stones. So the idea of traumatic experiences in life being like these big rocks underground, and that their roots have had to grow around those things and form this big network of solidity, but also suffering and pain. And it's all in the dark and hard to really see and access it, and painful. But the roots are all there. And then the branches of the tree are about values and connection, what you want to grow towards, growing out towards other people, growing out towards the sun. And then the trunk of the tree is where the pain of the past, the suffering at the roots, and everything those roots have had to grow around meets the value and inspiration of the branches. And it's the tree trunk is the body, and it really is the body that's the embodiment part where that the trauma of the past can become growth and learning. So we have this visualization where people imagine their roots growing down through the ground from their feet, and they imagine the sap, the black mud that surrounds their roots, like the darkness and the coldness of it, and they imagine the roots sucking up that black sap, that black mud, the cold water, and coming up through their tree trunk, and as they breathe, they're transforming that cold dark water to sap, which is the stuff of life, it's growth. and it warms as it comes through their body, and it's very embodied, focusing on the, you know, the belly and the heart, and then it comes all the way along their arms, this sap. And then there is the idea that it tingles at the fingertips, so this cold water is warming up their body, and then when it gets to their fingertips, it's like the buds at the end of the tree, which is this potential for life. And so there's this sense of a tingling warmth at the fingertips. And the nicest thing about the visualization is that they do it as a group, and that all, as you know, like all the roots of the forest are all interconnected in the mycelial layer. So all their roots are interconnected. So when they've done this visualization of bringing up the dark water and turning it into to sap and growth, life, they send out a signal to all the other roots in the forest, a signal of compassion and care, because in forests all the trees communicate with each other and take care of each other. And I think that's the main thing about this program now, is that this group, they're so bonded with each other, they feel such a lot of connection to each other. And when they do the visualization, the feedback was that feeling their roots and how deep they are and how painful they sometimes are, but that everybody else has their deep roots too, and that they're all connected, and that they can send out this sense of compassion to each other and feel the compassion coming back, and the sense of, you know, we know what you're going through, we're going through it too, and it's okay, is, I think, yeah, really, it's beautiful to watch.
It's really a beautiful metaphor as well, very poetic, and nice how you've kind of deepened the visualization. And obviously it's one thing to be a solo pearl diver, but it's another thing to be a tree in a forest, and this whole kind of process, and the wood wide web beneath us, the mycelium of the psilocybin as well. It's really beautiful, enriching metaphor. You also have been weaving in this notion of the Celtic tree calendar as well.
Yes. So this all kind of came out of this time when COVID began, when the study had finished, and I was supporting our participants that had had the psilocybin experience, and I myself left London to go and be in nature. So I was in nature for a few months and surrounded by trees, and feeling the absolute gratitude for trees, you know, just to be able to go and sit underneath them and to be able to just feel the solidity of them. And I started reading some books about eco-psychology, and read this amazing one which was talking about the Celtic tree calendar, and the fact that in the Celtic tree calendar every month has a different tree, which can represent kind of psychological journey in itself. So I got really into this book. It was by Ian Siddons Hedingworth, who I contacted actually to say, you know, wow, this is really, it's so inspiring. And he and from that positioning of like learning about the different trees, it started to develop into a whole structure of a therapy course. So now the people in our program, they have online workshops with everybody. So it's their own group of 8, which is their own little mini forest, and they will have psychedelic retreats together. So they've got their own group of 8 and they are their own little forest. But then the online workshops are for all the different groups together. So they have some bits as a small group, but some bit as a big, wider forest. And the content of those workshops is all around. So October is the elder tree, which is the tree of regeneration, because the idea that the elder can regrow damaged branches and can root from any part of itself. And it's a beautiful metaphor for our clients, our patients, and the idea of regenerating themselves and that kind of resilience. So that's the October month, and then we've got all the different trees for different months too.
I think this is really fantastic. I mean, I think it's really great to expand this metaphor, because it takes such a more holistic view, and you know, we are part of nature, and I think it kind of can help to heal that disconnect by kind of framing it in this way. And then there's some kind of practical dimension to all of this as well, beyond that in the program in which you do with, is it nature service and nature-based practice as well?
So there are various different strands to the program. They have their little forest groups, so that's sharing circles essentially for their group to bond, and that's over the course of a whole year, fortnightly sessions together. And so that's one aspect of it, the more therapeutic holding open space for the group process to emerge there. They also have these Celtic tree calendar workshops. So every month they come together for these workshops around the different trees. And they also have their own nature projects. So our mutual friend Sam Gandhi is working together with us to, he's an ecologist, and he, I guess, is one of the first people to talk about nature connectedness and psychedelics as being strongly linked and very mutually beneficial to each other. And
I've disappeared.
say that again.
No, I thought I disappeared for a second there.
No,
Please
still there.
keep going, Roz.
Yeah, so the idea that nature connected, kind of, you know, they're symbiotic in a way and reciprocal, or can be at least, and should be. You know, we should see if we can create, you know, strengthen that that synergy if we can. So he is doing plans with everybody in our groups, in our therapy groups, so that they start a few different projects. So one of them is more around nature connectedness, so practices to help increase nature connectedness. When people are depressed, they can find it really hard to connect to nature for various reasons. So it's like finding what parts of it they might like. If they like photography, maybe they do like photography project in the woods. Different people like different things. And then another of the projects is a nature service aspect. So that's joining up with local networks like canal cleaning or tree planting. And then some people like linking up to kind of green exercises, things like people going on pilgrimage to sacred sites or beautiful places in nature, that kind of thing. So they're all starting their project, and it's an ongoing journey. So the therapy program is a year, and in that year we hope people will really develop a nature habits and nature connectedness and a really strong community with each other. And I have hardly talked about the psychedelic aspect, but at some point in this year-long program, their group will go together to the Netherlands and have a truffle retreat in nature, 5-day, two psychedelic sessions. And our prediction is that people doing it together in this way, after having so much time bonding together, that the experience will be really, that they'll be really safe in that group. And so it'll be interesting to see how the experience is different when people do it on their own with two guides they don't know that well. Yeah, I'm feeling very positive about how it will be for people and how it will offer more than the traditional model.
I think this is really exciting, Roz. I think it's so easy, but it has all the perfect ingredients, I believe, for what would make, you know, optimizing all the best possibilities. We know that nature is really, really good for well-being. Psilocybin is really good for well-being. And so to put these things together in a symbiotic and synergistic way, in a way that also has a kind of an ongoing turbo effect, because it makes people more connected with nature. They're actually engaging in more nature-based activities, which continues the process of you know, well-being and also the group connectivity as well, and provide.
Ooh, I've lost David. Well, I think it's actually the end of the talk anyway now, Dave. I just lost you, but thank you so much. Thank you very much. What was going to be your final thoughts?
No, just that. I think it's brilliant. You're connecting up, connectivity, community, you know, integration. All of these things is a really wonderful model, and the metaphors and nature connectedness as well. Thank you so much, Roz. It's really fascinating. I can't wait to see the results of this.
Thank you, David, so much. It's been really nice to tell you about it. It's actually the first time really talking about it in this way. So it's all, yeah. And also just want to say that on the 13th to the 15th of November, some of us from Synthesis are holding a online conference, 3-day conference, and people can learn a lot more about this model. So if they're interested in this, then it's called the Fundamentals of Psychedelics. And you can, I think in your chat, there will be a link to it. And I'll be talking more about the ASA model there, and there'll be lots of other amazing speakers talking about wonderful things too. So thank you for having me, and thank you, David.
Thank you very much, Roz. That's amazing.
Bye.
Hey, hi, we're going to be going to Prague. The National Institute of Mental Health in the Czech Republic is a state research institute with a broad range of research and clinical activities, including psychedelics. The Cyrus Foundation for Psychedelic Research was established for the support of research and study of psychedelic substances. The main aim of the Endowment Foundation is to support research teams and workplaces. I'm going to now go over to Prague.
So hello everybody, it's a pleasure to share with you a bit of our progress on a study that we want to conduct in the Amazon with indigenous people with ayahuasca. So first of all, what is ayahuasca? Ayahuasca is a psychoactive brew that is made by indigenous people for ritual purposes. And it's made of plants, Banisteropsis caapi, which is the ayahuasca or wine itself, that contains beta-carbolines, and from Psychotria viridis or chacruna, that contains DMT or dimethyltryptamine, which is the main psychoactive compound. Why we are interested in ayahuasca? It's mainly because the fact that psychedelic drugs, of which ayahuasca is part of, are today intensely studied as potential antidepressant drugs with a fast onset of action. Why psychedelics and depression? So let's first go to the past, to 1960s and 70s, where LSD, mescaline, psilocybin and other drugs were studied extensively in large populations of healthy volunteers and patients. What was the most important finding of this study was that in most of the patients, 40 to 91% of patients showed an improvement of depression and anxiety after treatment with LSD or mescaline. So already at that time, the Western science recognized that there might be some potential of psychedelics in treating depression. However, most of the psychedelic drugs have been banned since 1970s and were not used anymore in clinical trials until recently. Another drug that is now in the center of interest of many scientists in relation to antidepressant effects is dissociative anesthetic ketamine. Ketamine, during the last decade, in many trials showed a rapid onset of antidepressant effects in treatment-resistant patients. However, these effects do not last more than 7 to 10 days and then typically disappear. Ketamine has been also recently registered in an intranasal spray as an antidepressant drug and has been marketed both in the US and European market. More recently, the psychedelic research with serotonergic psychedelics has been revived, and one of the most intriguing findings that have been published is a finding of Robin Carhart-Harris, who showed that psilocybin could have similar rapid onset effects on depression in severely and resistant patients, but in contrast to ketamine, that these effects appear to remain much longer, up to 3 months, and based on their follow-up study in some patients, up to 6 months. Based on these data, there are several companies now running clinical trials with psilocybin in depression, and these studies have obtained a label of a breakthrough therapy in the US. Ayahuasca has been also studied in relation to its potential antidepressant effects. This study is one of potential interest because despite of the fact that they have also shown antidepressant effects of ayahuasca, they have for the first time also showed that the patients were not pure depression or suffering pure depression, but that many patients were also comorbid with personality disorder. Probably everybody knows that psychedelics can induce experiences which are very pleasurable at one side. At the same time, they can induce very anxious experiences. And what is believed in general that one of the most important factors that play a role is set and setting. So what is set and setting? Set is like a mindset of the person that is undergoing the psychedelic experience, and setting is the place or the environment where the psychedelic experience happens. And these two factors are underlying the unique phenomenology of each experience. Here is an example of a therapeutic setting which is in our institution, in National Institute of Mental Health near Prague on the left side, and it's obvious that this setting is very different to what we know from how the traditional setting of indigenous people can look like. So let's have a look how the set and setting might influence the effects of psychedelics. So first of all, I'd like to mention a scale that is used to measure the effects of psychedelics. The scale is called Altered States of Consciousness Scale and enables us to define the phenomenology of each experience. It has three clusters dividing the effects into oceanic boundlessness, which are more like positive effects, then a cluster of drag of ego dissolution, which is mainly related to the anxiety and paranoia and, let's say, unpleasant effects. And the third cluster is visionary reconstruction, which is related to the visual and auditory effects, like hallucinations and synesthesias. It is also a secondary scale which in fact measures the magnitude of effects. This is a nice work published by Leo Roseman, which works in the team of Robin Carhart-Harris, and it relates to the spree where psilocybin showed antidepressant effects. This study focused on the phenomenology of experience of patients, and on the graph on the right side you can see two lines. One refers to responders and the other one to non-responders to psilocybin in terms of its antidepressant effects. Another scale that I'd like to stress in relation to psychedelics is a persisting effect scale that was used by Rolando Griffiths for the first time. This scale, in contrast to the Altered States of Consciousness scale, measures long-term effects of psychedelics that can be evaluated for weeks and even later after the experience. Rolands that are contained in the scale, they are asking on the two valences of each domain, like your appreciation for life has been increased, your appreciation for life has decreased, you feel more personal integration, you feel less personal integration, and when put together it gives you a result whether the effects were positive or negative. And based on the findings that have been published by Rolando in 2011, it has been shown that the psychedelic experience of psilocybin increased well-being and life satisfaction at 4 weeks after the administration, and also had a positive impact on mood at this time point. Why did I show you the previous scale? In our institution, we are also using psilocybin. We have an ongoing study in healthy volunteers where we measure lots of parameters. And one of these parameters are, of course, the scales focusing on acute effects and long-term effects. On the right side, you can see the effect of the first half of our volunteers on the Altered States of Consciousness scale, and what is clearly seen that they had majority of positive experiences on the oceanic boundlessness scale, which is here. They had quite strong visual effects and quite low anxiety during the session. The potency or the intensity of the experience was somehow intermediate. Let's have a look on the persisting effect scale. And on this graph, what we can see is that psilocybin session compared to placebo session induced only positive changes in all the domains that are contained in the scale. So this would be interesting, and we might say, yes, psilocybin in our setting was used well and didn't induce harm to our subjects. But recently, and these are completely new data, we focused on how the acute effects are linked to the long-term effects. So we have correlated the altered states of consciousness scale with persisting effect scale. And what we can see here on this graph is a very strong positive correlation of oceanic boundlessness during the acute effects of psilocybin with positive mood changes 4 weeks after the session. And that's not all. All other domains were positively correlated with oceanic boundlessness. This means that if the experience is pleasurable, it's very likely to have a long-term positive outcome, and it technically fits absolutely with what we have seen in the Lior study in depressed patients. So now let's move towards the expedition. So why we want to go to the Amazon and why we want to study something with indigenous people. The reason is quite simple, as we believe that set and setting are crucial for the long-term effects of psychedelics. We have decided to study the effects from those who have the most experience, and those are indigenous people in the Amazon who have probably the longest ongoing tradition of ayahuasca use in measures of hundreds or thousands of years. So the main goal of our expedition was to study the acute and long-term effects of ayahuasca on mood and well-being and nature relatedness, and on underlying changes in brain activity. The start of our project dates already as back as to 2017. At that time, we started to communicate with Centro Taquevasi in Peru, near Tarapoto, as we had some friends working there. So we have decided to go there, so we traveled local public transportation, and we've met people in Taquevasi. We've presented our project and discussed with all people who were there, and finally we get to a situation where they didn't want to support our research. So we were searching further, and in 2018 at Psychedelic Science Conference I meet Eduardo Schenberg here on the right side, and he proposed me that he knows a Brazilian shaman from the Hunikui tribe called Yavabane, who is here on this picture, who is interested in some collaborative research. Eduardo had previously done research on ayahuasca, and it was just in 2018 when we flew to Rio Branco in order to meet all Hunikui people and discuss a possible collaboration. We have arranged together with Ninawa, who is a president of their federation, an assemblea where we have presented the project, discussed possible outcomes and benefits for Hunikui people, and the result was that they need more time, they need more communication. However, our initial idea how the project should look like was changed. We came to an assumption that not only the scientific study will be done, that there has to be also something that indigenous people will benefit from, and that is a documentary movie and a book, and that this should be a start of a long-term collaboration. Meanwhile, also our scientific activities evolved. We met a scientist, Tom Fraser, and he told us that it might be of interest to study not only one person's brain activity, but it would be interesting to study the brain activity of all people who are participating in the ceremony, and to measure something which is today called hyperscanning, or brain-to-brain interactions, something which we call interbrain connectivity. In order to strengthen the collaboration with Honikui people, we have decided to organize a conference or a big presentation for public, which was called Science Meets Tradition. And in 2018 we have invited Ninawa as the president of the FEPAC organization, the Association of Honikui People, to Prague. We invited Ninawa into our lab, where he participated on an EEG trial. He let record himself during the rapid administration, and also went into the MRI scanner. Probably as a coincidence, around the same time I've met on a conference in Brussels Italian psychologist and anthropologist Tania Re. During our discussions on psychedelics, she told me that she's frequently going to Moyantuyaku, and that she has a collaboration with Maestro Juan Flores, who is an Ashaninka leader who built this center. It was quite interesting meeting, and she said, well, it is theoretically possible that we might also start some collaboration with people in Moyantuyaku. So, in 2019, we were invited by Honikui people to come to Rio Branco to present our project to the whole Assemblea of Honikui people in order to get the approval. When we decided to go there, and we already started the communication with Tania, we have decided to travel to Rio Branco, and then after the Honikui Assemblea that we will move to Peru, to Pucallpa and to Centro Moyantuyaku to adjust the collaboration with Maestro Juan as well. As with indigenous people, everything is not very predictable. When we finally got the tickets and planned to arrive to Brazil, they told us that the date of the Honikui Assemblea has moved, and that it doesn't matter that we have a new plan, and that we will go with one of their leaders, Nashima, to a village on the Peruvian border, Brazilian-Peruvian border, which is called Santa Rosa do Purus, and that we will see the local life of people there, and that we will drink ayahuasca with them. So that was definitely a nice change, and with some flight cancellations and difficulties on the way, we finally traveled there and arrived there. This place where Honikui people from Santa Rosa do Purus, under the leadership of Nashima, who is here on the left side, are performing or doing ayahuasca ceremonies. On the right side is our crew, and on the left side, as we are scientists, we already brought the equipment with us in order to test it in these very special conditions with high temperature and humidity. After a successful participation at 2 ceremonies with ayahuasca with Honikui people and experiencing their amazing pe, we moved to Peru and traveled to Moyantuyaku, where we've met Maestro Juan Flores, who is here on this right photograph together with Tania Re. and again presented him our project and participated on one ayahuasca ceremony. Juan Flores was also open for adjusting a collaboration with us and showed us lots of things related to the medicinal plants that they are using in Centro Mayantuyacu. So we are scientists, therefore it's obvious that we bring our tools always with us. And as we participated on the ayahuasca sessions, we also decided to evaluate the altered states of consciousness scale, the one I spoke at the very beginning that describes the acute effects of psychedelics. And what is clearly seen on this graph is that there was again very little anxiety, but there was not that much of oceanic boundlessness, but there were quite some visual effects. So these are pooled sessions of all of us together throughout the whole journey. Shortly after we went back to Czech Republic and other countries, Hunikui had the Assemblea, and Eduardo Schenberg traveled there. He presented the project there. That was the biggest Hunikui Assemblea, and they approved our project collaboration with Hunikui. So this is probably for the first time ever that the whole tribe approved a scientific study in connection with Westerner scientists. And let's have a look on some data that we have collected there. We were trying to record our own EEG during the session with Hunikui. Unfortunately, the equipment failed because of overheating, so we do not have any data from there, but we succeeded to record EEG of myself during the session in Mayantuyacu. Here on the right side you can see myself wearing the EEG cap in Maloca during the ayahuasca ceremony, and on the left side we are explaining what is EEG about to Maestro Juan Flores. So what was my experience like? It was very interesting because for me at this particle session it was quite biphasic effect of ayahuasca. During the first part of the experience I was very disorganized. There was lots of but then after about 1 hour or hour and a half I get to where I was almost like a observer of visions, and ayahuasca was sending me messages or clear in terms of altered states of consciousness scale. The experience was mainly visual. There was not much other symptoms there except of insightfulness that was coming through these visions I had. We were recording EEG, and this is an example of an EEG waves, how they look like. On the left part of the EEG presentation we can see an EEG with eyes open, which is quite desynchronized. Here is a nice eyes blink. On the other hand, on the right side we see an EEG, typical EEG example with eyes, which is characteristic with so-called alpha rhythm, which are oscillations between 8 to 12 Hertz and typically present in the occipital region. It is known that the alpha rhythm appears when you are well relaxed, and that some people who are more anxious, let's say, have so-called beta rhythm with eyes closed, which is present here. So what ayahuasca did to my EEG? This is a map of the EEG activity, and the alpha band is here 8 to 12 Hertz. There's an alpha 1 and alpha 2 band. And what ayahuasca did during the first part of the experience, during the first 70 to 80 minutes, that my alpha activity, which I had with my eyes closed, was dramatically decreased. And this effect is something that we know also from all other psychedelics. They just simply decrease the alpha activity. But what happened later on, around after 80 to 90 minutes, was a complete opposite. The alpha activity increased in the faster part, in the alpha 2 activity. So during the first part my EEG was desynchronized. However, during the second part of recording, the EEG was hyper synchronized, and that's quite novel finding. I believe no one else have described it before, and it was very surprising to me. This is a different presentation of the same data. This is a spectrogram, and what we that this is what ayahuasca did during the first part of my session, where we can see the decrease of the alpha activity. The full color refers to baseline, so there was a decrease of the alpha activity and shift towards the beta activity, which in fact equals to the desynchronization of my EEG. But then later on at 90 minutes, it led to an increase or hypersynchronization of the alpha activity, to rebound of alpha activity. There was also a shift in the peak frequency for about 1 Hertz, which then returned back to my standard alpha activity, which is around 10 Hertz. What is also interesting here is that there was an activity. Delta activity is not normally present much in the EEG when we are awake, but is typically present when we are sleeping in a deep sleep. Relatively recently, our friend and colleague Chris Timmerman published a study on DMT, which is the main active component of ayahuasca, that the phenomenology of DMT effects is very similar to what we know about dreaming. And taken into account that during my ayahuasca experience, during the second half, I was clearly having visions, and I was still very affected by ayahuasca, I might speculate that this spectrogram might reflect something like lucid dreaming. Hard to say, and needs to be explored in the future. So I showed you some bits of what we did during the past years. We have also commented, or I have also commented on the fact that we agreed with many people that we will make a document on what we are doing together with them. And it's been maybe 2 years already. We have joined with one of the directors, Czech directors, David Čálek, with whom we started to collaborate. He will join us for the expeditions, and made some footage already. The documentary got a funding from the Czech Kinematographic Fund already, and there are negotiations also with HBO and possibly Netflix on presenting the document. So let me show you some short footage from our last trip to Brazil and Peru.
Dá para fazer o trabalho especial.
And also to let you know that you can do your work without any hurry, in the way that you need, with the time required, so that you can do a very special and great job. Thank our Nishipan.
Agradecer também a Rainha da Floresta.
To thank the Queen of the Forest.
E todas as forças da natureza.
and to thank all the forces of nature that they help us and guide us in this session tonight for love and understanding.
Surina vida hơi hơi Âu bữa tối này hơi hơi Dù bữa tối này hơi hơi Âu bữa tối này hơi hơi cái kia mới hơi hơi
Which lobe? Super synchronized, like, can you see I have no muscle artifacts there? So if there is something going on in gamma, it's not muscle. I can imagine because I felt relaxed as well, like completely at the end of the session. Yellow is alpha, yeah. But it's not centrally, so and it's not from it's occipitally. What does it mean?
Well, we got something. Good
Yeah.
showing.
Which lobe? Super synchronized, like, can you see I have no muscle artifacts there? So if there is something going on in gamma, it's not muscle. I can imagine because I felt relaxed as well, like completely at the end of the session. Yellow is alpha, yeah. But it's not centrally, so and it's not frontally again. The beta peak is occipitally. What does it mean?
Well, we got something. Good showing.
So finally, I'd like to thank to all people who are participating already on our study. There are obviously not everybody, but most important members of the expedition and the team. And I would like to thank you for your attention. And if you are interested and you can support us, we would be very happy. You can do it via bank transfer, or you can also support us via Bitcoin currency.
My name is Eduardo Schemberg. I'm a neuroscientist from Brazil. They are leaders from the Uniqueen people in the Amazon. And we brought them to see the neuroscience lab and how do we study the brain under the effect of ayahuasca and similar substances.
O seu cérebro monitorado.
Experiment je designem o tom, bychom přímo nahrávali EEG u účastníků původních vlastně rituálů, no, původních ceremonií.
Se nós acreditássemos 100% que isso não é bom, eu não estaria aqui nem o outro Uniqueen.
Ojos, mira, eso es eso.
Důvodem, proč vlastně psychedelika zkoumáme, je výzkum schizofrenie.
Massive rise in mental disorders. People, they lose
A ayahuasca, ela é capaz sim de curar a mente humana, de fazer essa limpeza.
My jsme se snažili tu místnost trošku přizpůsobit tomu, aby to prostředí bylo příjemné a trošku připomínalo to rituální prostředí.
Para harmonizar tudo isso, para chegar num entendimento, para juntar esses conhecimentos e beneficiar alguém.
We are hopeful that by putting these two systems of knowledge to work together, everybody can gain a lot.
Tomáš vždycky snil o něčem takovém, jako vyrazit do džungle vlastně k původnímu obyvatelstvu.
To support the psychedelic research in Czech Republic and also in the other countries of the Central and Eastern Europe. I entitled my talk as psilocybin and ketamine in the treatment of major depression and the existential distress in the palliative care. So today I'll focus on two subjects, depression or major depression, and the existential distress, which is quite typical in patients in suffering from the oncological disorders, typically in advanced stages. And I also talk about our studies, psilocybin and ketamine, two candidate drugs, both sharing the psychedelic effect or psychedelic properties. And both of them are the candidate drugs for the fast antidepressant effect, both in depression and existential distress. To support our research, we brought the CIRES, the Psychedelic Research Foundation, which is focused to support research at our institute and also other projects. The question is, what's our credit or how we are credited? So first, we are somehow credited by the tradition because our institute was quite famous in 60s when we began here, or our older colleagues began here with the psychedelic research, typically with LSD. And also at our institute during that time used to work Stan Grof, one of the famous person in the field of psychedelics. I think that we are also credited by the current situation because from 90s we run and the clinical research of the effect of psychedelic drugs. So we have a lot of experiments on rats and also on humans with different psychedelic drugs. We are fully equipped, and you can see here our lab when our research is conducted. Typically, this is the Faraday cage. So the EEG experiments are done here. Here is our 3 Tesla magnetic resonance for the magnetic resonance imaging of people who are intoxicated by psilocybin, ketamine, and other drugs. And here you can see our modern institute oriented on the neurobiology and research in this field in general. Our credit
Hi,
also stands
Jiri, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you trying to share your screen? We're not seeing.
You cannot see my screen?
No, you need to press share screen.
Aha, yes, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. It's better now? Sorry.
It's better, thank you.
It's better?
Oh, you can't see it? I'm sorry, Jiri, they can't see it still.
Yes, but it's shared. So. Yes, okay. Good?
Good, you done?
It's fine? Can you see it, please?
Yes, we can see it. You can continue.
Yeah, I can continue. So again, this is the introductory slide. We'll talk about depression and existential distress in oncological patients. And I'll show you the design of 2 studies. First is on psilocybin versus ketamine in oncological patients, and second is on major depression. For the purpose of our research, we have the Psychedelic Research Foundation, which is oriented to finance our research at our institute. And our credit is based on the tradition, so psychedelic research from 60s, with Stan Grof as the one of the most important person in this field. And he used to work in our institute before he moved to United States. Second, we are I think credited by the extensive psychedelic research. Here is the room which is the EEG Faraday cage, and when our experiments are typically conducted. And here is our 3 Tesla magnetic resonance, and here you can see also our institute, which is quite modern and oriented on the neurobiology and psychiatry in general, not only on the psychedelic research, of course. We published a lot of papers on ketamine, both in rats and in humans, and also on psilocybin. So these two drugs are typically studied in our institute. Here is one study which is of particular interest for the purpose of my talk today, because in this study we tested the oral ketamine, the oral form of ketamine, which is quite important when we want to compare ketamine with psilocybin in humans. So we have experienced this oral ketamine as well. The topic of my talk is the fact that psychedelics in general showed the fast antidepressant effect, and these drugs represent the very promising wave of treatment and the tool how to cope with the problem that standard antidepressants like Prozac and many others have the delayed onset. So if somebody suffers from depression and we prescribe antidepressants, the problem is that we can expect the clinical onset after several weeks, typically after 4 or 5 weeks. And that's the problem because it prolongs the suffering of people with depression, and we need some alternatives this fast antidepressant effect. The fast antidepressant effect was documented both in ketamine and also in the traditional psychedelics sharing the serotonergic properties. So in ketamine and psilocybin, dimethyltryptamine and other drugs, there is one common denominator at the neurobiological level, and it is represented by the neuroplasticity. The term neuroplasticity means that the synapses in brain which connect the neurons are growing very fastly. So these drugs induce the growth within hours, and that's quite promising, because the traditional antidepressants like Prozac and others also induce the same neuroplastic effect, but within weeks, not within hours. So that's the point. And this fact enables us to expect the very fast clinical effect. The clinical effect, the fast antidepressant clinical effect, was firstly documented in ketamine in 2000, and these fascinating findings, which was really epoch-breaking in the field of treatment of depression, was rapidly replicated by many studies, as showed at this slide. One of these studies shows is ours, this one, I think. Our information or the fast antidepressant effect is less documented in traditional psychedelics, specifically in modern studies. In the 60s, of course, the LSD was tested in depression with some results, but the methodology from studies from that time is not applicable for the modern standards. So now we have only one study with psilocybin performed at Imperial College by Robin Carter-Harris. And this open study documents also the very rapid antidepressant effect in psilocybin. But this effect is not still replicated, and it's waiting for replication, which is absolutely essential. When we compare the data or these two slides, we cannot say nothing about or anything about the intensity of the antidepressant effect, because these two drugs, psilocybin and ketamine, were not yet tested together head-to-head, were not yet compared. But what we can see here is the fact that the antidepressant effect of ketamine lasts only days, typically 4 to 7, so up to 1 week. We can expect the clinical effect. But in case of the Robin study, the psilocybin produced the effect which lasted for weeks up to 3 months. So it's possible to expect, or it's hypothesized, that the antidepressant effect of the traditional psychedelics like psilocybin will last longer than in ketamine. But it's still open question to be tested. Our previous contribution to this field is documented by several studies. For example, we found that ketamine produced the same neurobiological changes in brain detected by EEG as the same changes as standard antidepressants do within weeks. So ketamine ketamine performs it within minutes or hours. So that's quite important. The second contribution is this study, in which we found that the antidepressant effect of ketamine relates to the intensity of the psychomimetic effect during the intoxication. In other words, psychomimetic or psychedelic effect of ketamine during the ketamine infusion, the better treatment outcome. It's quite important finding because it says that the quality of intoxication and the character of intoxication really matters. Maybe the intoxication reflects the neuroplastic changes. So when people are intoxicated, the phenomena which they enjoyed are related to new synapses which move in the brain. This finding also indicates that setting that these two principal components of the psychedelic experience are important also for the antidepressant effect, and it also highlights the importance of quality psychotherapy, which is combined with, or which should be combined with the treatment of depression by ketamine and psychedelics in general. There are several studies on psilocybin in treatment-resistant depression, which are now registered or which are now ongoing. I think that the farthest one is the COMPASS study, which compares 3 doses of psilocybin. Our institute also participates on this study, and we also already enrolled the first patients. But when we look closer at the protocol of COMPASS study, we can see that the study compares in the parallel regime 3 doses of psilocybin, 25 milligrams, 10 milligrams, so high dose, the middle dose, and very, very low dose, 1 milligram of psilocybin. The low dose, 1 milligram of psilocybin, is in this study involved as the placebo. 1 milligram of psilocybin in healthy volunteers and depressive patients is very low, producing. And there are two possibilities. First is that 1 milligram does not produce any effect. So in this case, that's the problem, because the study is not effectively blinded, because the patients or the volunteers will be able to recognize that they are on inactive dose of psilocybin, on placebo, or 1 milligram of psilocybin will produce some psychedelic effect. I'm skeptical about this, and in this case, it's active dose and it's not placebo. So in this study, we identified, and others, 2 problems. The first problem is the fact that it's not effectively blinded. So the placebo problem, which is really the big problem in psychedelic research, because people are able to recognize that they are on psychedelics and not on placebo. So the study is not effectively blinded, the first problem. And the second problem is that there is not the active comparator. So the standard antidepressant, or in case of the research question, what's better, ketamine or psilocybin? Ketamine is missing here. So standard antidepressant or ketamine should be there involved, and it's not the case. So we identified several knowledge gaps and unsolved problems to be addressed. The first problem is that we do not know if psilocybin is better than ketamine or vice versa. So there were no head-to-head comparison comparisons on this question. These two drugs should be compared in terms of the intensity of antidepressant effect in the short-term horizon, and also in the long-term horizon in the duration. So is really the duration longer in psilocybin than in ketamine? We don't know. We have hypotheses, but without properly designed study, we can say almost anything about this. The second problem is the effective blinding or the placebo problem, which is the problem of psychedelic research in general. To address these two questions, we brought two solutions. So we designed two clinical controlled trials. Both of them are based on head-to-head comparison of these two very promising candidate drugs. What's important to be able to compare them is to have the same way of administration, the same drug form. So both ketamine and psilocybin we administer in the oral form. We found the correct dose of ketamine, which is possible to induce the effect, which is quite similar to the standard dose of intravenous ketamine, which is used classically in psychiatry from 2000. The second problem is the placebo, and our solution is based on mimicking the effect of both psilocybin and ketamine by the middle dose of midazolam. Midazolam is benzodiazepine, which is typically prescribed for insomnia, so for the sleep drug. It's a sleep drug, and it's insomnia. It works at the dose of 10 milligrams. If the dose is slightly lower, we use 5 milligrams of midazolam. The research subjects first can feel something, that something is happening with them. They feel to be slightly dizzy, and this effect lasts for 2 or 3 hours. So that's okay for the purpose of the study. So that's our solution of the second of the placebo problem. So we designed protocols of 2 studies. First of them is psilocybin versus ketamine in treatment-resistant depression. So the standard question, which is addressed by many studies. Now, this study will enroll 60 patients. And what's very important is that this study is already approved by the FDA equivalent in our republic. It's called Zuckel. So we have the official approval. So we can start now if the study was financed. So that's the problem and the purpose of my talk, of course. The second study compares psilocybin and ketamine in depression in cancer patients. So the second study addresses the quite important question related to the so-called existential distress, the typical depressive syndrome the cancer patients suffered from. I think that the existential distress or depression in oncological patients or palliative care in general is so important. The reason is that we have absolutely no treatment for these patients. Many oncological patients, almost 50%, suffered from depression, but the standard antidepressants are not effective in this indication. That's the problem. Or if they were effective, or if they are effective, the onset is delayed, is almost longer than in it's much more longer than in standard depression. So it's possible to expect that if there was some antidepressant effect, it's possible to expect it after 14 to 16 weeks, according the last meta-analysis. And this period of time is frequently too long for patients typically with advanced stages of cancer. So there are some data from 60s that LSD could be effective in existential distress or depression in cancer patients, but these studies are of poor quality, the methodological quality, and it's not possible to use them today to advocate this treatment. But from the recent time, we have 4 properly designed studies done by Peter Gasser, Griffith, and Ross, published, and which showed and clearly documented the effect of psilocybin, or in case of Peter Gasser studies, of LSD in these indications. These 4 studies brought 3 major findings which are absolutely essential for us. So these key findings are represented by the fact that psilocybin or LSD, in case of the small study by Peter, are effective. So they can effectively ameliorate the depressive symptoms in these patients. The response rate in the Oral Griffiths study was up to 80% after single dose. So it's fascinating effect. The second finding is that after this 1 or 2 doses of psilocybin, the effect lasts up to 6 months. So the effect is prolonged, and we can talk about the long-term effect of single dose. What's very interesting, and this long-term effect is mediated both. Probably both by the neurobiological effect on synapses, synaptogenesis, neuroplasticity, and also the psychological effect, of course. So, and the third important finding from this study is that the antidepressant effect, specifically in this indication, is mediated by induction of mystical domain of psychedelic experience. The mystical domain in the modern studies is measured by mystical experience questionnaire MEIQ, and the study by Ross showed that probably approximately 50% of anxiolytic and antidepressant effect of psilocybin is mediated by the MEC questionnaire score, or by the mystical domain or mystical dimension induced by the psilocybin. So not the visual hallucinations or illusions, synesthesias, and all these spectacular phenomena are so important for the antidepressant effect, by specifically the mystical domain. So both of these studies which we prepared, one of them is approved by FDA, shared the design. So the primary objective is to measure the rapid antidepressant effect measured by Matters scale. And the second objective, or the secondary objective, is to compare psilocybin and ketamine in the duration. So to measure the duration. In both of these studies, we have psilocybin in the dose of 20 milligrams. We think that this dose is slightly better because it's slightly lower than 25 milligrams in the concurrent COMPASS study. And the 20 milligram of psilocybin is compared with 200 of milligrams of ketamine administered perorally or orally. So 200 milligrams of ketamine has approximately the same, produces approximately the same psychotomimetic or psychedelic effect as 20 milligrams of psilocybin, and the effect is quite comparable with the standard intravenous dose of 0.5 milligrams applied within 13 intravenous studies. And these two drugs are compared with midazolam at the dose of 5 milligrams. So that's the way how we cope with the problem of blinding. The next improvement which we brings with this study is very detailedly described structured brief psychotherapy, which is designed to be quite practical and applicable not only at the psychiatric departments, psychiatric hospitals, but also at the departments of general hospitals and oncological departments, where the patients suffering from the oncological problems are typically treated with their oncological problem and with the concomitant depression as well. So this brief psychotherapy consists of 2 preparatory sessions during which the subjects are prepared for the effect. Their psychological needs are mapped in details, and they are also prepared for some challenging experiences and for the intoxication in general. Second, our protocol consists only of 1 intoxication when psilocybin, ketamine, or midazolam are administered perorally, and the last part of the psychotherapy consists of 3 integrative sessions in which the subjects are instructed to utilize the max which they obtained during the intoxication by psilocybin or ketamine or midazolam in case of placebo. Here is the chart of the study oriented on depression. Here are the inclusion criteria. It's not necessary to go through it in details, but they are clearly defined how the treatment resistant is defined. So we targeted the treatment resistant patients. Here are the inclusion and exclusion criteria for the cancer study. And for the purpose of my talk, that's important that we will involve patients suffering from cancer, different forms, and with comorbid depression defined according to ICD-10 criteria. And the cancer, and we are quite open for the staging of cancer. So we will enroll patients in advanced stages with poor prognosis, or with patients even with better prognosis, but if there is the comorbid depression present. So these criteria are very practical and are not very strict. So the comorbidity of depression and any oncological problem which is treated in the current period will be involved. But what's I think quite important on the design of our cancer study is the fact that if the patient will not respond at the time point for the main outcome defined or main objective, the primary objective defined as the amelioration of depression after 4 weeks from the initial intoxication, we will offer them the active treatment, even in the case that they were on placebo. So in case that our oncological patients were on placebo and they don't respond at the week 4, we will switch them to the active dose, psilocybin or ketamine. They will be randomized, second randomization. And if these patients had been on active treatment on placebo or ketamine and did not respond after 1 month, switch them to the second active drugs. So if they do not respond during the first month on psilocybin, we'll offer them ketamine and vice versa. So this protocol is designed to ensure that all these severely ill patients suffering from both depression and cancer will have the pretty good chance to profit from the participation of our study. Here is the table from for the cancer study, and I use it only to document that we'll measure not only the mothers, the Montgomery-Åsberg scale for depression, which defines the primary objective, but we also utilized many other scales which had been previously designed for the patients suffering from such learning disorders like cancer. So we will utilize the death and dying scale, demoralization scale.
Jiri,
To describe it.
this is Deborah speaking from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, if we could just wrap it up a little bit because we are on schedule at the moment.
Okay. So, what to do now? So you can support us if it's possible.
Jiri, it's okay. You can just finish up and then we'll carry on with the next speaker. Thank you so much.
If you want, you can support us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Cyrus and the amazing work being done in Prague. I am honoured to introduce Ronen Ayres from South Africa, who is part of the PsyTech family, to introduce Israel. Hi, Ronen.
Hey, Deb, thanks so much. Welcome, everybody.
Hi, Ronen. How are you?
Well, you must... Cool. So you must be thinking, why South Africa? So not only is it my home, more tight-knit community of PsyTechers out here in South Africa, but not only is it my home, it's the cradle of humankind, and it's the birthplace of humanity. And so not only is it my home, but this is our home of, you could say, our connected connection. And not only is it our home, but it's also the home of a very special octopus teacher. So not only have the earliest and oldest human fossils been found 45 minutes away from where I'm speaking right now, but really close by, the oldest psilocybin mushroom fossils have been found too. And so to understand why South Africa, well, psychedelics have been part of the African ritual culture for, you would say, from the beginning of time. And so not only has it been happening for the longest time, it's found its way into modern medicine too. So just last week, an assisted psychedelic therapy initiative was launched in South Africa, and it's called Patisa. This is a huge development for us because Patisa means, if you had to translate it from our local language, Patisa means assisting or working together. And really what this initiative is as psychedelics come into the mainstream medical industry locally, they aim to really guide and support local medical professionals to use psychedelics in a safe, affordable, culturally appropriate way. So the momentum is happening. Now, as much as I want to speak about South Africa, and I hope one day to not only invite, but welcome you, all of you, to come back to your roots and come really discover South Africa and do some deep psychedelic healing. I'm here to talk about another country. I'm here to speak about a country that has its roots and its place are steeped in history. So much so is that our oldest, call it wisdom traditions and ancient religions and traditions are found to be sourced in this country. This country is a home of chutzpah. This country is known as the startup nation. This country is playing a major role in shaping the future of the altered world through its use, through its research and use in medicinal psychedelics. This country is Israel. Now, Israel is not just seeing this as a global opportunity, both on an innovation and a business level. Psychedelics is close to home for Israel, because over 10% of the population are suffering from PTSD at some level. And Israel knows, according to ancient traditions, that the best way to heal the world is to heal yourself first. And so on that note, I really want to introduce you to one of the lights that are doing incredible work out there on the frontier. And I'd like to introduce you to Keren Tafati from MAPS Israel, who's going to really give us an update on the road ahead and the future of psychedelic assisted therapy through MAPS Israel. Over to you.
Here in Israel. Hi everyone, thank you so much, Ronan. We're here live in Israel. I have Tali Berman to my right. She's the Director of Operations for PsyTech. And I also have Bella Ben Gershon to my left, Director of Psychotrauma Department at the Israel Ministry of Health. And of course we have Keren Sarfati, co-founder of the Hakomi Institute of Israel, MAPS trainer and Director of Israel Projects and Collaborations. And we'll start with you, Keren. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. So I'm happy to share with you a little bit about the activity in Israel and the road ahead. But in order to learn more about the future and the road ahead, I want to tell you about the past and the history that started in 2009, having Dr. Rick Dublin, the founder of MAPS, having this meaningful intention to bring psychedelic research and trials to Israel and to the Middle East and to the land and to the people here. And eventually met Professor Moshe Kotler from Ber Yaakov. He was at the time the head of Ber Yaakov. And together they kind of went and created a project of having phase 2 of the MDMA-assisted psychotherapy for PTSD in Israel, in Ber Yaakov. So we were one site out of 5 in Switzerland and in the States and in Canada. And we started, and I joined as a therapist at the time. And we saw 10 clients, 10 participants here in Israel. And eventually, after the phase 2 was over, we, with excitement, discovered that 68% of the MDMA versus the placebo were not considered to be suffering anymore from PTSD a year after the treatment was over. So that's pretty remarkable results, and the FDA thought so too, and declared our study as a breakthrough study. And that opened the door for us in Israel to other studies and to collaboration with the mental health department in the Ministry of Health, having Bella Ben Gershon here, and together we created a collaborative project which offers the treatment, the MDMA-assisted psychotherapy treatment for 50 more people in 5 different hospitals in Israel, and Bella will tell you more about it. That was very exciting because we had 700 people in our waiting list asking to be part and to participate in the study, and we could not do that. We had 13 places. So we created this project that is going to be started, I think, in 2021. So that's a major project that is ahead of us. In order to train our therapists, we offered, and we're now in the process of getting approval for another research that is going to work with our therapists, and they are going to have the opportunity to experience MDMA and MDMA psychotherapy, so they can come well-trained to compassion use, treating 50 people. What else? So other than that, we have a beautiful trial starting with Dr. Edna Foa and Nitza Nakash, Dr. Nitza Nakash from Shiba, Tel HaShomer, and we're going to look at the integration of PE, prolonged exposure, which is a beautiful method for treating trauma, and MDMA-assisted psychotherapy. So I'm very excited and curious about the results, working again with the treatment-resistant PTSD. Yeah. What else can I tell you? Let's see. We are now, in those days, also starting a new project, a new trial with psilocybin, which is not a MAPS project, but it's supported by MAPS in Israel. And we're going to look at the effect and the safety of psilocybin-based psychotherapy for depression, treatment-resistant depression. And when I say treatment resistance, I mean that those patients tried everything for depression, so therapy and medication, and nothing helps, so they come and they will try that too. And this research was done in different ways in the States and in Europe, and in this project in Israel, which is going to be with Dr. Eran Arel in Ber Yaakov, we're going to look at the specific qualities of therapy and the characteristics of therapy, psychedelic therapy, in relationship to depression. What else? We're creating MAPS Israel those days, and we're just now creating a new non-profit, a local Israeli non-profit. Very, very excited about that, and hopeful that we can do more studies and more research in Israel and offer this very potential work with psychedelics, MDMA, psilocybin, more to people that are in great suffering. So that's what we do now, and we're going to have sometimes in the next few weeks, and to celebrate this big step for us. And when I'm looking to the future and thinking about what I want us to have here, so I think it's very important to continue and work with different diagnoses and disorders and people that are in really great suffering, and we can try and look and understand more about the potential of psychedelic work and psychedelic psychotherapy, so the integration of the psychotherapy with the substance, and see how can we help those different disorders. We're thinking about eating disorders, about addictions, about couples that one of them is suffering from PTSD, and more. Yeah, many different things. But we're also thinking about working with healthy people, and not only looking at diagnoses and pathologies, but also looking at just normal neurotic people that having just like everyday challenges, and see how psychedelic work can actually benefit them too. So things like just couple therapy, or just psychotherapy, like regular psychotherapy in context of psychedelics. And I think that's a very important, I would say, vision. So not only looking at psychedelics as a way to work with disorders and pathologies, but also starting to look at the potential of psychedelics for just healthy people, and not only about problems and difficulties and challenges, but also looking at us as human beings that can grow and manifest potential. So psychedelic work can offer us a way to look at consciousness. And really in psychology and psychiatry, we are not looking much from a clinical point of view about human consciousness. And there are so many great questions. What is it? What is the characteristics of human consciousness? And how can exploring our internal experience can help us and benefit us both as individuals, but also as maybe society. And just to add to that point, because it feels as if the field is very much focusing on the disorders and diagnosis, and I think that's a valid and maybe future direction to go.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing work that you're doing, and there were a few things I wanted to sign up for. I think you said healthy neurotic, so I'll take one of those. I'll take a marriage couple, and also there is some anxiety. So yeah, definitely. I wanted to ask you just very briefly about the screening process. You have to make this very difficult choice, having a limited amount of people.
Yeah.
What's the process? Is it fill in a survey? Is there something very, you know?
Yeah, it's a whole process. There is a lot of questionnaires and an interview, and we both have a physical screening, so people need to be in a specific kind of health, and some problems, physical problems, won't go well with MDMA or psilocybin, and also emotional and psychological screening to see that it's a good fit and they can actually benefit from the trial, from the psychotherapy.
Is there hope that there'll be another trial soon after? I mean, it's a bit sad to say no to all those other people that want.
Right, so that's why we have the compassion-based project, and hopefully it will get medicalized and legalized soon, and then we can offer it to around that. Yeah.
Amazing. I wish you luck with it.
Thank you.
Which I think now leads us over to Bella Ben-Gershon, who can continue answering questions about the direction we're going. Thanks, Bella.
Okay. I'm really glad to be here, and actually it's quite a strange feeling because, you know, a few years ago I couldn't even imagine to come here as a representative of Ministry of Health governmental organization and to talk about psychedelics. It's really a psychedelic experience for me right now. And I must tell you, you know, historically, a mental health community in Israel is very, you know, psychoanalytically oriented. I was psychoanalytically raised, you know, and as a community, usually we use psychodynamic approach and psychoanalytic approach. And it was great, and we looked, you know, kind of strange on the people who did not study these conventional approaches. And then I started to work with post-traumatic patients. And after many years that I worked in a public mental health clinic, I came to a Ministry of Health and started to became a director of post-traumatic unit for the citizens who suffered from PTSD because of the road accidents and because of the war and because of the exposure to terrorism and because of the sexual assaults. So many kinds of PTSD, and I found that psychodynamic approach and psychoanalytic approach were not so efficient with these patients. So we had, I called my lecture like evolution or revolution. It's both, because we started with psychodynamic and we finished with psychedelics today. And in the middle, we had a PE, and it was efficient with chronic patients, and we had SC, somatic experience, and we brought also EMDR. And at the end, we had many others. But still, for some patients who really suffered and nothing helped, they were treatment-resistant patients, we could not help them. And then Karen happened. Karen happened, and they brought us to this great movie that I really recommend to each one to see, and it was called Trip of Compassion. And we saw the patients who participated in the research in our psychiatric hospital, and they were actually cured. Not just got better, they cured. So I looked at this and I was like, oh my God, this is really like breaking through. And it must be really revolution in psychiatry. And on the other hand, it was, oh my God, you know, psychedelics in our hospitals, drugs, we are doing drugs, and it was like, no way. So the next step was to bring this topic to the General Director of Ministry of Health, and then they invited me, Karen and MAPS invited me to have my own experience and to go through the training and then to experience the MDMA. And you know, I'm really, really square person. Very square person. So this was
more.
This was really. I have also checked my for my caregivers. You know, they were like, "Okay, this person, you never took drugs, never." I said, "No." Oh, this is the first time in our life we see somebody who never tried drugs. But then when I experienced it, it was really. Then I really decided that I will push the thing, you know, to the ministry, and we will try to legalize the treatment because it's not taking drugs, we all know this. This is a psychotherapy that is assisted by MDMA, and what I saw, it was the first thing, that it was effective. Second, that it was time consuming, because I think this 8 hours of trip were equal to 8 years of psychoanalysis, something like that. And also it was safe, you know. You don't get addicted. It's not like a marijuana that you take all the time, day by day. You take it, the treatment course of 3 months, and you're finished. And so we made a big step, and we decided not just to finish the research with collaboration with MAPS. We also decided to make and have a compassion-based treatment for those who can't wait. You know, it takes time. It takes time to finish all the phases, first phase, second phase, third phase, and we will finish, and I'm sure it will be successful. But what about those people who can't wait? So it's only 50 people, and Karen, she mentions that there are 700 enrolled, okay? But this is a beginning, okay? This is a beginning, and when we get good results, we will start giving more patients will get this treatment. And I really hope that our vision is that it will be open access for many neurotic normal people and for autism probably, and we know that we have research in this field too, and other people who suffer too, not just post-traumatic stress disorder. Karen is running now psilocybin, and it's really great for chronic depression. And so we had a lot ahead, and expecting that the Ministry of Health will be maybe the first ministry in the world who will develop open access, controlled, safe, very safe, but for public, you know. This is it.
Can I ask a question?
Tali, go ahead.
Could you just define what you mean by open access? What does that actually mean?
Well, right now, open access is a compassion-based treatment. The next step, if everything goes fine, if the patients get treatment and they really get better or get cured, if the third phase of research will be finished with the results that we're expecting to, then we will bring it to the committee in the Ministry of Health, who will check it again with us, all the results, and decide in which cases we can give this treatment in mental health clinics with the mental health professionals. We should remember that it's a team project. We have a psychiatrist and a doctor who has to examine the patient to see that it's no contraindication for giving the MDMA, and not everyone can have it. And then we have a checkups during the treatment with the doctor. We take a blood pressure and the temperature, and we have to be really careful. But I hope that at the end, open access means that we can treat the patients in mental health clinics outside the psychiatric hospitals.
Right now, the project means that we're offering the treatment to 50 people even before it's actually legal. So it's compassion-based and not in a trial, it's not a research, and it's not yet legal, it's in between. And for us, it's also a way to prepare the clinics in the 5 hospitals and to train the therapists. So when it is legal, we can just start.
I forgot to tell that we already trained with a lot of help and with Karen and MAPS, 30 psychotherapists here in Israel. So when we start now compassion-based treatment, we already have psychotherapists who are ready to start.
Can I ask one other question? I have time for one more question. Okay. What kind of timeline do you imagine? So you're thinking about open access, the time where you'll be able to look at different people suffering from different kinds of issues and offering it outside of the hospital setting. Do you have a time in mind where you think that's practical, where that can be Or what you aspire to?
It depends on Corona first,
yeah.
you know.
Right.
It's really difficult to say. I would like to see that in 1 year we will be with the results from a compassion-based treatment. And if everything is okay, who knows, maybe in 2 years, if it's no Corona and no other bumps on the road, we can go there. But I want to be, you know, optimistic but careful.
We have to finish phase 3, which we do in many sites, 15 sites in Canada and the US, and 2 in Israel, in Sheba, Tel HaShomer, and Be'er Yaakov. And when we get the results of phase 3, which we're just in the middle of the trial right now, then we have to go through the FDA and the legalization of it, and then in Israel. So I think 2024, probably, something like that. And the open access before, of course. Like
open access before.
Yeah.
And has COVID halted that process? Has that gotten in the way of things moving?
COVID has gone in the way for everything, you know. Yes, of course. But still, we are moving forward because, you know, we continue our training for our mental health professionals, and we look, you know, we use Zoom as everyone else, and the Karen continue.
Yeah, we finished the first part of phase 3, and it was not affected so much from the COVID. We pretty much was done with it almost at the end, and we're now just opened last week the first psychedelic psychotherapy training program in Israel, which is going to be ended in another week of MAPS training, and it's all online for now. So we're trying, being creative and not letting the Corona stop us, but also being careful. Yeah.
Well, you know, we're grateful for all of the work that you guys are doing, because I know that's a large mountain to climb, getting through bureaucracy and making change, and hopefully it'll go forward with strength, especially now. We need it more than ever, really, don't we?
All right.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go over to Tali Berman, the Director of Operations for PsyTech, and she's going to be discussing the power of unraveling misconceptions through education, which is really where it starts. Thanks, Tali.
Thank you. Well, first of all, it's just such an honor to be on a panel with you women. You're really the trailblazers, and to be able to educate, we have what to educate because of all the work that you're doing, so just want to start by really thanking you. But yeah, so the power of unraveling misconceptions through education is what I want to focus on today. There's an incredible power to, when I say that, I mean to really reveal the ultimate truth of a matter. And this is true in psychedelics, and this is true in every field. And it's actually interesting that you brought up, Bella, just a moment ago about autism, because before I was the Director of Operations and Education at PsyTech, I was an autism specialist for over 20 years. And I want to demonstrate the power of unraveling misconceptions in that sector, and how I saw that directly impact people's lives, and then how that's true in the psychedelic sector as well. So one of the primary misconceptions I came across in the field of autism was this: a person's verbal communication skills directly reflected his or her comprehension skills. Meaning, a person at any age, if they had limited verbal skills, if they can speak in single words or even syllables, then the assumption was they had very limited ability to understand. And so this affected the way people interacted with, communicated with, and educated people with autism, which was insulting at best and really damaging at worst. Thank God, in the time that I was working with people with autism, myself and my colleagues really were able to see creative and alternative solutions to communication. And people began to communicate through typing or through pointing, and were able to express, I want to learn so much more than you're teaching me. I know to identify my body parts. I know how to match colors. I know the days of the week. I have a thirst to learn so much more. And that was groundbreaking. And then people can really teach people with autism in a different way, and we were able to learn cell division and puberty and philosophy and science, and so it completely impacted their lives. It impacted and changed the way we interacted with people with autism, the way we communicated with people. So I was really able to see how this misconception completely informed everything we did. And it became my life's mission to really shout that from the rooftops, that a person's verbal communication skills means absolutely nothing about their comprehension. Now, as the Director of Operations at PsyTech, I find myself again in a position of coming up against a real big misconception. And so I want to talk about what those misconceptions are here. So the misconception in the psychedelic sector, well, let's first discuss that psychedelics are Schedule I substances, which by very definition means that number one, they have no medical use, and number two, have a high potential for abuse with potentially severe psychological or physical dependence. However, as you all know, none of this is true. And the very unraveling of these misconceptions will change the way people perceive and access a new paradigm in mental health care. So before I share some of the data, sort of what I call the greatest hits of the data that just makes it so compelling, I want to share some statistics about why this is not only important, but it's urgent. Mental health disorders are one of the leading causes of disability in the world. 1 in 4 people will experience at least one mental health disorder in their lifetime. Globally, over 300 million people suffer from major depressive disorders, and 1/3 are resistant to treatment. About 35 million people struggle with substance use disorders. 6 to 9% of the population suffers from PTSD. And this is a fact that I still can't get over. In the US military, for example, more soldiers from the Iraq and Afghanistan wars have died from suicide than in combat. And this is before the global pandemic that we're currently facing. The rates of depression have tripled in the US since the start of the pandemic, which is one of the reasons I asked about how COVID's affected your study and your work, because in certain ways it's made it even more urgent. It's brought it to a head in a different way. But the truth is, psychedelic-assisted therapy has the potential, as you all know, to revolutionize mental health care. And the time for that shift is now. So I wanted to use this time to begin unraveling those misconceptions and share how the first misconception is that psychedelics have no medical use. So Karen, you're very familiar with these statistics. This is results of phase 2 trials of PTSD and MDMA. This is a graph that shows 82% of people who used MDMA-assisted psychotherapy showed significant improvements, and 56% no longer meeting diagnostic criteria, which is something that you had talked about in just a moment previously. To talk about addiction for a moment, this is a trial done by a team at New York University who did a trial with psilocybin and drinking. Heavy drinking days went from 35%, that's the red line at the bottom, down to 12%. And the blue line is drinking days at all. Days that participants drank at all went from 40 to 15%. It's a dramatic shift in drinking. Another addiction data I want to share with you is from Matt Johnson and Albert Garcia Ramu and their team at Johns Hopkins, who we're very honored to have presenting in the summit this year, did a study on the effects of psilocybin and smoking cessation. In a 6-month follow-up, 80% of the participants had quit. In a more recent follow-up, 60% remained smoke-free after 2.5 years. And compared to the 10 to 20% abstinence rate for typical nicotine replacement options, this is absolutely groundbreaking. This is results from a study done with Robin Carhart Harris and Professor David Nutt, again, 2 people we are very honored to have participate in our summit this year, who did a study on treatment-resistant depression and psilocybin. All participants showed some immediate improvements, and 8 of the 12, so 67%, achieved complete remission after 1 week. And after 3 months, 5 still were in remission. And this is actually a graph that Professor Nutt shared earlier in his presentation. So the first misconception I wanted to talk about today is the fact that psychedelics have no medical use. Right? All this data is really showing that not to be true. But then the addictive and dependent and abuse component is just as much a misconception. So this is a graph that Professor Nutt and his team had created on the safety profile of psychedelics. And as you see on the left-hand side, LSD, mushrooms are on the lowest scale of harm. The blue is harm to users, and the red is harm to others, which I think is an interesting way to rate substances anyway. You see all the way on the left, alcohol is the highest. You obviously have cocaine there. Tobacco is on the left-hand side too. Psychedelic substances are amongst the most safe substances compared to others. And the last one I wanted to show here is about the addictive profile of psychedelics. So again, I think what's so interesting about this one, you have caffeine right there in the middle. I mean, how many of us drink coffee or drink Coke Zero? Right? You get caffeine one way or another.
It's me.
And mescaline, LSD, psilocybin all have much lower addictive profiles than things like caffeine, certainly less than alcohol, cocaine, and tobacco. So these are two of the big misconceptions, that there's no medical use and that they cause abuse and have a high level for dependency. So I was honored to witness in the autism field that sharing the truth of the matter and unraveling misconceptions had a direct and lasting impact on people's lives, and still do. And here too, as this truth is being pushed to the forefront, people's lives are being impacted, and those suffering from very, very difficult to treat mental health conditions are experiencing peace for the first time in many years. And I know that you both have had firsthand experience of what that looks like. Our mission at PsyTech is to reverse the stigma through education, which is why we have our summits, which is why we have our webinars. And I want to use this opportunity to announce that we are launching for the first time our online course, The Fundamentals of Psychedelic Medicine. This is an online course for anyone who wants to investigate the science behind psychedelic medicine. Healthcare professionals, patients, advocates, we're really excited. We put a lot of time into this course, sharing the compelling data. The graphs that I shared in the data are just the greatest hits, best of that were taken right from our course. To learn more about our course, you can go to the expo at our PsyTech booth and go to the offers, and you'll see there if you enter in a code, PsyTech 2020, to get 20% off the course. We're really excited to contribute this course to the education in the psychedelic community. So I just want to end by saying thank you to all the researchers and the scientists and the institutions that support them, both in the summit and those that are cited in our course, to really being the trailblazers. And we just, as you said, may just go from strength to strength so that we can just continue to grow this field and give people access to those who need it the most.
Thanks, Tali. Thank you so much. I have to say, you know, the one good thing that's come out of COVID is people's ability to change. Everyone has turned their lives up, pivoted, changed, adapted. If we can do that under these circumstances, we can change this through education, through research, through fighting the health ministry in whatever angles. So I thank you, Tali, Karen, Bella, for being here today. It means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Lynn Marie Morsky and I am president of the Psychedelic Medicine Association, host of the Plant Medicine Podcast, and founder of plantmedicine.org. Thanks so much for joining me in a little chat about bridging the gap, incorporating psychedelic therapies into the mainstream medical model. Now, there's been a lot of due focus on getting psychedelics as FDA-approved medicines, and now that approval seems within reach, it's important that we focus on some of the next steps, which is how to get these medicines to the patients who need them and how to best ensure those patients' safety. Now, finding solutions to this is the mission of the Psychedelic Medicine Association. We want to educate those on the front lines of healthcare so as to create the best outcomes for our patients and work toward the solutions that enable equitable access to these medicines. So just a 5-second bio about my background. I am trained as a family medicine physician, and I worked at the VA for 9 years in the compensation and pension department. And I saw that the majority of my colleagues weren't even aware that psychedelic science that research was going on in this area, or that some therapies like ketamine were already available. And so I noticed that there was a need. And so what we're going to talk about today, for those who may not be in the medical industry, is I'm going to talk a little bit about how some current scenarios look as far as physicians and their education in this area, and where we need to go to be able to get these medicines to patients. So for some context, I'm going to give 4 examples of scenarios that could happen right now. We have ketamine that is widely available and legal right now, and the following scenarios may be happening. So the first scenario is a patient. We'll take this patient, let's say they have severe depression, something that we know ketamine is good at addressing. And if that patient says to his or her primary care doctor, and this could be a physician, this could be a PA, nurse practitioner, or their therapist. So I'll say doctor a lot of times, but I mean anybody who they first go to, because in most medical systems, the primary care doctor is the first person that a patient sees. So before they get to go to a psychiatrist, they generally have to go see their primary care doctor, and they may get referrals to other people. But often that family doctor or that internal medicine doctor is like the first point of contact. Sometimes maybe a counselor as well, if you go straight to a therapist, say, that you just find in the community. So if a patient goes and they say, I have severe depression, and the patient doesn't know about psychedelics, and the physician doesn't know about psychedelics, then that patient, who may have already tried and failed different medications or other types of therapy, they may not get any kind of psychedelic help. So for example, ketamine that's available now, because nobody in that encounter knew about psychedelic medicines. The second example is where that same patient goes in, says, I have really severe depression, and I've tried medication, I've tried therapy, none of those have worked. I would like to try ketamine. What do you think? And that physician may remember ketamine as from my own training back in the day. All we used it for was anesthetizing kids in the emergency room. And so they may think, you want ketamine for depression? That's not something I've heard of. And that you must have just misunderstood the science, because, you know, we go through a lot of training. So it's kind of hard to think, oh, there's something we completely missed about this medicine that we definitely have used before. So in that scenario, the physician, who is very often just working on the side of caution, because if they've never heard of a thing, it's hard to recommend it and feel safe about that recommendation. So they may say, oh, I don't know about that. I don't know that that's a great option. And so the patient still doesn't get the ketamine they need. Now, the third scenario is where the patient comes in, says they have severe depression, and the physician says, oh, ketamine is an option for you. They know about psychedelic science. But then they look it up, and the ketamine treatments are thousands of dollars, and the patient can't afford that. So at the end of the day, even though the physician knew about it and the patient was down with it, the patient still can't get the medicine they need. Now, just one final scenario from ketamine, and let's talk about, say, something like ibogaine. Imagine you've got a patient who goes into their primary care doctor and says, I'm considering doing ibogaine, I'm leaving the country, I'm going somewhere where it's legal, and I've checked out the place that's safe, and they've recommended I come here to you to get approval so that I can be medically cleared for this ibogaine treatment. Well, the doctor may say, okay, I've heard of ibogaine, this is all right, but if the doctor doesn't know that ibogaine is contraindicated in somebody with certain heart arrhythmias, and if that patient has those heart arrhythmias, they may be getting the psychedelic medicine that they desire and that they may need, but they're not getting it safely. And so those are 4 scenarios that all of which could be taking place right now. Ketamine is legal. People could currently be going to do ibogaine in different countries. And these highlight a lot of the gaps that need to be addressed before we can get these to be equitably accessible by all. So I'm going to break this down a little bit, challenge by challenge. We're going to start with the challenges on the clinician side. Challenge number 1 is that this is not covered in schools, okay? The whole area of psychedelic science being just restarted, think about anybody who has seen like the 70s and the 2000 teens. we were taught nothing about psychedelic science. We weren't even taught about endocannabinoids or cannabis as a medicine. And so it's something that doctors may not know that they don't know about. It's not that we were told psychedelic science exists, we're not teaching you about it. It just wasn't mentioned at all. And so there are a few ways that clinicians get our information. One is medical school or counseling school or nursing school. Another is continuing education courses. So every few years we have to re-credential and we have to take some continuing medical education courses. And those are a way that we can learn about a topic. And then the third way, being very honest, drugs come out, new drugs come out all the time. And very often we learn about them from the pharmaceutical company sending some sales reps or a commercial we see on TV, or maybe there's an article about it in a medical journal. Now think about psychedelic science. It's going to be a while before it makes it to the medical school curriculum. And so we have to look at those other options. And so we're very lucky to have some companies that are starting to make continuing education courses on psychedelics that clinicians can take for credit. So that's going to be very helpful. That's one way we definitely can get this education to the primary care providers. And another way is that it's going to be some time before somebody like USONA has representatives that can go out to doctors. But that is another way that will happen. So that's part of what the Psychedelic Medicine Association is doing, is that part of what we hope to provide is monthly scientific research summations so that doctors can keep abreast of it. Because even if you're doing a continuing medical education course, you may take that once a year or once every 2 years. But as you all know, psychedelic science is ramping up much more quickly than that. So we plan to send every month just what's the latest in psychedelic science and catch physicians and clinicians up on what's been going on. So number one challenge, lack of education. And by the way, this is where I have to throw in this little reminder, is please do not fault your providers for not knowing these things. It is very hard to know what you don't know that you don't know. And most doctors are very overworked and per our healthcare system have very little time to spend with patients. And hopefully as psychedelic science becomes more readily available, the whole system gets to evolve a little bit. But in the current system, your physician is probably doing the best they can, and they may not be trying to be closed-minded if they don't know about it. It's just something that your average doctor, if they're not exposed to this, just doesn't know about. So just take the time, if you can, to help turn them on to it and say, well, here, check out the Psychedelic Medicine Association if you'd like to learn more. There are other doctors out here. This is not a fringe thing. This is happening. So challenge number two is stigma. Most practitioners who are practicing today, either them or their parents were around for the initial psychedelic wave, and there was a lot of stigma that came with that, society, etc. Well, I'm not dissing dropping out of society, but it's also very good for a number of other things, as we've been learning. And so it's part of what we have to overcome, is that there's that base with that stigma, but it is still very real. And so it's one of the hurdles we have to address in getting these medicines out. Now, the third challenge here on the clinician side is, and this is, I'm speaking for the doctors and the primary care providers in the United States here, but there's a lot of fear of litigation. We have a very litigious society, malpractice suits all over the place. And so it has the effect of requiring doctors to practice more conservatively than they may want to because of this fear. So fear of litigation comes up in that if we have a subject brought to us that we don't know much about, it's discussing that subject. And so that's a perfect example is psychedelics, because if somebody comes to you and says, can I use psilocybin for my depression, and you have no idea what psilocybin is about, it's going to be really hard to say, oh yeah, I feel totally confident saying, yes, go to this practitioner. So that's one area where fear of litigation is an issue. And again, that one can be addressed by education. But then there's a second level, which is the fear of doctors about being cited for malpractice for talking about things that are not legal. So currently there are psychedelic options, as we know, in other countries, places that they are legal, but imagine an American doctor feeling safe talking about anything that resembles a recommendation that a patient go there when it's an illegal substance in the US. So that is another challenge that we have before us. So some solutions here, and by the way, these are all solutions in process. These are just questions that I like to bring up. By the way, I see my camera's just like kind of waving itself all over the place. Sorry about that. Hope you're not getting seasick. Maybe there's an earthquake here in Austin. But number one is we have to do the education that I was talking about earlier. And not to the point where we need doctors to become psychedelic specialists. Like, we're not expecting primary care doctors to stop practicing primary care and suddenly become a psychedelic assisted psychotherapist. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is the same level of knowledge that your average family medicine or internal medicine doctor has. Like, I was a family medicine trained doctor, and we were trained to know just a little bit about every area, but then if it goes past that little bit that we needed to know, we refer to specialists. And so I foresee that being the model that we will have when psychedelic medicine is more prevalent. I'm not going to be sitting with somebody for, well, first off, I don't see patients anymore, but people, my colleagues aren't necessarily going to be sitting with somebody in an MDMA therapy session for 8 hours. They're probably going to be referring out to that. So we just need to get to the level that primary care providers have, the education on psychedelics that they have on the other fields here. And another step is educating these primary care providers on the legalities, like how to legally and safely speak with patients about these medicines, some of which may be illegal. And also, when you're still not all the way up, ramped up to that level of knowledge, how do you have those conversations and keep yourself legally safe? Now, taking a look at the challenges on the patient side, the first one is that legally safe access. And this is where I'm going to have more questions than answers, and I'm just bringing these up for people to start to think about. But we've seen a number of models out there. There's efforts to decriminalize them. There's efforts to do legal medicalization. There's efforts to get FDA approval. But at the end of the day, getting these in some way where the patients are not going to suffer legally for using them is obviously key. But another issue, as I mentioned before in our scenarios, is that these aren't covered by health insurance. They're still going to be inaccessible to the majority of patients. And we do not want this to become another bastion of the wealthy and privileged only. So many people need these of them, are underserved, underprivileged, and have suffered a lot of trauma at the hands of the system that could then therefore continue to keep these medicines from them. So we need this to be much more accessible and therefore covered under some type of health insurance. So is it we talk to the current health insurances or we start our own? That is an area that needs to be addressed. And finally, there has to be no retribution from whomever is paying for these health insurance. So if it's a vet who gets VA insurance or it's somebody on Medicaid or Medicare, there can't be retribution for using these psychedelic medicines. All of those are going to prevent, if there's anything in that area that isn't addressed, it's going to prevent physicians from being able to have this conversation with their patients where the patient feels completely comfortable sharing their psychedelic use and the physician feels comfortable sharing what they know about psychedelics so the two can work together on a plan. So if you would like to join us in working toward solutions to these challenges, I invite you to come over to the Psychedelic Medicine Association. We have individual practitioners as members and then other key stakeholders in the industry that are working on these different pieces, and we all join together in this forum where we can discuss ideas and work towards these solutions together. So I wanted to thank PsyTech for inviting me to come and speak to you all, and if you're interested, please head over to psychedelicmedicineassociation.org to learn more. Thanks so much.
Hi, we are now crossing over to our hosts in Denver, Colorado, a hub for progressive policy change. In 2012, Colorado, along with Washington, became the first state to legalize the recreational use of cannabis. And in May of 2019, the city of Denver passed the historical Initiative 301, which decriminalized psilocybin mushrooms. Unlimited Science's founders were part of that campaign and birthed their psychedelic research non-profit in this great city. Their first priority is a prospective observational research registry utilizing the prestigious academic institute, Johns Hopkins. I will now hand this over to Del Jolly.
Hello, and thank you, PsyTech, for inviting Unlimited Sciences to share the stage with so many wonderful speakers. We're very excited today to talk to the community about our psilocybin research that we're doing with Johns Hopkins. And today, Dr. Albert Garcia Romeo, our principal investigator, will be sharing some of the data we've already collected over the last couple of months. I'm going to give a brief history of who Unlimited Sciences is, and then I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Albert Garcia Romeo. But to better understand where we're coming from and why we launched this study, it's best to know our history. So Unlimited Sciences is a psychedelic research and awareness nonprofit combining the power of data and lived experiences to serve the community, educate the public, and inform common sense practices and policies. Our co-founder, Heather Jackson, started The Realm of Caring, a cannabis nonprofit, in 2013. And she did that because her son, Zakai, had a rare form of pediatric epilepsy called Doza syndrome. And she was using cannabis to help with his seizures. And when Heather started, she was starting from zero. She had no place to go to understand how many milligrams should I be giving my son. And she founded The Realm of Caring with Charlotte Figge's mom of Charlotte's Web page. And their story aired on CNN with Dr. Sanjay Gupta. And I believe it kind of helped revolutionize medical marijuana, where people started to understand that this has potential to help human beings. And when that story aired, many people flooded to Colorado from around the world to treat their children. And they started to collect information at The Realm of Caring amongst these families on how are they using these THC and CBD to treat their cat. Just expanded. And so now the Realm of Caring serves just under 70,000 people who are wanting to understand how to use cannabis for various ailments. So you could call in, for instance, if you are diagnosed with multiple sclerosis and you don't know where to start, but you've heard cannabis is an option. They could call in and look at the data that they are collecting with Johns Hopkins. And it helps people not have to start at zero. Gives them an idea of what they're seeing within the population of folks that are reporting their cannabis use to the study that The Realm of Caring is doing. So ours is very similar in nature, just trying to get a better understanding how the community is using psilocybin. And we know that the community has a depth of knowledge that we've got to tap into. Clinical studies are very, very important and very rigorous. But these observational studies out in the quote unquote wild can help inform where clinical studies could go. And we're relying on the community to help support us. So if you'd like to know more information, please go to unlimitedsciences.org and follow us. And we've got a couple of big announcements that we'll be doing here really soon. So you can sign up for our newsletter for those. I'm very excited about the future of where we're going. And I'm going to turn it over to our principal investigator, Dr. Albert Garcia Romeo. Thank you, guys.
Sure. 1, 2, 3.
10, 9, 8.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In general, our survey studies can't capture that kind of information. And so this is a unique opportunity for us to provide new information about psilocybin that could be really valuable in our understanding of it.
And to have such a deep personal experience and to have that person feel that this is, let them check into themselves so deeply and to wrestle with some issues in their life, and they see this psychological value of undergoing this type of therapy.
I feel that it's important that Unlimited Sciences and JHU, our studies, capture this data.
You know, we've been interested in understanding what happens in those naturalistic settings when people, we're trying to characterize in this specific study prospectively what the kind of before and after of these types of experiences are for people.
If you're interested at all in the nature of the human mind, how could you not have an interest in what people are saying about psychedelics, especially in carefully conducted research?
If you don't have integration where you take it into your daily life, then it just becomes an experience.
Please join us.
Please go to unlimitedsciences.org to enroll in our study.
Thanks, Del. My name is Albert Garcia Romeo. I'm a scientist at the Johns Hopkins Center for Psychedelic and Consciousness Research. Today I'll be talking about psilocybin use in the real world, crowdsourcing psychedelic research. Currently, we find ourselves in the middle of a psychedelic renaissance. Since the 1970s, there's been a large decrease in the number of scientific studies published about psilocybin and other psychedelics like LSD. However, we've seen an uptick since the middle of the 1990s and 2000s, where more and more research has been focusing on psilocybin and other psychedelics. One of the major sites for this research has been at Johns Hopkins, where since 1999, more than 10 human lab studies have administered psilocybin to diverse populations. We've given more than 600 doses of psilocybin to over 300 participants since 2000, and our study team now includes over a dozen researchers, psychologists, psychiatrists, pharmacologists, neuroscientists, and clinicians. We also have colleagues working on psychedelic research at institutions around the world, including University of Zurich, Imperial College London, NYU, and so forth. Much of this work has been funded to date by nonprofit organizations such as the Heffter Research Institute and the Beckley Foundation, and the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. Last year, we were fortunate to open the Johns Hopkins Center for Psychedelic and Consciousness Research, thanks to the generous funding from donors such as the Stephen and Alexandra Cohen Foundation, Tim Ferriss, and his colleagues. And here's a photo from right around the time when we established the center, and our group has since grown, so we'll have to update this. But around the late 2018, we were approached by the folks at Unlimited Sciences, including Del, David Champion, and Heather Jackson. And they wanted to talk about starting a new online survey study. Crowdsourcing research using online studies is a great way to collect data from a large number of people relatively quickly and inexpensively compared to clinical or human lab studies. We know that lots of people are using psychedelics like psilocybin outside of these lab settings, and we feel like we can learn a lot from these experiences. These survey studies allow us to focus investigations on specific questions, like what are challenging psilocybin experiences like and what are their impact? What's the impact of psychedelic use on anxiety or depression? How does psychedelic use impact recovery from various addictions, and even stuff like DMT entity experiences? We published several of these types of cross-sectional surveys, including this survey of challenging psilocybin experiences, where almost 2,000 people told us about their most challenging or difficult psilocybin experience. We found a lot of important takeaways, but among them, about 11% did something during that experience that put themselves or others at risk of harm, and even some people ended up behaving in physically aggressive or violent ways. However, luckily, the majority of these people, about 84% of them, endorsed benefiting from the experience in the long term. Similarly, with my colleagues Alan Davis, Earth and Fire Arrowwood, Dr. Griffiths, and Matt Johnson, we recently published a survey of study of people who reduced their cannabis, opioid, and stimulant misuse after using psychedelics outside of the laboratory. We heard from over 400 people who said that they had had an experience using LSD or psilocybin, followed by a significant reduction in drug misuse. Some of the data there showed that whereas 96% of those people met a substance use disorder criteria before the psychedelic experience, only 27% met substance use disorder criteria afterwards, which suggests, in line with much other research, that psychedelics have a very prominent potential for addiction treatment. These online studies are limited, though, because it can be difficult or impossible to verify key factors like the truthfulness of responses or things like drug dose. Of course, there's also participant self-selection and other types of bias when people are doing these things retrospectively. That's a big thing to keep in mind when we're talking about cross-sectional studies like the ones I just talked about, which provide a snapshot of past events versus longitudinal studies that follow people over time and can be more like a series of before and after photos. Neither of these can really address causality, prevalence, or efficacy of psychedelics in a robust way which necessitate clinical or human lab studies, but they can provide important and useful data for further research. Towards that end, researchers have been working on building and designing survey and online studies that are longitudinal in design. This one was done by our colleagues at the Imperial College London, looking at when people use psychedelics, what outcomes do they report. This study followed people from 1 week before their psychedelic use to the day before a psychedelic experience. Then they tracked them the day after, 2 weeks, and up to 4 weeks after. And you can see we have a sample ranging from 654 to 212 people. And what they found in that study was that psychological well-being was increased 2 and 4 weeks after psychedelic use. Greater mystical effects had a positive effect on change in well-being, and baseline traits, so traits measured on the day, a week before psychedelic use, were strongly predictive of changes in well-being after the psychedelic experience. In line with that type of longitudinal design, we've decided to come up with a similar study where we would expand on those findings and enroll hopefully a larger number of people. We're doing that study in collaboration with Unlimited Sciences, who's a study sponsor, and we're currently enrolling participants who are 18 years or older, English speaking, and planning to use psilocybin sometime in the next few months. We need people who would be willing to fill out surveys, up to 6 surveys before and after psilocybin use. And you can find more information about the study here at the hopkinspsychedelic.org website or the Unlimited Sciences websites. We launched this study on August 21st, 2020, so it's been just about 2 months now since we started, and currently we have over 2,400 people enrolled and have collected data in the 2-week pre-session survey from 787 people. We also collect data on the session day itself when people are going to use psychedelics, or psilocybin rather, but right before they use, from 452 people. We collect data 1 to 3 days after psilocybin use, which we've now gotten from 362 people. And we have follow-up surveys about 2 weeks and 2 months after psilocybin use. And as you can see, we haven't gotten very far since not many people have made it here yet, but we have collected 2-week post-session survey data from about 212 people to date. I'm going to share now some of our preliminary findings, which we have not yet shown anyone, so this is exciting for us. But our basic demographics from the initial consent survey with 2,453 participants show a mean age of about 35 years old, mostly male population of 62%, mostly Caucasian population of 76%, and we'd really like to change that. So to the extent you're able, if you're a minority or person of color or any other LGBTQ or minority population, we'd really love to have your input and have you enrolled in the study. In terms of education, we have a fairly educated sample with many of them having bachelor's degree or at least some college, as well as a majority population in the United States. So about 74% of them are residing in the US currently. We had a mix of mental health conditions. So 31% of participants said they had a current anxiety disorder. About 26% said they had a current mood disorder. A smaller number, about 8%, had chronic pain. And about 34% of these participants said they had no mental health conditions currently. When probing about the reasons for psilocybin use, the number one answer at this point was self-exploration. So we had 45% of the population saying that that was their main reason for use. We also had about a quarter of participants saying they're using for mental health reasons. Data from our 2-week pre-session survey show that about 12% of the respondents were first-time psychedelic users. So this is exciting because we'll be able to actually track these people in a way that we haven't done before. And hopefully we'll have more of those folks signing up soon. The rest of the people who had prior experience with psilocybin or other psychedelics had an average number of lifetime psilocybin uses of about 15. The majority of the sample was also caffeine using regularly, about 74%. About half use cannabis regularly, about 56% of them. About a third were using alcohol regularly, 36%, and about a quarter used tobacco or nicotine regularly, about 23%. A small number, 7%, said they had no other drug use aside from psilocybin. And many of our participants were either full-time employed, about 50%, or part-time. So the day of the psilocybin use, but directly before ingesting any substance, we ask a few questions. We currently have 452 participants who have answered this survey. And at the moment, our mean reported dose is about 3.1 grams of psilocybin. We asked people if they set an intention, and about 74% of them said they had set the intention beforehand. This is an example of one of the participants' responses of their intention. My intention is to better understand how I can help the world, be productive, and to relieve day-to-day anxiety. We also had 33% report that a sitter will be present during the session. After the psilocybin session, we take another survey, which we've now had 362 responses for, and found out that of the people who filled it out, 44% did their journey alone, while another 30% did their psilocybin journey with friends who were also using psilocybin. Most of these sessions took place at home, so that's 70%, but we also had a good number that occurred outdoors in nature, about 21%. When asking the day after their journey how people felt about it, 50% rated as extremely positive, and only 3% rated it negative in any way. However, 4% of the participants who responded here did say they sought medical or psychological treatment either during or after the session. This is an example of some of the rich qualitative data that we're also getting as people provide us session narratives or short summaries of their experience. For instance, one person said their session included a flood of unpleasant emotions that have built up over the years, as I always try to bury them and put on my happy face. The emotional dam broke during my session and they all came pouring out. I felt sadness, depression, fear, anxiety, and more, all in rapid succession. When it was over, I felt emotional vulnerability that slowly gave way to calm and peace. This was possibly the most therapeutic session that I've ever had. So as you can see, we'll be getting a lot of data in addition to the numbers and percentages that I'm presenting now. At the 2-week post-survey, we now have 212 responses, and a summary of what we've found so far is that 32% rated their psilocybin experience as among the top 10 most meaningful life experiences. 36% rated it as among the top 10 most insightful life experiences, and about 15% rated it as among the top 10 most challenging or difficult life experiences that they've had. 90% considered the experience to create a positive change in well-being or life satisfaction. We also had smaller numbers of 8% who said no change in their life satisfaction or well-being, and 2% who cited negative changes. Most people, about 86%, reported no persisting negative effects, which is good news. However, we did get smaller numbers, about 6% who reported mood fluctuations, and 4% who reported depressive notions as well after their sessions. In terms of other changes that people reported, we had about 57% talking about improved relationships that they attributed to their psilocybin sessions, improvements in their career and work life in about 33% of them, and increased physical activity in about 33% of respondents. Importantly, 19% reported that there were no notable changes in behavior. Comparing data from before and after the psilocybin session, we took a look at some of the 2-week pre-session data and the 2-week post-session data to see if there were any changes in certain measures. We found statistically significant results in our preliminary data for all of these measures, including quality of life, physical health, and social function, where mean ratings went from good to very good, as well as improvements in mental health, relationships, and fatigue, where scores show a change in the right direction, but we're not quite good enough to reach this very good level. Similar with fatigue, which was rated as mild before and after, but with lower numbers. And with anxiety and depression ratings, we had the ratings improve from sometimes to rarely, and with burnout from sometimes to seldom. So you can see again that these are all statistically significant decreases or increases in a positive direction for a number of different health outcomes that we'll be continuing to track throughout the study. It's very important to note these findings are still preliminary. Anything that I'm mentioning today will look different tomorrow, and we'll be continuing to collect data through at least the end of next year. So if people are interested in signing up and providing data, we'd be happy to have them. And again, it's difficult or impossible to verify some of the factors that we're assessing here. And there's also, of course, a risk of bias. Nevertheless, our future directions with this work will be to start looking at teasing apart questions like, how do personality, set, and setting before the session impact the actual drug effects during the session? And how do the drug effects during the session also impact outcomes such as cognitive flexibility, emotional regulation, anxiety, depression, substance use, pain, and burnout? Also, what are the persisting effects of these experiences, and do they differ based on the person's personality or subjective drug effects? We'll be looking at outcomes there such as spiritual well-being, behavior change, relationships, health habits, and diet. We'll want to learn more about challenging experiences and experiences where people might be acting in risky ways so that we can try to help improve safety around psilocybin use. And all of this work will potentially serve as novel targets for more research. So to wrap up, I just would like to thank Unlimited Sciences and the team there who have helped us facilitate this work, design it, and build it out, especially Alex Edwards and Hillary Jackson, who have done a lot of the heavy lifting for the survey itself. If any of you have questions regarding this study or any of our work at Johns Hopkins Center for Psychedelic and Consciousness Research, you can contact me directly at my email, which is here at the bottom of the slide. Thanks very much for your attention, and thanks to the organizers of the PsyTech Summit. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit.
Hi, I'm Zappy, founder of the Mind Army social movement. We're fighting for the right to pursue happiness. And we believe it's everyone's inalienable right to go inside their own mind for answers and healing. This is a moment that if you're watching this PsyTech conference, that we have to, as a group, get radical. We have to become activists because we're many in numbers and we have the best product in the world. It really works for all of the things that are ailing society right now. There's suicide, addiction, depression. We call this the sad epidemics. And now we're coming out of a pandemic with PTSD that is skyrocketing. And we have the solution. So we're asking everybody to start getting radical here. These compounds were made illegal back in 1966 based on the fact that they needed to be studied for safety, which made sense at the time. But here we are 54 years later. Millions of people have taken these compounds, many with great benefit. I'm going to sit here and listen to anybody tell us that alcohol's good, tobacco's good, but somehow psilocybin mushrooms or iboga are somehow bad and they're illegal for anyone to take, even if you're facing suicide, addiction, or depression. First 100-day issue. And in that ad, I described how ketamine is being used effectively with veterans. I described how iboga is being used to treat that information, because the reality society and stand behind our products because they're the best in the world. So what can you do? Join the Mind Army social movement. Go to mindarmy.org and fill out the petition. We're asking the president, whether it's Donald Trump, Joe Biden, or someone else, to immediately make psychedelics legal to address the crisis that we're having with depression and addiction. So go there and be part of the cause. We intend to tell Donald Trump that if it's him, that he will win the Nobel Prize by making these available and really bringing down suicide rates. If it's Joe Biden, his son Hunter Biden had a drug and alcohol addiction, and we intend to tell him, since his son broke that using iboga, that if it's good enough, it's good enough for everybody else. And it's time for the president to write an executive order making these things legal right now. What the Mind Army is doing in order to address harm reduction is we're creating a task force, and we invite you to be part of it. That task force is going to come up with protocols that do harm reduction. We know that in there are psychedelic societies of people who have a lot of experience. And if it's legal and these people can come to the surface, then that means that we're going to be able to tap them. If somebody's having a bad experience somewhere in any city, that we're going to have people that can come help that person and help them to integrate it. We are also creating a microdosing handbook. The Mind Army microdosing handbook is going to show you basically, once this is legal, if you encounter some of these compounds, how to use them safely and slowly via microdosing. And this microdosing handbook has information from MAPS, Double Blind, Third Wave, and a lot of other really incredible experts in the space. So join the Mind Army. Let's get aggressive. Let's come up with ways that we can shake things up. I saw just the other day that a group went to Joe Biden's house and put a letter in his mailbox about using iboga that his son used and making that available to everybody. This is what we have to do right now. It's in our hands. We're in a crisis. If this was a sci-fi movie that we're living through, it's a really scary one. Everything's hitting at once. Suicide, addiction, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder. And our products, these psychedelics, are the cure that society needs. So get in here and fight for our right to pursue happiness and join us, because we will be victorious and it will happen soon.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shelby Hartman. I am Double Blind's co-founder and editor-in-chief.
I'm Madison Margolin, Double Blind's co-founder and managing editor.
We are here today to talk to you about the role of media in the psychedelic movement.
So a little bit about us. We met at Columbia after studying there. We had similar trajectories covering cannabis for a lot of the same publications like Rolling Stone or Vice, as well as psychedelics. And what we saw was that the psychedelic movement was following a similar path to the cannabis movement. And so we were sort of primed to understand where the psychedelic movement is leading, both in terms of grassroots policy changes and scientific research that is leading to FDA approval.
So we've identified three sort of categories of media that we feel like are covering the psychedelic movement and shaping the way that the American public perceives psychedelics. The first being sort of these psychedelic media outlets that are typically run by people within the space, anthropologists, policymakers, just veteran psychonauts, people who are really familiar with nuanced conversations happening at a conference like PsyTech. Obviously, there's a lot more than the ones mentioned here, but these outlets are typically followed by people who sort of self-identify as psychonauts or are also in the psychedelic field as professionals.
So there are other types of media also covering psychedelics. And so these are millennial-driven, digital-first outlets like Rolling Stone or Vice. Vice in particular, first-person psychedelic reported essay. So you can see this headline, "I ate psychedelic mushrooms to treat my postpartum depression." Really showing a different psychedelics in a different light. Right now, psychedelics are being treated not as drugs that are going to get you messed up and make you lose your mind, but they're being reframed by the media as medicines that are going to help you get well. In addition to the more alternative mainstream media like Vice, of course, you have mainstream national publications like CNN or the Washington Post also paying attention to psychedelics. Here, they don't necessarily have as nuanced coverage. More so, they're going to be covering psychedelics when something massive happens, such as when Denver decriminalized psilocybin mushrooms. And oftentimes, this is because the staff at these publications are staff reporters. They're not freelancers who are on the psychedelic beat, but they're people who are hired by these publications who maybe aren't as clued into the psychedelic space as possible, and also aren't necessarily following it as closely as a reporter who is constantly pitching publications like Vice or Rolling Stone or High Times or Symposia or something like that.
We've given a little bit of context as to some of the things that that we're up against as people who want the psychedelic movement to be covered with nuance. So here's some just like basic 101s for like the researchers and the change makers in the audience who are listening to this going, how do I get coverage? So first things first, make sure that you're pitching the right person. So if you can find an editor who is in the realm of drug policy, or even better, as a freelancer who is actually covering the psychedelic movement for an outlet like Vice or The Guardian or Playboy, that's the person that you want to pitch to. Again, secondly, might seem really obvious, but make sure that you write a really compelling subject line. I like to put the term timely : to really get the attention of the editor, because it doesn't really matter how great your email is if no one opens it. I mentioned this before, the importance of timeliness. Try and always make a compelling argument as to why your story or your pitch should be covered today, not yesterday, not 5 years from now. And so an example might be, let's say that you know, you want to talk about, you're publishing like a book on Bicycle Day, for example, and on Albert Hoffman's synthesis of LSD. Well, maybe you want to wait until Bicycle Day comes around so you can kind of attach it to the anniversary. Or maybe you want to talk about, you know, some nonprofit that's doing incredible work around sending veterans to the Amazon to drink ayahuasca for their trauma. Well, try and find some recent data or a study that has come out that has shown that like the currently available treatments on the market are failing a significant percentage of people who need help. Make sure to have some compelling images with your pitch. How many times Madison and I hear from researchers and scientists who send us blurry pictures of them standing on a podium or speaking in front of a PowerPoint. And we all know this to be true, but you gotta have a strong social media strategy in 2021, and that means like just learn the basic fundamental principles of like, you know, Instagram is an image-first platform, so you always want to make sure you have a really compelling image attached to your story. Whereas Facebook is more of a link sharing platform and a video sharing platform. So just learn your fundamentals of crafting a good social media strategy, so that when the editor's like, "Who is this person?" and they Google you, you come up and there's some compelling content attached to your name.
So if a journalist approaches you and they want to interview you for a story, here are some tips. First off, look up that person. Where have they been published before? Ask them if they can send you some articles that they've written already, just so you can get a feel for their work and also their familiarity with the topic. Number two, understand their limitations. So the journalist can only do so much. The editor is the one who writes the headline, who cuts down the story, who might change the angle. So you may interview with someone and you may think that the interview went in one direction, and then you read the story and you only had a line in the story from your 40-minute long interview, or the story comes out differently, and just understand that they are working with a team of people and it's not just that one person who interviewed you. Okay, so number 3 is the most important, which is on record versus on background versus off record. So on record, everything you say can be used. On background is the information can be used, but it cannot be attributed to you. So on record, they can say, so-and-so said this, whereas on background is such that you might tell someone, this is the case, but you didn't hear it from me, and go corroborate the information with somebody else. And then off record is never repeat this at all. Don't try to corroborate it. I am not associated with this information, but just you should know. It's very sensitive and very nuanced, and it's something that you really want to get straight with someone if you're dealing with a sensitive story. Number 4, know your rights. So you can't necessarily see the entire article before it gets published, but you can ask the reporter if you can review your quotes to check for accuracy before the story gets published, also just to make sure that the reporter contextualized them the right way and got your words right. Number 5, prepare sound bites. So in advance of your interview, you can ask the reporter, what questions are you going to ask me, or what topics will this cover, just so you can get prepared and have more succinct quotations before you start the interview. Number 6, send relevant materials, especially if you're a scientist or an academic. It's always helpful to read papers that have already been published about the subject that you're going to talk about, or other articles that you've been quoted in. And number 7, as a journalist myself, I want everyone's opinion because I want to be able to present a fair, accurate, and thorough story. If you don't want to interview with a journalist, that's okay, but just realize that your opinion isn't going to get represented. And we, especially at Double Blind, we're committed to see and being as thorough as possible in presenting the entire story. So keep that in mind when someone reaches out to you. It's because they value your opinion.
We've talked a little bit about where we are in journalism today, and where do we go from here, essentially, as people who care deeply about the psychedelic movement and want to see these plants destigmatized and want to raise awareness about how to use them safely and how to reduce harm. We also know that, the media sort of does give preferential treatment to certain kinds of stories. They really like to see large amounts of money attached to things and famous names attached to things. I don't want to diminish the incredible work that has been done, by MAPS, for example, in raising $30 million to get MDMA all the way through the FDA approval process. They've done such important work, but as we all know, there are lots and lots of other people in the psychedelic space doing important work too that deserve coverage. And so that's the first thing, is how do we really think outside of the box about the stakeholders within the psychedelic movement and who is really being affected by the sort of like commodification or growth of the quote unquote psychedelic industry. So for Matt at Double Blind, for Madison and I, that means making sure that we're talking about the experiences of queer folks, the experiences of people of color who have disproportionate rates of trauma in the United States, talking about sacred reciprocity and what it means to give back to Indigenous communities who have kind of stewarded the use of plant medicines for generations. Additionally, it's in just who we interview and who we hire. As we know, at psychedelic conferences and in the media, there has been sort of a disproportionate amount of sort of visibility given to white educated men within the psychedelic space. And there are a lot of amazing white educated men in the psychedelic space. So again, we don't want to diminish the work that any of them have done, but we do feel like it's our responsibility to make sure that other voices are given a platform as well. And then the last thing is, at a lot of media outlets, editors love to kind of fuel conflict because it's very sexy. And we know that particularly within the psychedelic movement, there are debates right now about the best models for overturning prohibition, whether it be decriminalization at the local level or sort of the FDA approved medical model. And Madison and I feel very passionately that we can kind of apply the psychedelic ethos of unity and oneness and compassion to ask questions and frame stories in such a way that encourages people on various sides of these debates to come together and to bridge divides rather than to continue to kind of drive a wedge between them.
So how can we actually use psychedelic values and psychedelic ethos to shape the future of journalism? So the illusion of objectivity, the idea that a journalist is without bias is a false pretense, especially if you're a beat reporter and you are covering the same topic day in and day out, and you're passionate about it, you're likely to develop an opinion about it, which is totally okay. But I think it's just necessary to put it out there. That doesn't mean that your reporting can't be fair and interviewing all sides of a story isn't a priority. It absolutely is. And so, we're dedicated to making sure, again, that we are as thorough and investigative as possible and being aware of our own biases so that we can rigorously report in a way that is that pushes against them even. So moving beyond the personal healing narrative, psychedelics are important not only because they allow individuals to heal from indications like PTSD, anxiety, depression, addiction, and so forth, but they also force us to ask, what does it mean to be well as individuals and as a society? So that's all part of the psychedelic integration process, whereby the values that you came to during your trip, you then act on afterward. So using psychedelics to have bigger prescient conversations. Again, we say that we use psychedelics as a jumping off point, not only to look at our own personal mental health, but collective health, environmental justice, social equity, spirituality, and so forth. And so really, psychedelics aren't just about the medicines themselves, but everything that they can make possible and enhance on account of the medicines.
How can we sort of apply the values that we come to when we're under the influence of a psychedelic to journalism itself? And I are devoted to kind of reinventing the way that content is created and thinking about how we can reintroduce introduce nuance into storytelling in 2021. And so the first thing is thinking really imaginatively about what cooperative publishing models look like. We don't need to publish the same story that someone else published because that's a waste of resources. Instead, how about, together we work on a story and then we put it out on both of our platforms, or we do a series together. This ties into greater questions around what it means to create innovative models for funding meaningful storytelling, business models that don't threaten the quality of the content itself. And we feel like if any media outlet and space is like positioned to do that, it's media outlets within the psychedelic space because we're having such intimate conversations now within the field in general around how we can fund meaningful work without sort of uprooting its integrity. So we just always like to end these conversations, these chats, with an open invitation to anyone who's listening and anyone who has any ideas about how we can work together to advance the psychedelic movement and maximize the reduction of suffering through these plants and fungi.
Thank you for listening. And you can contact us both. Here are our email addresses, and also Double Blind on social media is @doubleblindmag. And of course, our website, doubleblindmag.com.
Have a good one. Thanks for listening.
Bye.
Hi everyone, thanks again for tuning in to PsyTech Summit. We're about to start a beautiful panel of legacy leaders of this revolution that's been going on, and I want to pass this over to Karen Safati, who we to lead this beautiful panel. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. So I'm thrilled and honored to introduce Rick Dublin, the founder and executive producer of MAPS, and Michael Mithofer, the senior medical director for medical affairs, trainer and supervisor at MAPS Public Benefit Corporation, and Annie Mithofer, registered nurse, supervisor, trainer for MAPS Benefit cooperation. Hello, it's really nice to see you. Just to say, as we begin, hi, just to say that there are my friends and colleagues and mentors, and I'm thrilled to lead this panel together.
Yeah, we wish we could be joining you in Israel, but this is a lot easier.
Yes.
Not as much fun, but definitely easier.
Right, right. So welcome. And I will have many questions to ask you, and I hope we'll have enough time for all of them. And I want to start by asking you about what brought you to this work, to MDMA-assisted psychotherapy, and what called you from the very beginning? Why are you here?
What caused me to get really involved with MDMA research was taking MDMA. So I tried it in 1982, and I was initially very skeptical about it because I was used to the classic psychedelics and large doses of LSD or mescaline or other psychedelics, mushrooms, and I was used to this whole ego dissolution and this idea that for a period of time you're not really verbal, you're in a different approach to consciousness. And so I just thought, how powerful can a drug be? How useful could it be even? Where you can sit around in a circle and talk to a bunch of people, where you're more or less still yourself and present, in some ways in your normal frame of consciousness, but just you have a reduction of fear, an ability to speak at a more defenseless, honest, open way. But I diminished it. I like to say that I was stupid enough to underestimate it, but smart enough to buy some. And so when I tried it, I had just been for a month at Esalen with Stan Groff in a workshop, Stan and Christina Groff. And while there was a young woman that was part of our group, more or less my age, and I sat for her for an LSD trip. And there was nothing sexual going on with us, but we cared about each other a lot. And she gave me this sort of necklace as a present for sitting for her. And then when I came home with the MDMA and did it with my girlfriend, that could have been kind of a delicate discussion. Who's this other woman? What are you doing? Why'd she give you this present? And I just felt like we could talk about it in such a beautiful, open-hearted, loving manner that it was like a triumph over, jealousy and insecurities. And I just felt it was utterly profound. And then I felt that the love that we were expressing for each other, it felt like not a drug effect. It felt like it was releasing something that was in us already that we could now communicate better and clearer. And so that's what really led me to, I'd already been committed to psychedelics for other reasons, just because I felt that we need this unit of mystical experience. We need to feel our core connections with everybody as an antidote to genocide, antidote to racism and all of that. So I was already deeply committed to psychedelics, in large part from actually reading Stan Groff's Realms of the Human Unconscious observations from LSD research. But taking MDMA, it was like a whole different kind of a substance, and the experience was so useful and so profound that I felt that this was a new thing to research. And also when I learned about it, it was still being used in a quiet way, legally, under the codename Adam as a therapeutic drug, but it had already escaped into being under the name ecstasy. And this was now, again, 1982. It was Nancy Reagan, Ronald Reagan, escalation of the drug war. And I knew that MDMA was, the legal status of it was doomed. Eventually, it was going to be criminalized. And I felt like I woke up to LSD and the power of psychedelics in 1972, 71 and 72, after the backlash. And I felt now I'm finding out about MDMA before the backlash, which was an incredible opportunity. So to introduce it to people who wouldn't otherwise do an illegal drug, but might do something that was legal and then speak out when the time came on its behalf. And so that's all the factors that really got it. And then I'll just add that in 1984, I had an opportunity to sit for someone who was suicidal from terrible PTSD. And I saw how it was helpful tremendously for PTSD. So that's what committed me. And then in MAPS, we started in '86 after we sued the DEA to try to keep the therapeutic use of MDMA legal. The judge agreed with us and said it should be Schedule III, meaning available as a prescription medicine, but illegal for recreational use. The administrator of the DEA rejected that recommendation, and we won a couple times in the appeals courts. Eventually we lost. And so it seemed like the only way through was through the FDA, through science, through medicine. And that's where I started MAPS in '86 with the primary goal of trying to work with MDMA to make it into a medicine. And now here we are 34 years later.
That's beautiful.
We're still trying, but we're getting close. And actually this Friday, we're going to learn if the first of our 2 phase 3 studies was statistically significant. So that's going to be a massive turning point. We're hopeful, but we just don't know until we get the data.
Great, thank you, Rick. That's beautiful. Annie, Michael?
Up to you, Annie.
Yeah, thanks, Rick, and thanks, Karen. You know, I think what brought me and us to it was helping the patients that we were seeing in our private practice and that we were doing breathwork groups with. We were doing breathwork groups for 10 years with some people in the community and also some private patients, and just constantly looking for new ways of helping people. Breathwork was really a good way to help people, but it took maybe longer than MDMA. We weren't sure. So we were, on that path. And we had had our own experience with MDMA, with someone sitting for us individually and as a couple before it was made illegal. So we knew the power of it, and we were just, hoping that maybe we could do some research. I'll let Michael add.
Yeah, it really came out of the research for us both came out of clinical need, not, I actually had no interest in setting out to be a researcher 20 years ago when I set out to be a researcher. But, after, like Rick, being in college in the 60s, I'd had experiences with psychedelics and I thought they were very valuable. And then I kind of moved on. And as Annie said, then later we had experiences with MDMA and saw how powerful it was for communication and for helping just, look fearlessly at yourself. So it was, I actually switched from emergency medicine to psychiatry almost 40 years ago now because of reading Stan Grof's work. So Stan Grof is a huge influence on both of us also, as he was for Rick. So from the start of practicing psychiatry, we were oriented toward working with ways of shifting consciousness using non-drug ways like holotropic breath work for 10 years until we decided, it was really behooved us to look at these weren't being helped by other methods. So, that's when I had my first conversation with Rick. I've only been working on this for 20 years. And I was actually interested in studying all of the above. But when Rick and I had our first conversation, we quickly came to the agreement that there was something particularly about MDMA that could be particularly valuable for PTSD. So that's what that, and having no idea what I was getting into were the things that brought me here.
That's partially because I didn't know what I was getting into either.
Well, you said at the time you had a 5-year, $5 million plan for legalization, so that we're a little behind schedule, but we're making it.
Luckily, we all have a lot of stamina.
Right. And I imagine that, when you look back at the journey, which has been more than 20 years now, do you have any special moments that you remember that were specifically meaningful for you? Or another way to look at it is to think about milestones that personally and professionally are standing out for you?
It would be easier to name the moments that weren't so special because there's so many special ones.
That's funny. Well, I was going to name a moment that was special because of something, Michael, that you and Annie kind of decided to do together. And this was when we got permission for the very first MDMA PTSD study. And this was at the time where Michael was affiliated with the Medical University of South Carolina. And once we got the approval, it turned out that they didn't want to be involved with the study, the medical university. And so they told Michael that he would either need to quit the study or they would kick him out of his affiliation with the medical university. And so Michael said goodbye to the university. So that was a tremendous moment. I'll just say another moment was similar to this, was that, we had gotten FDA approval, and then we had gotten IRB approval from the Western IRB, which is the largest institutional review board for non-local studies, meaning for people that are not affiliated with institutions. Once we got kicked out of Medical University of South Carolina, we tried to do the study out of Michael and Annie's office. And that's okay, we had FDA approval. And so we got approval from the Western IRB, and I thought, this is great. Now we just go to the IRB, and they're gonna say yes. The DEA. The DEA will automatically, it just takes a while. It's a question of when, not if you have FDA and IRB approval. But then a month after we got the approval, the Western IRB sent us a message saying that they had revoked the approval and that they felt that we had lied to them and misled them about the risks of MDMA, and that they had had a board member that didn't like the fact they approved it. She contacted a couple of people, Una McCann, the NIDA-funded neurotoxicity researcher, and others. And so they felt that they were misled and they revoked their approval, which was heartbreaking for us to get. But then we went through this long negotiation of many, many months with them of getting experts, over 12 experts in different areas, to write letters to the IRB. And eventually the IRB said, it's not about the science. We're not going to approve this. And here's your money back, which is really rare for them to do that. And that was really disappointing. And then when you're rejected from one IRB, when you go to the next one, you have to tell them what happened with the one before. So you're sort of carrying this legacy of this IRB that said no, but at least they didn't say on the basis of science. It was on the basis of they didn't like this looking at MDMA. So we had to go through 7 different IRBs. All of them either refused to let us file, or they took it for a while, then they said they weren't going to approve it. So then I realized we could start our own IRB as an institution. So we, I did all the paperwork. I figured out MAPS could start its own IRB. And then I thought, well, that's if we could be authorized by somebody outside, that would be better. So I went one more time and I looked through the list of IRBs that were private IRBs. There were about 28 of them. And there was one that was in North Carolina. Michael and Annie were in Charleston, South Carolina, and its name was Copernicus. And I felt that if there's any IRB that's sensitive to science and religion, blocking research, this would be the one willing to listen to us. And in the end, they did, and they ended up approving the study. So that was one of the tremendous moments for me.
Well, related to that, Rick, it's reminding me of the moment when you called us when we were on vacation to tell us that George Riccardi's paper claiming dopamine toxicity had been retracted because it wasn't MDMA at all. And that was the thing that was really influencing the IRB. So that moment when you said the paper's been retracted, I'll never forget that call. That was a long time ago now, but it's very vivid in my memory.
Yeah, that was great.
For me, the memory Rick had about the medical university was a very hard memory for me. But a really good memory was just our first participant. And, she'd had lots of struggles and years of PTSD. And she said she would go to Tibet. She would do anything. She would go to Tibet. She didn't think she would ever take a psychedelic, and about an hour into her session, this is our very first person, we're not sure if we're going to get placebo or MDMA. She takes her eye shades off and says, I guess I'm not going to have to go to Tibet. And she had a little smile on her face. And I mean, that just was such an an incredible moment that, oh my gosh, here's this person. And, you know, just like I felt like the medicine was there giving us hope too, you know, that we could trust the medicine, trust the study.
Yeah, that was an amazing moment. We looked at each other because it was reassuring us as much as it was her.
Yeah.
And also, to this day, I think this is one of the most fascinating aspects of MDMA that we don't really understand yet. How did she know? From, you know, she said, I've tried everything. I've done a lot of therapy. I've taken all these medicines. Nothing has helped. That's the only reason I'm even willing to consider anything like this. And within 1 hour, she knew that she could heal. And she still had to heal. That was not the end of the story by any means. She went on to have challenging, difficult processing of trauma. That was all to come. But somehow in that moment, and you could say, well, she was affected by drugs, so she had this rose-colored glasses or something. But in fact, she was perceiving the truth in that moment. It wasn't rose-colored glasses. She had coal-colored or, you know, dirty glasses or something before, because she was convinced that she couldn't get better. She felt hopeless. So she ascertained, she apprehended the actual truth of the matter immediately. And so it wasn't just a drug distortion. It was the medicine helping her access an actual accurate perspective. And then she had to go on and you know, actualize that through a lot of hard work and struggle. But I think that's something very remarkable about this medicine.
Wow, that's fantastic. You also brought to mind another story with this same participant. So Copernicus IRB that approved the study, they were still nervous about it. And so they said that we had to buy a $1 million insurance policy to indemnify the IRB in case any of the patients sued the IRB for approving the study. So we ended up spending about $50,000 on insurance, but they were very worried about you know, patients suing them. So, you know, when you're running a study as the sponsor, I don't get to know who the patients are. That's all privacy, that's all protected. So after this first participant had completed her treatment, she sent me an email. And she said she'd found out who I was and she was the first participant and she wanted to talk. And I was like terrified. Oh my God, this is the first participant. Now she's going to be suing, you know, MAPS and suing, you know, I didn't know what, because I hadn't heard these stories at the time about it. So when I opened up the email, she was like, I just want to thank you. This has been so great. I feel much better. That was like a transition moment for me.
You know,
and just one more, Karen. Can I add just a bookend to what Rick told about the Medical University of South Carolina back in 2000? When was it?
Yeah, around
2003 or 2 or 1, 2001. Last year, I got an email from the Medical University saying, this may come as a surprise coming from us, but we would like to start a state-of-the-art psychedelic research, treatment, and training center. Would you be willing to help us? So that shows a little indicator of how things have changed.
Right. It's
now,
nice.
And the Western IRB, just to add to this, the Western IRB ended up buying Copernicus IRB. I got invited to give a talk to the Western IRB's annual conference where they have people from all over the country from their different IRB panels. And they told me that I could share the story of how they had initially approved and then rejected the protocol, and how I could add an appeal for people to, in these IRB panels, to focus on the science and try to let the politics go by. So even the Western IRB has now reformed as well.
You know, you talk and it's very clear how the bureaucracy and all the bad reputation of psychedelics is present or was present, but also how the spirit of the medicine itself, the empathy, the love, the connection it brings is very alive, you know, when you describe the work with the client, and how it's actually meeting the spirit of the person. Like it's together, it's working together. I also wanted to ask you about the challenges, like if you look back, or even in the present, you know, in this present time, What do you find to be most challenging, and how do you deal with it? I'm thinking if somebody new is coming to a psychedelic drug development field, what would be your advice around the challenges and how to be prepared for that?
We have lots of inpatients and lots of patients at the same time.
Yeah. I think for us, I'd say the challenges are twofold right now. Over the history of MAPS, in 34 years, we've raised over $100 million in donations, which is absolutely astonishing. But we need to raise another 30 million more to take MDMA to Europe and around the world. And I think that the challenges have been a lot fundraising. Fundraising has been a rate limiting factor. We couldn't go too fast because in phase 2, you need to learn a lot of different things. We could have maybe had more parallel studies at the same time if we had more money, but we didn't. So I think fundraising now is a challenge now that there's also a lot of for-profit companies which have good access to capital. And so we have to demonstrate to the donors why nonprofit drug development is different and better, and why they should give away their money rather than invest it, and how investing would change things in terms of the incentives and how we want to share the information openly, work on drug policy reform so people can sort of heal themselves where possible or with peer support. So I think fundraising is a big challenge. The other thing is the challenge of success, of things getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Now we're like 100 people. It used to be, very few people, and we were all communicating with each other, and it was very easy and simple, and we could act very quickly. And now we have bureaucracy and layers of management. Things get more conservative in some ways, and we get more removed from the actual healings that people are doing. So that's a little bit challenging. But also I think the FDA has become more challenging recently, and that's because I think they realize that we might and are actually probably likely to succeed, and that the psilocybin people are coming along as well. And so we see a certain kind of conservatism at the FDA, where they're wanting to protect their institution, they're wanting to protect their reputations, and they're trying to impose things that look rigorous and look good but don't make sense. So for example, they want the lead of our 2-person teams, which we have. FDA has sort of switched now to saying that they want the lead person to be an MD or a PhD rather than just a licensed therapist. So we're arguing that out with the FDA. I think we're going to prevail because we have the data. FDA is just coming from a position of trying to be protective. So I think that's something I advise people to be careful of, is that the regulatory agencies, once it's early on and they think you've got very little chance of succeeding, they may actually be more open and realistic. And then once it comes to this point, and it'll accelerate a lot if our first phase 3 study was statistically significant, because that means our second phase 3 study is likely to be significant, and we're on a pretty good track to make it into a medicine. So I think dealing with the final stages and where the FDA is now looking at bureaucratic protectionism rather than basing decisions on the science and the data, that's another challenge.
Yeah. Anything else to add, Michael? Any?
Well, I think what Rick said about growing, and it also is going to be a huge thing when we do get it approval, to grow in the training department, train more therapists, supervise more teams, and just going from being, well, we have 6 trainers, including you and Ido in Israel, but really moving on to having more trainers and more teams to do, more people to do supervision is another big, I feel like a big challenge.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And looking to the future, what do you think about how psychedelics are likely to be regulated as prescription medication?
All right, well, that's an easy question, actually, because we've already been negotiating with FDA in kind of early preliminary ways about this. So the FDA has a program called REMS, which stands for Risk Evaluation and Mitigation Strategies. And that's where they can apply kind of custom regulations to the particular drug and the particular patient population that is being approved in. And so I think the key thing to say is that MDMA is not the treatment, that's the treatment, and the MDMA helps the therapy be more effective. So therefore, once it's approved as a medicine, it's only going to be delivered by people that have been through the sponsor's training program or training programs that we authorize, like Karen, what you and Ito, may be doing in Israel. And so, in addition, because it's the therapy, not the drug, a diversion perspective, in contrast to medical marijuana, where people get supervision. And I think that's the key aspect of how it'll be regulated going forward.
So that takes me to the next question around this issue. How do you see the interaction between drug development research and the drug policy reform?
That's a good one for you too, Rick.
Okay. Yes, I was waiting to give you a chance, but I will take that one too. I think that they're mutually reinforcing. I think that most of the researchers don't see that. They're worried that, and I think that this is becoming less so, but in the past there was a worry that as we research, if the research was used to argue for drug policy reform, that might cause the DEA or the FDA to try to stop the research if they didn't like these drug policy reform maneuvers or efforts. But I don't think that has happened at all, that we haven't seen that. And actually what we see is that the FDA really wants to see the research move forward. And what happens in drug policy reform is independent. In America, in just a few days, a week from today, in addition to the election for the president, there's going to be a lot of state elections, of course, and in Oregon, there's the Oregon Psilocybin Initiative, which is an effort to create a state program where they will authorize certain guides, they don't always have to be therapists, to provide psilocybin to people in the state without any kind of violation of state law. They'll still violate federal law, and that they are going to be able to treat not just people that have a medical condition, but people that want personal growth, healthy people, for various kind of all sorts of issues that they might want to address with psilocybin. And so the FDA has expressed to George Goldsmith, who is the founder of Compass, that they were worried about the Oregon Psilocybin Initiative. But the reason that they were worried is that they thought that if it passes, it might reduce interest in sponsors going through the FDA. If you can just do this on a state-by-state basis, and they sort of alluded to medical marijuana, which has been approved in Israel, also in the US and many countries without the research. But it doesn't get covered by insurance that way. And what we see is that the sponsors, like MAPS, like Compass, like USONA, are as or more interested in going through the FDA than ever before. We're not going to stop because drug policy reform is taking place. And in fact, we do really think from an equity point of view, we need to go through the FDA. A lot of people wouldn't do these things unless it's approved by the FDA, but also that's the way to get insurance coverage. So I think it's a fundamental violation of people's human rights that these drugs are illegal. People should have the right to explore their consciousness, particularly psychedelics that have been used for thousands of years for personal growth and religious and spiritual inspiration. And we need a dual track One is the medicalization, which changes people's minds, which then reinforces the legalization. And then the drug policy reform makes it so that the progress that we make in research isn't threatening the status quo so much, because the reason that psychedelics have been blocked in the 70s and the 80s and much of the 90s all over the world was the fear that good news about psychedelics would challenge the propaganda of the drug war. So the more that you work to diminish the propaganda of the drug war or the enthusiasm for mass incarceration and the use of the criminal justice system, the more that you see those changes, then the easier it is for regulatory agencies to move forward with medicalization, because, as I say, it doesn't sort of challenge the dominant narrative. So I think that we really need this dual track. And I think our nonprofit drug development approach permits us to be about the only organization in the field that is trying to do drug development that also endorses drug policy reform, because that will take a whole bunch of potential patients or clients, you could say, out of buying it as a medicine and buying it in some other way from other people, other providers. But because we're a nonprofit, we're in favor of that.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going back to the actual work with the clients and with the participants, and the focus of the research. The focus of the research now is really with PTSD, and we're looking at specific diagnoses. And I'm also curious about other implications and lessons for psychiatry and for psychology that go beyond the specific diagnosis. If you have any thoughts about extension of the learning from the research.
It's my favorite topic, along with
I know.
why the first person, I guess, Karen, along with the first participant knowing seeing that she could get better. It's related to that, because I think what really fascinates me, along with a lot of the rest of it, is, it's really important that we're doing rigorous controlled trials focused on a diagnosis. That's really important. And as we get data about primarily PTSD, also MAPS has done studies with social anxiety and end-of-life anxiety, that kind of thing. So a few things, but we're mostly focused on these few diagnoses, especially PTSD. But as we get that very promising data, we also get these other signals about what's happening, including decreases in depression scores and improved sleep, other things like that. And at the same time, we're getting signals about this process that goes far beyond just reducing the PTSD symptoms, is what people are describing and what we're measuring in some ways. So I think that's something not to be ignored, because there's a danger of being reductionist in trying to explain MDMA completely according to ideas we already have about what helps with PTSD, like prolonged exposure and cognitive processing and all these things that we've recognized with other therapies. Those are important aspects of it, but so much more is going on that it has the potential to teach us a much broader view of what psychological healing is. So not only looking at other indications, but looking at the bigger picture of how deep and interesting and rich this process is when we use these medicines in a way that doesn't try to direct the process too much. And so, it's interesting because in psychiatry, it's very, very common. It's the usual. Basically, there are only a few classes of medicines, and most of them are used for a very wide range of diagnoses. So, but in the case of existing psychopharmacology, I think that is a reflection of the weakness of the treatments. They aren't really getting at the basic cause, and these symptoms cross these diagnostic lines. So the fact that you use one class of medicines for so many different things in psychiatry, again, is a sign of the limitations of those drugs, I think. But in the case of MDMA, I think it's a sign of the strength of this kind of drug, the fact that it's catalyzing this process that goes beyond what we understand now, but is clearly effective, at least in our phase 2 data, for helping these diagnoses, but a lot more is happening. And that, I think, that's the really exciting part, that we're going to learn more and more about that. And it's also interesting looking at how the neuroscience can support some of this, because, you know, there's neuroscience that supports some of our ideas about prolonged exposure and processing trauma with decreased activity in amygdala, increased activity in prefrontal cortex. You know, some of that science supports what we see in terms of that kind of thinking about what treats PTSD. But there's also this interesting stuff about, you know, Robin Carhart Harris's idea of relaxed beliefs under psychedelics. So there, you know, what he's learning with his imaging studies fits really well with the idea that there's something much more going on. It's somehow opening up people to a whole new possibilities of ways to respond in many more ways than just processing trauma. So I think that's what's, you know, I think these medicines have the potential to really change and perhaps breathe new life into psychiatry and reuniting psychiatry and psychotherapy. And so I think that part is really exciting.
Michael, you're really talking about expanding the view of what's happening in a very deep way beyond pathology. So it's almost like seeing the person and the inner experience and the self as bigger than the wounds, and having much more mysterious information that is still to be discovered. But what therapist can come with this approach? So I'm taking us to whole approach, huh?
Elaborate, but the easy comment is just about whether the therapists need their own experience with these drugs. And I don't think that they do, but I think that if they have these experiences, it will make them a lot more effective. So I don't think it's essential, but I think it's extremely helpful. You know, you wouldn't go to a massage therapist that's never had a massage. You wouldn't go to a yoga teacher that's never done yoga. You wouldn't go to a meditation teacher that never meditated. And so why should you go to a psychedelic therapist that's never done a psychedelic? Or, you know, the psychoanalysts need to go through their own psychoanalysis process as the patient. So we have a protocol from FDA for 120 people. We've treated about 90 therapists where they can get MDMA in a scientific study, and they've said how tremendously helpful it is. I think the psilocybin training programs don't include a protocol to give psilocybin to their therapists. But I just was contacted in Canada. They've got some approval for compassionate use of psilocybin for people that have cancer. And they're wondering about how do they train enough therapists to do this. And they're thinking about whether they can just skip giving them the psilocybin. And they just contacted Stan Grof. His message this morning was about how in Spring Grove and in the Czech Republic, where he did his early work with LSD, Spring Grove was in Maryland, they came to the United States, that they had protocols, not just for the therapists, but for the nurses in the ward, for even if they weren't during therapy, they all were encouraged to try LSD. So I think this, the expense and the regulatory challenges of trying to figure out a way to do this are stuff that we have to address, but that I think the training should offer, ideally, therapists the opportunity to be their own patient in a therapeutic setting and absorb exactly how the therapy is done in that way. And that's one of the best training tools that we have.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. Yeah, well, I think going through your own work, Rick just mentioned that. And for me, going through the holotropic breathwork training was really my training in holding space, being there when people were in deep processes, and just, you know, not doing, being there, holding the space, and not being triggered by a big process that people are having. We found that people who have gone through our training that are therapists have said even going through our training and not getting MDMA has changed the way they see themselves with their clients when they go back to work. So watching us sit with people and hold the space for them to have this healing process, and how we have loving kindness, non-judgmental approaches, guided by the inner healer. So we're not guiding the therapy. Just watching our videos and going to our training changes people when they go back to work. So do you want to add stuff, Michael?
Yeah, I think you alluded, Karen, there are kind of two parts. One is what are the kind of traits of the therapist, and what is the training that are necessary. And Rick and Annie have talked about the importance of the capacity to be present in a way that I think requires having done your own inner work deeply. And the question about training, I think, is really interesting. And I think it depends a lot on what the situation is. But I do think, well, I hardly ever quote Freud, and I'm not a very good Freud scholar, but he said something to the effect that housewives would probably be better analysts than physicians. And I think he was onto something there. So I think that there are the medical sides of these drugs, these medicines, and so somebody has to have enough medical knowledge to assess risk, but that doesn't have to be one of the therapists. And I think there is, when you're treating people with severe PTSD, it can really be an advantage to have a very good foundation of training and experience working with these kinds of people. However, I think it's absurd to think that PhDs or MDs are better at it than master's level therapists. And I think there are many people that aren't master's level therapists that could be very effective facilitators given the right orientation and the right circumstance with the right kind of supporting people that for whom that's the adequate level of support.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. So a few more minutes. And my last question is about where you see yourself and the work after the day. So Friday is a big day, and we're going to get some important numbers. And let's imagine that maybe we can also hear about timelines, Rick, that in a few years we'll have the approval. And what's then for MAPS, for you?
Yeah, well, I would say just to go on the timeline. So we have to do 2 phase 3 studies. We've already started the second one. Because of COVID, it's not going as fast as we would do otherwise. And so we think somewhere around the early to middle of 2022. So a year and a half from now, something like that, we should be ready to apply to the FDA for approval. And we will also apply to the Israeli Ministry of Health and also Health Canada, because we've got phase 3 sites in Israel, Canada, and the United States. And we think by early 2023, potentially late 2022, we should have approval for prescription use. And depending on this fundraising for Europe and the rest of the world, we think that assuming we can do that and don't have to slow the studies down for financial reasons in Europe, that we should have approval from the European Medicines Agency near the end of 2023. We only have to do 1 phase 3 study in Europe, and then instead of 2, and they'll accept the US data. And then most countries of the world, except notably, will take our data from FDA and European Medicines Agency and approve the drug without any additional studies. We just, in their countries, we just have to train the therapists. So that's the timeline. I think the things that we need to do, and we're just in the early stages of, we need to really explore group therapy. So we need to look at new modalities that maybe will be, I don't know if we could get it where they're more effective and less expensive. I think they'll be less effective, but also substantially less expensive. But maybe we can find ways to leverage the group process. So that's going to be a big issue. But I think we're now starting to plan the next psychedelic science conference. We've had some in 2010, 2013, 2017. So next week, we think we're signing a contract in Denver for psychedelic science 2023. We think people will be ready to travel by then. It's $1 million gamble on our part because we have to reserve hotels in the Denver Convention Center. But we think that will be the doorway to the new world, you know, the doorway to prescription use. And then I imagine for myself, I'd love to, my wife actually wants to move to Asheville, where Michael and Annie are. So maybe we could set up a little clinic, meet some people. And I, of course, want to also have a spot down by the beach in Florida. And so I could imagine myself, you know, walking barefoot to my office by the beach through the sand somehow or other, and you know, having a little psychedelic clinic. Because in 1972, when I was 18, I decided I wanted to go through psychedelic therapy and become a legal psychedelic therapist. And so it's been roughly a 50-year detour. But I hope I have to do a clinic. Two of them would be great. One in Asheville and one in.
That's nice. And Michael and Annie, do you want to conclude?
Well, after walking through the door into the future, I like all that Rick is talking about. I hope he and Lynn do come to Asheville. And I also have my 74th birthday this week, and we have 4 grandchildren. So after walking through the door of the future, I'm going to shift the ratio of grandchildren time to MAPS time, so the ratio will be higher, but it won't be infinite either.
Hear, hear. That's all I'm going to say. I like all the ideas they've brought up.
Oh, it's wonderful. Okay, so I want to really thank you for the work you do and for sharing it with us today. And always a pleasure. And we'll see you soon again.
Thank you for the work you do, Karen. Always a pleasure.
And Karen.
All right. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you find yourselves, PsyTech. Welcome to What Does the Psychedelic Experience Teach Us About a New Role for Capitalism? My name is Nicole Howell. I am here with my lovely law partner, Ariel Clark. We are the principals and founders of Clark Howell LLP, which is a California-based law firm serving the cannabis, hemp, and emerging industries arena. We are each personally passionate about what we are about to talk to you about today and about psychedelics and plant medicines based on our own personal healing journeys and the role that they have served in our lives. And so we speak to you today as spiritual beings having our human experience first, and secondarily in our role as lawyers. The talk today is titled as a question for a reason, because we want you and all of the folks who are here today are here because they have a personal hook into the psychedelic experience. And so we want you to be thinking about the role that plays in your thinking about business models and organizational culture. So, Ariel, when we say the psychedelic experience, what things come to mind for you?
Well, as many studies have shown over and over again, the psychedelic experience allows a new way of thinking and perceiving. So rather than kind of following along with our existing thought patterns and ways of seeing, psychedelics allow us to see things differently and experience things differently. Also, again, as so many studies show, psychedelics really inform and kind of inspire pro-social behaviors within us. So, you know, empathy and compassion and nature relatedness. And really what that's about is about a feeling and a knowing of interconnectedness with all humans, with the planet, with all beings, with the cosmos. So those. Yeah, exactly.
And you know, from my personal experience and the experiences of my fellow journeyers and teachers, you know, really when we think about the psychedelic experience and whether that's having a particular journey with a particular medicine or deep meditation, which I include in the psychedelic experience for myself, you know, a commonality among those experiences is a thinning of and a dissolving of the ego, at least maybe not entirely in every instance, but certainly a distance from and a lack of attachment so much to this idea that we are nothing more than these bodies walking around and these mental processes that we're engaged in, you know, all day long, and our image of ourselves in this particular way that is, you know, as a separate being. And rather the psychedelic experience lifts the veil of that, and it shows us, in fact, the true nature of reality, which is that we are interconnected, that there is abundance, and that we are one in a sense. And so when we experience ourselves to be, you know, bound so much more, as you mentioned, Ariel, we find ourselves interconnected. We find ourselves feeling connected to the environment in which we live, and that we know ourselves to be exactly what we are in that present moment.
Yeah, well, okay, so that's the experience of psychedelics for us and for so many of us. So what does that have to do with capitalism?
Yeah, well, exactly. In a word, everything. You know, the concepts of capitalism and free markets and profiteering, and all the ways that those concepts have gotten totally out of control in the environment that we see ourselves in now. Really, those are fundamentally based on an attachment to the ego. Those are based on an idea that the ego tells us that we are separate, that we are isolated, that there isn't enough, that we must scramble over one another, that it's sort of every person for themselves. And you know, that this modern notion of capitalism and the way that it has kind of played out in our modern economy really comes from this extreme form of individualism that has developed over the last century, last half of the last century. Rebecca Henderson, in this wonderful book, Reimagining Capitalism in a World on Fire, she talks about it, I think, really well when she describes that after World War II, when communism and socialism were really seen in this country and in the Western world as sort of a threat to, you know, the fabric of humanity and basic way of life, this idea of extreme individualism and attachment to your and focus on the nuclear family solely, really kind of gave birth to this idea of capitalism coming out of the Milton Friedman School of Thought, which sort of announced this tenet that the best and highest use of a business is to maximize profits for shareholders, full stop. And we've seen that we've sort of run away with that over the last several decades, and now see the impacts that has. We see the way that we've taken that to its almost most extreme logical extension, which has led to the destruction of the environment, the biggest gap between rich and poor that we've ever seen. Social and political crises abound.
Yeah, and I would say, capitalism has also been sort of the impetus behind institutions and racism and oppression and colonization and conquering. And so it's been used as sort of a justification for oppression unapologetically, and almost like kind of a hungry, insatiable ghost. So if there's a lot of illness, if capitalism in its current form in a lot of ways is a disease that we are all suffering from, why don't we just pass laws to make everything a nonprofit or something like we did in cannabis in California? For a while.
Yeah, well, it is a great question. And whether you have the perspective that capitalism can be, or the heroic spirit of business, which John Mackey and his partner here talk about in Conscious Capitalism, or you see it really as just fundamentally spiritually flawed, we have an opportunity now, and I think a mandate based on the experiences that we have with psychedelics to look for a new paradigm, to not apply this old paradigm of scarcity that would be sort of just a facsimile of what has happened in other industries. And we will squander a tremendous opportunity here if we do that. And so to your point specifically about why not just make it nonprofit, why just not pass a law, make it nonprofit and call it a day? I think there are a couple answers to that, and which are fleshed out in a longer article that will come out in Double Blind in December. So check that out. But I think succinctly, there are two reasons. One, laws are not enough. We have to create a culture, a business culture, organizational culture within this community. We're at the beginning right now. Laws they're just not enough. And number two, I think that we miss an opportunity, I think, to take the good things about entrepreneurial spirit and innovation when we put a sort of a false or put too much of a restriction on by saying just nonprofit. I think that that ignores the reality that we do live in a capitalist society, that these are going to be products or medicines that will have a supply and demand character to them. And I think an example there is with cannabis. I think what we can see, and this is a simplification, but nonprofit was mandated here in California at the very beginning in 1996 for cannabis. And what that really did is it created incentives to work around that legal system. It created opportunities for lots of structuring, lots of entities to kind of get around that system in a way. And while it was incredibly, not just well-intentioned, but came from a really fundamental need for medicine at that time, and had a lot of social ideals built into that law, and it was revolutionary politically and otherwise at the time. It eventually really offered a fig leaf for profiteering, in the end. And so by the time truly, legalization came around in 2016, it was sort of too late at that point. We had a market that had grown up under a nonprofit mandate that wasn't truly nonprofit for all those years. And so, now here we're at the beginning. We're at the beginning of something. And so, I think that we can work harder as a community to look closely at the ways that businesses can take and put profit in its proper place, recognizing a proper place for it in the hierarchy of considerations and stakeholders. What I've been calling just enough capitalism. What is just enough capitalism? That's the question for all of us to answer. The answer may be different for different organizations. But really the idea here is, you know, there's a tenet in spiritual teaching to be in the world, but not of the world. And so I think the idea here is to think about how to be in the system, but not of the system.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Well, okay, so maybe we can talk about or think about some more concrete examples on how we get from here to there. And I know this is the beginning of a conversation, but you know, what are some of those?
Yeah. First of all, I hope that we will, with the organizers, one webinar after the conference where we will bring folks together to really talk about specifically concrete examples. And many other folks are thinking hard about these concepts. Specifically, I would say the North Star Pledge. If you haven't heard of it, please go check it out. It's at northstar.guide. Ariel and I have been very inspired and influenced by it. We, as an organization, have made a commitment to only work with companies in this space that take the North Star Pledge and are seriously committed to its implementation. It is very beautifully written, very beautifully considered, and really distills down kind of what we're talking about here today, which is that what does the psychedelic experience teach us about how to operate in the world? It starts with a beautiful tenet, as within, so without. And that's really sort of the basis of what we're talking about here today. So number one, that North Star Pledge. Then from there, you know, there are lots of examples. There are the use of B corporations in a real, sustainable, concrete, practical way. MAPS is a great example of how a B corporation can be used. And for just generally speaking, a B corporation is a corporation that takes as its mandate, as its charge, a series of other considerations that is not just profiteering. And by the way, the Milton Friedman concept, as a corporate lawyer, I looked it up one day because I was sure that it was in the corporation's code that the fiduciary duty of an officers, directors of a corporation is to maximize profits for shareholders. Guess what? It's not actually there. So there are opportunities to create different mandates within an organization. I would say generally, let's commit to never having plastic ever, single-use plastic ever, in any packaging for any of these products. We have an opportunity before we're starting to, before they're being marketed and distributed, to do that. Let's please do that.
Nicole, hi.
I think
this is Deborah. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up of 1 minute left. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh no, that's wonderful. We're about there. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's think hard about branding and marketing. I am of an age where it was before pharmaceutical companies could advertise on TV. And I don't know that we're any better off or healthier for having those ads constantly bombarded so that we can tell our doctors which drugs we want to take. And then finally, really radicalizing patent law concepts. MAPS has already started to do this. USONA definitely has. There's an open letter, a statement on open science and open praxis that several research companies have taken that is also incredibly beautiful. So those are just highlights of things that I hope we can talk more about later. But really, this is our opportunity to integrate our own personal healing journey into the outward business world in which we operate. And when in that way, we really can radically heal as a whole. Indeed, it is the only way that we ever will. So thank you all so much for giving us a few minutes to chat with you and get your juices flowing on this question. We have a booth, come check us out, and have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you so much for having us. It's really, truly been an honor.
Hi, my name's Ronnie, and welcome to our session, Using Technology to Enable and Empower Psychedelic Medicine. It is a real pleasure to be here and a pleasure to be part of the PsyTech team. Deb, a huge thanks to this and all previous events. We look forward to having live events, but until then, we're going to have to enjoy these fabulous virtual events. And also huge thanks to Kat for joining us. Kat Horton is a PhD and co-founder and the research director of Illumiview. Kat has worked closely with over 900 families struggling with autism, and that work inspired Kat and her colleagues to look at what tools and we can use to try and help those families. Her work in wearables and sensors led to the development of Illumiview. Kat, thanks for joining us at PsyTech.
Yeah, thank you, Ronnie. I appreciate you being here with me.
In the limited time that we have, let's jump in. So you've been doing this for many years. What do you think is the biggest change you've seen over the time you're doing it, from what you arrived to where we are now?
Yeah, so we started doing this in 2009, which was really early. At that point in the US, hospitals didn't even have electronic health records. So we've come a long way since then. We started with a web-based platform for parents of children with autism and rapidly moved into then adding in native apps, using phone sensors, wearable sensors, other sensors that are around the home, so that we can collect basically a vast amount of data from all sorts of different channels on one person, as well as the subjective channels, as well as their self-report, what they're telling us on validated questionnaires, to be able to just give the kind of data that 10 years ago we couldn't even imagine the amount of data was possible.
Okay, so taking that data, I can imagine in any field, and for autism, mental health in particular, where the subjective experience is both so important, but also it's always subjective. Looking at psychedelic medicine, how do you think we can take the lessons you've learned and adapt them to our use, which is a little different?
Yeah, so I think there's two pieces. One is much better data collection, much finer grained data collection. So from all these multiple different channels. But the other piece of it is what we call just-in-time intervention. So the ability to be able to, for the algorithms on the app, to be able to learn somebody's patterns and to be able to know when something's a little off, when they seem like they may be struggling. And at that point, to be able to deliver conditions that's been personalized to that person and get it to them at the moment when they need it, so they don't have to wait for the next.
So first it gets to know their baseline, their personal, and then looks for variations, and then when that happens, it responds either as a trigger or as something else. Is that
right? Exactly. Yeah. So you can personalize not only the content of the intervention that's delivered to them, but the timing of it too, which is crucial. You can't do that with traditional methods because you're not with the person 24 hours a day.
Awesome. So I think that's one of the things that we're looking to do in our partnership together with you as we bring that technology to market with Tovana. Tovana is looking to provide safe and personalized medicine, using the personal baseline, but also using protocol-driven therapies. In your decade or two, what have you seen? What type of examples have you seen outside of psychedelic medicine that we can take and learn from?
Yeah, so I mean, so many. We've supported hundreds of research studies since 2009. Some of the ones that come to mind, one with Harvard Medical School, they were looking at suicide ideation, which previous to this study was considered to be sort of one thing. You're either thinking about suicide or not. Through asking people 4 times a day what they were, the nuances of what they were thinking, they were able to discover, I think, 5 different phenotypes of suicide ideation, which helps just to get much more specific about what kind of intervention is going to be relevant in that specific moment for that person. So that's one way it's being used. It's currently being used by the University of Utah with people who are addicted to prescription opioids and using mindfulness to help them have another path. So that's an example of the way it's being used as an intervention to help both deliver the intervention, but then gather data at the same time to find out, is this particular type of content at this time for this person, is it useful or not? And then how do we change it to make it more useful?
Well, you can only imagine, everyone who's watching this, how excited I am to work with Kat and Illumiview and help bring this to the psychedelic community. We hope to provide more insight for the therapist and the patient.
Hello, everybody. Hello, organizers of PsyTech. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate. It's an honor to be here, a pleasure. Thank you, Deborah. I have this dream that one day I want to visit Israel. And so I'm just putting out there in the universe, maybe in a post-pandemic world that will be happening. That's one of the reasons I accepted to participate in this forum, because I really would like to expand my networks to that part of the world. We are the Chacruna Institute for Psychedelic Plant Medicines. We're based in California, Bay Area. We're standing on Ohlone territory. I'm going to talk a little bit about what Chacruna is, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about some challenges of the globalization of ayahuasca, and I will conclude with just giving a little pitch about what we're doing and how you can support us in case you like our cause, in case ayahuasca has touched your heart, or you're a lover of plant medicines, shamanism, ritual religion, and you've somehow identified with your message. So the Chacruna Institute aims to provide public education around psychedelic plant medicines. That's our main goal. And so we try to make academic knowledge more accessible to a general audience, and try to make concepts that are dense and hermetic more digestible. But we're not just like vulgarizing or mainstreaming psychedelics. We're trying to create a very high standard and keep academic rigor and quality. The second objective of the Chacruna Institute for Psychedelic Plant Medicines is to create a bridge, a communication, an exchange between the world of plant medicine, shamanism, ritual, religion, ceremony, indigenous people, with the emergent field of psychedelic science and psychedelic assisted therapy. So we are our team of PhDs coming mainly from social sciences. A great number of us are anthropologists, but we also have sociologists and historians and others in our team. And we're trying to write about this phenomenon of traditional use of substances for this audience of biomedical doctors, therapists, and scientists involved in psychedelic, in the field of psychedelic science. And so we have been trying to do this bridge between North and South, between the English world speaking and the non-English world speaking, between anthropology and biomedicine. And our third objective, and all of them are related, is to create access, inclusion, and diversity in the field of psychedelic science. So we like to platform and to give visibility and to empower the voices of women, of queer people, of indigenous people, of people from the global south, of non-English speaking folks. A lot of our conferences have figured our stars are black and brown folks, and are folks that come from indigenous people, or speakers from Brazil, from Mexico, from Peru. And we try to diversify this field, and we have been creating a series of materials and educational resources on how to create inclusion and diversity. I also recommend reading our special edition on creating diversity, equity, and access in the field of psychedelic science. I co-edited with Dr. Monica Williams, who's a super intelligent, amazing researcher, and she's an expert on racism, and we published this in the Journal of Psychedelic Studies. So all of this you can find out more in our website and learn about our different programs. We have a program, we have a racial equity and access committee, and we have also a gender committee, and we have also a line of work towards women. I also recommend you check our page for our committee, the Council for the Protection of Sacred Plants. We're talking about legal aspects and conservation of plants. And we have a bulk of our work is related to ayahuasca, which I will talk a little bit here now. And it's a bit hard for me to talk about it because it's really at the core of my trajectory. On November 1st, in a few days, I will be making my 24th anniversary of my first glass of ayahuasca, which I happily took in Brazil, my home country, when I was 26 years old. And drinking ayahuasca has really changed my life and influenced my my spiritual and professional path. And it has been an incredible journey. And as some of you might know, chacruna is a catch-all word for the leaf that makes ayahuasca. So we have named our institute. The Chacruna Institute is a tribute to ayahuasca. We consider ayahuasca our teacher, our friend, our ally, and we try to keep this spiritual connection alive. Drink ayahuasca. Ayahuasca inspires our work, and also we try to be truthful to the traditional people that stewards this medicine for hundreds of years. And so the Chacruna Institute have been doing some work to mitigate the impacts of the globalization of ayahuasca and try to create some harm reduction. So the genie is out of the bottle. As we speak in this moment, there's probably dozens and dozens of gallons of ayahuasca being brewed all over the Amazon for exportation. It's a fact. There's each new week, there's a new celebrity, a new mainstream video, a new TV show, a new startup, a new documentary, a new blog post, a new PhD student. Ayahuasca has really spread all over the planet. And so what are some of the main challenges that this expansion involves, and what can we do to try to do better? Because just to sit back and criticize or lament or feel resentful is not going to help. And so we're trying to do a public policy and health policy topic of sustainability. As some regions of Peru, it gets harder and harder to find the vine. Although some groups plant, still apparently the levels to which we plant are not as fast as the levels we are consuming. Not to talk about the fact that we're tearing down the Amazon by the minute, which also extirpates ayahuasca. We also have a lot of problems related to legal issues, DMT, which is a prescribed substance. And although the INCB has stated explicitly that it doesn't consider ayahuasca to be a preparation of DMT, and therefore it shouldn't be controlled, several national states diverge with this international interpretation and have persecuted ayahuasca using groups. So that's another big source of conflicts. The other problem is, of course, health concerns and interaction with other substances. There's a whole discussion about this. I don't have time in my 20-minute presentation to talk all about it. I wanted to offer this big menu and some way outs. The other topic that has been creating a lot of tension and a lot of stress has to do with practitioners' ethics and training. How do people get trained, and how do they start to offer ayahuasca to others, and what are the standards for this? It's also a controversial area. The very quality of the brew is also another problem, since we have been noticing the appearance of mixed ayahuascas, including a recent research that found ayahuasca like fake ayahuasca that actually was other substances, and even including like antidepressants in it. A little bit, it can get a bit out of control. And there is all the other dimensions, which is the impacts of this in the Amazon. So the economic disparities that are being created with local communities, and the fact that a lot of these shamans that now work for retreat centers owned by foreigners end up being kind of personnel, and sometimes the cooks or the chauffeurs or the handwork but don't get equal pay, don't get recognition, are treated as a kind of token. You know, you don't know their personal names, you don't know which ethnicity they are from or which culture they are from, and they become this kind of standardized, romanticized indigenous figure. This has a lot of impacts on local communities, including the fact that some shamans charge a lot from foreigners and lose interest in treating local folks. That's a whole other set of problems. Then there is the problem of sexual abuses in ayahuasca circles. And I hope you don't think this presentation is just about all of these negative things, because altogether I still consider that ayahuasca, you know, it's a fascinating and incredibly healing tool. But in any case, talking about these challenges, sexual abuse, the fact that a lot of these groups are really, especially the Brazilian ayahuasca religious, can be really patriarchal and have aspects that are authoritarian and involve strict gender divisions, and women have felt constantly disregarded or dismissed. Also, women shamans have been invisibilized throughout histories. And, you know, with the expansion, there is this general problem of the legitimacy of the mechanisms of control. So a kind of erosion of the traditional mechanisms that control these communities, because as you create itinerant shamans and underground communities, sometimes it's hard to have a control over them. So the last set of preoccupations have to do with what some people call cultural appropriation, or asking, there's a big discussion whether this is a kind of reinvention, recreation, culture is dynamic, culture is always in flux, culture always change, versus, you know, this is just a cultural appropriation, and we are, you know, taking something that is not ours to take. How legitimate or how authentic are these hybrid models? But there's also a lot of flux between forest and city, city and forest, so a lot of hybrid modalities. That's a whole other set of preoccupations. So what has Chacruna been doing to address some of these issues? We created some guidelines to talk about sexual abuse in ayahuasca contexts, and we also created people their rights, resources, and we hold circles supporting victims and survivors of abuse. That's one of the line of work that we have been doing. We have created a document called The Commodification of Ayahuasca, How Can We Do Better?, where we suggest to people points that they should be looking when they choose retreats. For example, does the participants' well-being take precedence over financial motivations? Another question they could be asking, are local or indigenous people being paid fairly for their services? Where are the ayahuasca and the ayahuasca-related plants sourced from? Are environmental and community concerns and efforts supported and respected? So we have created a series of publications and guidelines talking about these commodifications and the impact on indigenous people. And the other front that we have been doing a lot of work has to do with the legality of ayahuasca. I want to recommend folks this video that we have on our website, best practices on how to keep ayahuasca practices as legal as possible. So we try to teach underground communities, especially in North America, where we have a stronger presence, but we also have extensions in Brazil, Mexico, and Peru, but our base is in California. So teaching people how to try to best fit the expectations of the DEA, because the Religious Freedom Restoration Act doesn't provide a definition of religion, and courts have been left to develop their own criteria. So we're kind of trying to teach people some of the agreements that the DEA did with the UDV or the Santo Daime, the Brazilian ayahuasca religious, on how to keep your sacrament, on how to keep control of track of your sacrament, how to lock it up, how to report the numbers of people that attend your ceremonies and so forth. And so these are some of the resources that we have been creating. We just hosted a really big conference called Psychedelic Liberty Summit, where we had kind of experts from all areas. It was a two-day conference with 3 simultaneous tracks, and we're discussing exactly these topics of religious freedom, differences between decriminalization, legalization, trying to create a conversation around how to move forward in terms of religious freedom or decriminalization. What are the best strategies? We're trying to help organize a group of groups to set up best standards and best practices. And so these are some of the aspects that the Chacruna Institute has been working on. I invite all of you to visit our site and explore our sexual abuse guidelines, explore the activities of the Council for the Protection of Sacred Plant, explore the publications around the commodification and the globalization of ayahuasca. And I want to conclude by telling everybody what's next in our agenda. And so we are a little bit addicted to doing conferences. I like to make this joke. I don't think that psychedelics are addictive, but studying psychedelics is definitely addictive. The more you get involved, the more you feel like studying, the more you feel like researching, the more you feel, that you're just a student on this path and you have more to learn. And so we are moving next. We're creating 2 initiatives. We are going to announce, and so I'm kind of saying this for the first time in public because we have not announced this officially yet. We're going to hold our second conference, Sacred Plants in the Americas 2. We did our first conference, Sacred Plants in the Americas 1, in Ajijic, in the state of, near the city of Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. It was an amazing gathering with over 1,000 people. All the indigenous people were our keynote speakers. They had double the time than the PhD professors. Everything was free and everything was in Spanish over the beautiful lake of Chapala, which is a cardinal point in the Wixárika or Wirárika cosmology, one of the five geographical locations for them. And so our vision is to create a space for indigenous people to talk and express what are their needs. We have been also creating this resource guidelines on how to include indigenous people in psychedelic conferences. And so we're going to try to take this to a next level and create the Sacred Plants in the Americas too. Probably online, unfortunately, at this point, next April, but trying to give more visibility to indigenous people, promoting and elevating their voices and making them be part of the committee that organizes and thinks the structural issues. And we're also creating a resource called the Indigenous Reciprocity Initiatives of the Americas, where we are researching about grassroots organizations, indigenous grassroots groups, and what are their needs. So this is an exercise that the Chacruna Institute invites all of you to do, to create research projects that are collaborative, to take the idea of interspecies communication seriously, to adopt a decolonial or post-colonial perspective, to promote what we call epistemic justices, to include indigenous people when we talk about indigenous people, to support indigenous and Black academics, to try to diversify your your references in your bibliography, and to quote Black, indigenous, and people of color authors, to create co-authorship with Black, indigenous, and people of color authors, to promote South-South dialogues, to promote, yes,
hey,
forms
Bia.
of knowledge. Yeah.
How are you, Bia?
Yes.
What, you got one more thing to say? I don't want to stop it.
Yeah, I was timing myself, and I had 1 minute here still. Anyway, I'll conclude by saying that I invite you to visit our site, to read anthropology, to get informed, to ask what is there for indigenous people in your initiatives. If you're a startup, if you're a newcomer, if you're arriving to the space, what are you doing to give back to the indigenous people? What are you doing to support the grassroots organizations that build the pillars of this foundation of the psychedelics renaissance? We need your help. We need your support. We're dreaming to find new partners. We're dreaming for new donations. I hope you join us on social media. You can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, or LinkedIn, and learn about our initiatives, join our conference, sign up for our newsletter, donate for us. Thank you. Big hug to Israel. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you for the space.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Bia. Firstly, I want to wish you happy anniversary for your ayahuasca drink. So we'll definitely celebrate that when you come to Tel Aviv. And I also wanted to just comment on, I agree, becoming a student is addictive. I am definitely a student at the beginning stages. You are definitely one of my teachers. Thank you for sharing all of your words. Everybody, go and check out Chakruna's booth at the expo. Donate to them. They're an amazing course, an amazing resource of information, and they do an incredible job. So thank you, Bia. We're going to now go over to Deborah Mash from Demorex. Thanks, Deborah.
Greetings. I'm really delighted to be here today, and I'm going to do a little bit more formal presentation for us and show a few slides and hopefully be able to share my screen. Let's see if that's working. Can we see my screen? Yes. No? Did I lose me? Oh dear. I seem to have lost my speakers and my entire thing. Okay. I think I'm not going to be able to share my screen today because I just lost this. So I think I will talk to the audience about ibogaine. So ibogaine is a molecule studying for many, many decades, and it is a molecule that comes from Africa, from the roots of Tabernanthe iboga. And this is used by the indigenous people in Western Equatorial Africa. It has over almost 150 years of ethnobotanical and ethnopharmacologic use. The history of ibogaine as a use as an anti-addictive potential addiction interrupter was first described in the 1970s by the late Howard Lutzoff, and his work is truly the seminal work which helped to advance this molecule. Am I there? We began our original work with the drug in the academic environment in the early 1990s. And in fact, we went to the FDA and asked for permission to run the first clinical trial. And this was done after I'd had the opportunity to go to Amsterdam to see with my own eyes the very stunning efficacy of ibogaine as an addiction. At the time, there was an underground railroad of addicts helping addicts, and people were working with the Dutch Addict Self-Help Movement and the International Coalition of Addict Self-Help. And I saw 3 young men actually detox with ibogaine on that day, and I was so impressed with what I saw that I came back to the University of Miami, and I asked my colleagues and the scientists and doctors there to help me. And we actually went first to the National Institute on Drug Abuse to seek some funding for these studies. And then again, we continued on where we went to the FDA to get permission. So this was a landmark clinical trial for us. At the same time, we also were able, scientifically doing research in my laboratory, to demonstrate that ibogaine would be very effective, possibly because it was also converted to an active metabolite. So now we had 2 molecules to study: the medicine from Tabernanthe iboga, from the root, and then also an active metabolite that's formed in the body. The significant advance that has happened with ibogaine over the last 3 decades was that we were unable to fund this research. And you've heard some of the discussions about working either in the private space or working in not-for-profit organizations who can fund these types of research studies. But I think most of the listeners today in the conference understand that to develop a medicine for the treatment of addiction or depression, to advance a psychedelic into the clinic, costs really $100 million if you go from start to finish, anywhere from $30 million to $100 million if you're working with a new chemical entity. So it's a lot of money. And it's in order to get the kind of regulatory approval to bring these medicines and make them widely available, this is the kind of regulatory and commercial environment that we need to work in. So it makes it very difficult. And indeed, we had no luck in being able to fund this through the academic funding agencies, through the National Institutes of Health. So in 2017, at the height of the opioid epidemic in our country, I decided that it was important to kind of finish what I had started many years ago and to really advance this. And what was significant for us was the opportunity to work with Atai Life Sciences. And in 2019, we signed a joint venture with them so that we could begin to develop ibogaine for opioid use disorder. Treating opioid addiction today is a problem for many people because while there are medicines that are approved, like buprenorphine and methadone, which has been available for a very long time, these drugs, these approved drugs, have not ended the opioid epidemic. And in fact, many patients are desperate to break the intractable cycle of their addiction and to not be dependent, not to have a substitution therapy that is going to just continue them in their disease. So in order to break the cycle of opioid dependence, what patients need to do is to become detoxified. And in fact, medically managed withdrawal detoxification may be a necessary first step in recovery of patients who are physically dependent on opioids. And that's why I became so interested in advancing ibogaine, because I was able to see that patients who were intractable opioid users, people who were banging back a lot of heroin, injecting heroin, patients who had been on methadone maintenance for many, many years, were able, with only a single dose of ibogaine, to break that intractable cycle. So it was this very profound, rapid reset of this drug, which allowed patients to transition from their opioid dependence. Not only that, the patients were able to become engaged in their own post-withdrawal treatment. In the modern neurosciences, we know that abruptly stopping opioid use results in an uncomfortable cycle of anxiety and dysphoria and depression. And in fact, when you've used opioids for a long time, you go through these intermittent cycles of active use and then withdrawal symptoms. And it's almost as if your brain is being sensitized, and patients become afraid of experiencing the withdrawal. And that's what fuels this intractable cycle. So patients want to discontinue their use, but they can't because they start to suffer from the withdrawals. And then over time, there's this protracted dysphoria. And this is what keeps people engaged in their active drug use. Opioid use disorder, as with other drug addictions, are an acquired disease. What does that mean? It means that you won't become addicted unless, of course, you're exposed to the drug. But we know that many patients have an underlying risk, whether it's a genetic risk or whether they've had traumas in their life, or whether they have an underlying mood disorder, they suffer from depression, or they have an anxiety. They start to use the drug of choice. They take an opioid, they take that first line of heroin, they take that first pill, the prescription opioid, and they feel better. And so this is how patients get locked in. If you were trying to treat this disorder, how do you do it? You have to understand how opioids hijack the natural endogenous rewarding mechanisms of our brain. Those of us who are not addicted get up in the morning, feel great about what we're doing, and we're on our way with the day. But people who are locked into an intractable cycle of abuse, their ability to derive pleasure from the environment is hijacked by the opioids. I mentioned withdrawal. There's also protracted drug craving and tolerance, and again, this protracted depression. So how does ibogaine work? How does it work to reset all of these different systems in the brain that have been hijacked by the opioids? Well, we were fortunate, even though we were unable to go forward with our FDA-approved study, to do ex-US work with ibogaine in an offshore setting. And what we learned from working with the patients in a medical environment with doctors and therapists there to help the patients through the withdrawal management and then to do post-ibogaine therapeutic integration was that the ibogaine was very effective in bringing about this rapid reset. And we were able to demonstrate that if you look at the time course, what we call the pharmacokinetics of ibogaine in the body, that the pharmacokinetics demonstrated that the oniric effects, the psychedelic effects, the waking dream state that patients report for ibogaine was associated with the duration of the ibogaine in the blood, but that after the vision would cease, there was an elevation in noribogaine in the bloodstream. So this suggested to us that maybe the noribogaine would also be a beneficial after effect of the ibogaine therapy, because the noribogaine had a longer half-life in blood, and the patients would have the benefit of having the noribogaine for days after the ibogaine detoxification, and ibogaine was cleared from the blood. So we speculate, in fact, that noribogaine may mediate some of these beneficial after effects of ibogaine detoxification, especially on mood and drug craving. Patients also reported, besides the benefits on their withdrawal symptoms, and this is really stunning efficacy that people have seen in an open label observational study, but also a very abrupt reset on their depression. So mood scores improved, much like is reported for other psychedelics, NMDA, receptor-mediated effects of ketamine, for example. Ibogaine acts on that same neurochemical system. And we speculate that ibogaine's interaction with the NMDA receptor may be what is beneficial here in bringing about this rapid effect as an antidepressant. Also, patients reported that they didn't crave their drugs. They didn't feel like they needed to go back out and get high. And what was interesting is that they reported more self-confidence. They reported this protracted desire to go back out and get high again. And so this very abrupt addiction interruption was associated with this window. It gave patients a window to face life in a sober state. very profound for people who had taken Ibogaine in the setting with us in St. Kitts. So the mechanism that's likely involved here includes not only how we think about classical psychedelics, which we know produce their perception altering effects by acting on certain neural circuits in the brain that use the neurotransmitter serotonin, but also that there are other beneficial effects, receptor targets in the brain that are reset by Ibogaine and then also that are reset by noribogaine. So Mother Nature's antidote to addicting alkaloids on the planet, opium, cocaine, nicotine, these beneficial effects that patients report seem to be a result of Ibogaine and noribogaine bringing about a change in the neurochemical systems of the brain. What about the oniric effects of Ibogaine? Well, we conducted what is called an elicitation narrative after Ibogaine. Patients who take the Ibogaine do not interact with a therapist during the Ibogaine treatment. Ibogaine, you're quiet, you remain in bed, and you're under a medical monitor. But after the Ibogaine, after the oniric visions, the day later, 2 days later, we asked patients, and what patients told us in a structured interview was that they felt that the drug was useful for their drug problems, that they had been given insight, and they felt that they had a second chance of life. So again, the oniric effects of the drug seem to be part of the benefit. To bring Ibogaine as a medical molecule for the treatment to patients who are desperate to break out of their intractable cycle of addiction, we have to go through the regulatory hurdles. And today, many people take Ibogaine in unsafe settings. There have been adverse events reported. Patients have died because they've bought the drug on the internet. And of course, they're actively abusing other drugs. They may have damaged their heart. There could be issues of drug interaction. Ibogaine, I want to stress today in this forum that Ibogaine needs to be administered by medically trained personnel who have familiarity with the drug. Patients deserve to take the drug in a proper setting with credentialed, licensed medical practitioners. And that's why we at Demorex, working with the TI, want to develop this as a legitimate medicine to make it available to the many millions of patients who want an alternative, who want to break their cycle of dependence on hardcore drugs like heroin. They deserve it. They deserve to be able to take it in a medically safe setting with people who understand the risks and benefits of this type of therapy. Ibogaine, unlike other psychedelics, has a narrow therapeutic to toxic window. People can get in trouble if they take it in the wrong way, and no one deserves to have that risk. I am really, truly grateful to the organizers for allowing me to participate today. We're very excited at Demorex, again, to be working with the Thai Life Sciences to develop Ibogaine and its active metabolite as a transition to abstinence-based therapy. Ibogaine is a non-addicting, potentially transformative therapy that can really make a difference for patients. In addition, noribogaine can be developed, we believe, as an adjunct therapy to help keep that window of sobriety for patients who have been recently detoxified with Ibogaine. And I look forward to starting clinical trials. We're working very hard at Demorex to do this. And it's wonderful to see the great advancements of MAPS with MDMA as they move towards their phase 3 clinical trials, and the landmark work at Compass with their psilocybin trials, and to the many other groups that are presenting here today, expanding research in academic institutions, as well as working with groups around the globe to preserve these important plant medicines. Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, my name's Julie Holland. I am a psychiatrist in New York City. Thank Deborah Kay for all your hard work and all your effort putting this event together. It's big, it's impressive. So a little bit about my story. I grew up in the suburbs in the 70s. There were a lot of drugs around. I was very curious and interested in the brain. I did really well in school. I was a smart kid. I was somebody who was experimenting a lot with drugs, but I was also sort of taking notes and learning about my experiences. I ended up going to the University of Pennsylvania, where I majored in something called the biological basis of behavior. So I was studying this sort of combination of neurology and biology, or biology and psychology, neuropsych, neurobio, biopsych. But I had a concentration in psychopharmacology. I was learning about the way that drugs affect behavior. And while I was an undergrad, in 1985, I learned about a new medicine that was being used by therapists and psychiatrists working with their patients. They were having really amazing results. I got very interested. I was pretty sure I was going to be a psychiatrist. So I was very interested in the idea that there was a new drug, first of all, which was fabulous, but also a drug that was being used in psychotherapy as a catalyst to make the therapy go deeper and faster. And this was the first time I really became aware of this idea of psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy. I ended up meeting Rick Doblin and communicating with a lot of sort of elders in the space. Got in touch with Sasha Shulgin and Lester Grinspoon and George Greer. Spent a lot of time just trying to learn what I could. I ended up editing a book about MDMA called Ecstasy, The Complete Guide. And that is a nonprofit book where all the proceeds fund clinical research. After Penn, I went to Temple Med School, and then I went to Mount Sinai for my psychiatric residency. And during that time, I did some schizophrenia research. And I won an award from the National Institute of Mental Health that I'm very proud of. And then I went on for 9 years, I ran the psychiatric emergency room at Bellevue Hospital. And that was really a great finishing school for me. I got to see some pretty significant pathology. I got to see the effects of trauma firsthand in marginalized communities. It was a great job. I loved it there. I learned a lot. I wrote a book called Weekends at Bellevue that chronicled my time there. And then I was starting a private practice during the time I was at Bellevue, and I continued to cultivate a private practice in New York City. But I ended up writing a book also about my private practice experience, mostly because what I saw was that a lot of people were being over-medicated, over-diagnosed, over-pathologized, especially women. So I wrote a book called Moody Bitches for women, and the idea there was to sort of spotlight the inequality that was going on. And the subtitle of Moody Bitches is the truth about the drugs you're taking, the sleep you're missing, the sex you're not having, and what's really making you crazy. And the last chapter, Moody Bitches, the What's Really Making You Crazy, where I first started to talk about this idea of disconnection, and that the disconnection is what's making us feel depressed and anxious. And the disconnection is what's driving the compulsive self-soothing, whether it is with alcohol or other drugs or food or shopping or social media. But for many of us, there is this unrest and unease and a look toward something else or someone else to soothe us. And my contribution to this conversation was that I feel like the thing that is unsoothing us is the disconnection, and that the more connected we are and the more connected we feel, the more soothed we are, and the better we feel. So my latest book is called Good Chemistry, The Science of Connection, From Soul to Psychedelics. And what that book is really about is explaining connection, explaining how it feels good, how it is good for us, how disconnection feels terrible and is bad for our bodies and our social skills. So in Good Chemistry, I explain about the difference between the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system. So everybody listening now, if anyone is listening, everybody's heard of fight or flight and the sympathetic nervous system. And, you know, the thing I always say is, like, from middle school to medical school, I must have been taught about fight or flight a dozen times easily. And it was always sort of sold to me as this is the key to survival. You either attack or you flee, and this is how you survive. And I would say that that is true in a very small percentage of cases in our lives, that we have to attack or run away. But the truth is, most of what we do the rest of the time is that we don't charge forward or retreat, but we actually just stay. We stay where we are. We work through our differences. We collaborate, we cooperate, we communicate. These really are the building blocks for our survival. And all of these things only happen when you're in the parasympathetic nervous system. So when you're in fight or flight, your social skills are terrible. You're not really open to integrating new information. You know, if there's a fire in your kitchen, you're not gonna, you know, Google how to put it out or get on the phone and chat with somebody and be social. You got a fire to put out. You're totally focused on that. That's all you're gonna do. You get sort of rigid in your thinking. So one of the reasons that I wrote Good Chemistry is because, believe it or not, before the novel coronavirus pandemic, we already had a couple of very big epidemics going on. And anybody who was involved in psychiatry could have told you a few years ago, oh yeah, we've got epidemics. There's an epidemic of overdoses, and there's an epidemic of loneliness, of isolation. And a lot of what is driving our numbers of increased suicide, increased depression, agitation, it all comes down to being isolated and being lonely and feeling disconnected. You know, back in our days on the savannah, if you were sort of kicked out of the group, there was a very real chance that you were going to die. You would not survive, right? If the clan wouldn't necessarily share their food with you, or they wouldn't help you build a shelter, or they wouldn't help you mate and create a family, and you might get picked off from the herd because you were excluded from the herd. So ostracism and exclusion on a very basic level feels a bit like death to us. So we get very panicky and uneasy if we feel like we're not fitting in the group. And if you look actually at what drives a lot of addictive behaviors, social displacement is a big part of that, right? For me, you know, my story that I wrote about in Good Chemistry was that I got kicked out of the in crowd when I was in 8th grade. And that kind of social displacement, it was terrible for me. I know it sounds sort of trite, but at the time it was a really traumatic event for me. And that displacement, I think, helped to enable some of drug use that happened the year after when I was in high school. So we know that people who are socially isolated, socially displaced, and marginalized are more likely to feel depressed and anxious, more likely to soothe themselves with drugs. So I was curious about looking at, well, what makes us feel connected, and how do we connect ourselves, and how do we the good chemistry? So the first thing I will say is that as long as you're in fight or flight, it's going to be hard to connect. Again, your social skills are very poor and you're not open to information. So all the connection really has to happen when you're in the parasympathetic nervous system. And as much as adrenaline and cortisol is sort of the juice that really runs the sympathetic nervous system, what really enables the parasympathetic is oxytocin. So oxytocin is a neurotransmitter and a hormone that helps us trust and connect and be open. And it also, very importantly, enables neuroplasticity. So these states when we are open and we are learning new information end up being neuroplastic states. You know, learning is all about neuroplasticity. So what we're talking about here are making new connections between brain cells, right? So synaptogenesis means that you're making new synapses, new connections, but and neurogenesis means that you're actually making new brain cells. So contrary to the "this is your brain on drugs, egg in a frying pan" sort of messages from the 80s and 90s, what we now know is that a lot of these drugs that have been demonized and sort of stigmatized actually enable neuroplasticity. They enable a sort of a rewiring to occur and neuronal growth. New connections can be made. And with this neuroplasticity and rewiring and sort of recircuitry, reevaluation of circuitry, this is really where you can get the behavioral change, the massive behavioral change that you can see from psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. So just to sort of recap, right now, a lot of us are experiencing chronic stress, chronic trauma, chronic fear. Some of us are afraid of being infected with a potentially lethal virus. Many of us are afraid for our democracy and what is happening in our government, or we're afraid for our lives because of police violence and brutality and tremendous injustices that are happening all over in my country and probably where you're living also. So the thing I say about trauma is, like, if you're not traumatized, you're not paying attention. There's a lot of things that are traumatizing right now. And this, in the United States, you know, we're having, as many of you know, a lot of us and them thinking and a lot of disunion and dysfunction. You know, we're not feeling very united at the moment. And that creates a lot of unrest. Again, for these reasons, these very basic reasons that if you don't feel part of a whole, you can feel more in danger. So one of the things that I'm really interested in now and looking at a lot is this idea of cognitive rigidity versus cognitive fluidity. So cognitive rigidity is, you know, you're sort of thinking the same things and you're doing the same things, and there's not a lot of room for growth or change. So there are certain psychiatric diagnoses where you can see a lot of cognitive rigidity. Obsessive compulsive disorder is one where, you know, you've got a certain ritual, you have to perform a certain way, and you're not going to be talked out of that. Addiction is another. You know, you keep going to a substance or a behavior because you think it is going to give you a particular feeling. However, you get other things that you weren't bargaining for that are maladaptive. I think another good example of cognitive rigidity is anorexia nervosa, where you have somebody who is convinced that they need to lose weight, that they're not thin enough, but to any outside observer, they're like, you're plenty thin. So there's this rigidity in thinking and a belief system that can't be changed. So, and what we know is that with psychedelic assisted psychotherapy, you can loosen up some of these rigid ways of thinking and some of these rigid ways of being, and you give people an opportunity to adopt other behaviors. So it's this combination of the quieting down of the default mode network, right? So this sort of rumination circuitry of me and how am I doing and how did I do yesterday and how am I going to do tomorrow, and it's very sort of self-serving circuitry that's all about you. And there are many psychedelics which will quiet down this sort of thinking and this sort of reverberative, ruminative, self-obsessed thinking. Quiet that down. And also psychedelics allow different parts of the brain to communicate, maybe different parts that don't typically get to communicate, finally have a chance to communicate because there's different circuitry going on. So the end result of this quieting the default mode network and an enhanced connectivity with other parts of the brain really can enable new behaviors to form and new ways of thinking to form. And so this is one of the reasons why these medicines can be so transformative. And again, I would remind you about oxytocin, that oxytocin enables this neuroplasticity, enables this learning, this rewiring, and it also helps to undergird these feelings that we're connected, that we are open and bonded and trusting of something else. So with MDMA, we know that MDMA increases oxytocin, and we know that this increased trusting and bond. One is that it enhances the therapeutic alliance, right? The connection between doctor and patient or therapist and client. This is enhanced. There's more trusting. I trust you that you're trying to help me. I feel good about you. I feel good about the therapy. These kinds of sort of side effects from an increased oxytocin can have a direct positive effect on the outcome of the psychotherapy. And then the other thing that happens with the oxytocin is that it quiets down the amygdala. There's less of a fear response, right? So that it's a little bit easier to actually examine the trauma, to look at these painful things that happened and figure out how they're informing our behavior. And sometimes you can really, one of the things I like about psychedelic assisted therapy or MDMA assisted therapy is that it gives people a chance to sort of see the macro, to pull back and see the big picture. And I liken it to if you're playing a video game, maybe you're stuck in the corner going around in circles and you don't realize it until you see the macro of the entire game and you realize that you're only in this corner and there's a whole other area of the game that you can explore. So it's a little bit like this with psychedelic assisted psychotherapy or MDMA assisted psychotherapy, where you can get the big picture, figure out that you've been going around in circles, see your way out. You can maybe see the narrative. One of the things that I like about MDMA assisted therapy in terms of oxytocin, and I think that Gould Dolan's lab, they published a paper in the journal Nature in the spring of 2019. I was very happy to be involved with a group of people at Esalen. We were giving a great conference at Esalen back when you could do these things in person. And Gould Dolan was just coming out with this information that that MDMA allowed this oxytocin dependent reopening of a critical learning period with MDMA. And the critical learning period was about social reward learning. So as we know, when you're an adolescent, you care a lot about what other people think about you. You're very focused on social cues and you're focused on social reward. And it's a very particular time in brain development. And MDMA helps, via oxytocin, helps to enable this sort of critical learning period. And the brain is in a very neuroplastic state when there's increased oxytocin. So it turns out that there are all sorts of plant medicines and consciousness expanding medicines that have an effect on oxytocin besides MDMA, including psychedelics. So when you have this peak experience with psychedelics and you sort of get to this place where you feel like everything is connected and everything makes sense, and you see the interdependence of things, and you feel like you are part of it all and part of that connection. That's a pretty heady experience. It's very pleasurable, and it is sort of what I'm getting at when I talk about good chemistry in the book, Good Chemistry. So I just want to say a couple quick things, and then I will wrap up. I consider psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy to be a disruptive technology. These consciousness medicines, these neuromodulators, psychotropics, you call them whatever you will, as long as the words you're using are destigmatizing. These are efficacious, effective catalysts that can help psychotherapy go faster, go deeper, be more effective, and they can help catalyze great behavioral change. A few caveats. Sustainability, I think we have to be very careful keeping an eye on, for instance, how much peyote gets used or how much ingredients for the ayahuasca brew are getting used. We really have to be aware of sustainability issues. Access, marginalized communities, people of color, BIPOC people, LGBTQ plus question mark. There are people who are traumatized and people who really need this therapy. And unfortunately, they are not the people who are getting therapy at the moment. And I think we all know that, and it has to change. And then the last thing very quickly is ethics. Not just the sort of capitalist ethics of maybe not having anti-competitive practices, but also more importantly, perhaps, is the ethics in the actual administration of the therapy to make sure that the therapists are not bad actors, that they have good boundaries, that there are not terrible transgressions. We've had a few over the years. We can't afford to have any. So sustainability, access, ethics, disruptive technology, good chemistry, go out and vote, God help our country, and the planet. And if anybody has any questions, I will answer them in the next 50 seconds. And if you don't have any questions, then I will say thank you very much for having me.
Hi, it's Deborah.
Hi, Deb. Hi, Deb. Nice
Thank
job.
you.
Really nice job today. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for your presentation. And thank you for my copy that I'm reading. I mean, really, at the moment, I just want to take this moment to thank you. I recommend it to everybody. Good chemistry, the science of connection from soul to psychedelics, especially during the times we are living in at the moment. It's almost like you predicted this.
It's
because
funny. I was worried it wouldn't be timely, and it turned out to be very timely. So I was happy about that.
I think what's happening now is that everyday people with not really big problems are now getting a tiny little dose of what many people in the world are suffering from constantly that we don't even know about because we're in our little houses not noticing. And now we're getting a smidgen, right, of a taste. And I, you know, we're feeling it. This book is very helpful, and it makes you feel like, okay, yeah, it's normal that I feel shitty at the moment because I'm really lonely and this is not what I want.
Yeah, no, we're really, you know, we're built for cuddling and hugging and skin to skin and eye contact and smelling pheromones. We're not built for this kind of isolation, and it's very synthetic what we're getting from our phones and from our laptops. It's really not quite enough.
Yeah, 100%. And thank you for all your work, and thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It was my pleasure. I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference. I hope everything goes very smoothly.
Smooth. Thanks, Julie.
My name's Peyton Nyquist. I'm the chair, founder, and CEO of Numinous Wellness. We've all recognized now, whether it's opiate addiction, suicide, anxiety, depression, trauma, there's this turnover model of just get them on some prescription and send them on their way, and there needs to be different approaches taken around mental health. I founded Numinous from a personal standpoint. I was struggling with some severe health challenges myself, and actually turned to psychedelic therapy as a last-ditch effort to try and save my own life, and did so. At the height of it, I was getting hospitalized once a week. And after going through a series of psychedelic therapy treatments, I've never been in the hospital since then. And the impact really was astounding in terms of how badly I was suffering and how quickly I was able to make a really, really big shift when other treatments couldn't. When we're talking about psychedelics and the treatment model using psychedelics, it's not a prescription-based model. It's not a, you know, here's your psilocybin prescription, good luck. It's really working with a therapist and working with a team that is administering that therapy and helping build context for what's going on and being able to actually work through whatever is causing those ailments in the first place. This movement, you know, means a lot to me and is quite close to my heart. So.
This is the biggest thing in mental health care in the last 100 years. Because of the history with the war on drugs and the cultural baggage that goes along with it, it's been a long time coming, but I think we're right at the threshold of transformative change. My name is Evan Wood, and I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Numinous. There's been a massive opportunity cost in terms of the therapeutic potential of certain substances, including psychedelics. In terms of the existing treatments that we have for most common mental health disorders, we primarily focus on symptom management. So things like depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder. The existing models of care essentially are to tell people that you've got a chemical imbalance in your brain, there's something wrong with you, you have to take this medication every day to try and fix it. And when it comes to psychedelics, it's a complete new paradigm shift where we're approaching these challenges with curative intent. In terms of the process, there's a big distinction between someone just going and taking a psychedelic and hoping for these type of outcomes. It's really about the psychotherapeutic protocol. So essentially that's creating a safe environment for people and supporting them through the psychedelic experience and what may be coming up from them as part of that. And at the end of, let's say, a 3-month psychedelic psychotherapy program, individuals are able to approach life in an entirely new way. Numinous is at the forefront of psychedelics in a couple of different ways. Our lab facility is the first in decades to legally be growing psilocybin mushrooms and initiating a whole range of basic science research activity as it relates to that. Developing optimally trained staff, developing the physical locations, and undertaking the work to develop the protocols and all the ancillary mental health services. Individual that comes through our doors looking for help, there could be a tailored approach to meet their needs. We have a host of really exciting partnerships, a host of exciting protocols and other implementation science activities that I think are going to enable us to leapfrog forward into a new future, and there's just so many reasons to be excited.
Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. I am Jay Ashri Mitra, but call me Jay. Big thank you to the organizers for having me here today. It's a pleasure and an honor. Just a couple of housekeeping things. Please feel free to interrupt me at any time with questions you may have. The firm legal counsel insists that I say in the beginning that this is for informational purposes only. It's not legal advice. We'd have to have an engagement letter in place. And I hope this is going to be a very interactive and interesting conversation for all the participants. So what are we going to discuss today? Patents and psychedelics. I'd like to talk a little bit about my background before we launch into that, because I think my history does play a role in how I approach the subject matter. I started life as a bioscientist researching the effect of cocaine on developing brains in rats. It was fascinating because the plasticity of the human brain is very interesting, and how it continues to evolve through the life of the individual and how it reacts to psychoactive substances. Things happened and I had to figure out a new career track. So I became a lawyer. And for over 10 years, I've been working as a patent litigator mainly, but also doing antitrust work related to the pharmaceutical industry, helping clients build patent portfolios, advising on other IP issues, and generally being linked to how the pharmaceutical industry works. And I've seen practically every aspect of it, from drug development at the startup stage to how a mega pharmaceutical company works and its global footprint and all the nuances that come into play in having a very successful drug establish market domination across many countries. I got into what I would call the Schedule I practice area. When I started working at my current law firm of Zuber Lawler, I'm in the New York office and I'm a partner there. The firm had a robust practice in cannabis, and the clients wanted to know how to protect their IP. And that was fascinating because the great thing about patents is that the fact that something is Schedule I doesn't stop us from getting patents on it. But just getting a patent and spending a lot of money on it doesn't make sense unless there is a rationale for it and there is a strategic viewpoint for it. And that is what also guides the thinking when we are talking about psychedelics and patents, because psychedelics are also class 1 substances. And when I'm talking to clients in the psychedelic industry and they're talking about building their IP portfolio, we have to ask, can we get a patent? Yes, you can get a patent. Because if it is patentable subject matter, that is it not obvious? Is this something new? Can we make the case that despite some of the compounds being known for thousands of years, certain aspects of the technology being known in traditional medicine, is there something that you have discovered, that you have found in the course of your research? Is this something that is non-obvious, that is novel, that we can craft claims around? Can be patented? Yes, we can. Or at least we can present our case to the USPTO and file the application. But then the next question is, what is your path forward? What is it that you're trying to gain as a company by filing not just this application, which is really just the start of your journey? Because what you want to do with this first step is envision where you're going to be in 10 years, 20 years, because this should be the beginning of a family of patents. 1 country, 10 countries, 20 countries, 1 disease, 10 diseases, a family of patents, more than 1 compound, more than 1 method of treatment. What is it that you're thinking about achieving by embarking in the journey of patenting your product? Or what is it that you're thinking of for your company? And every industry has its own rhythm. So for example, in cannabis, when we are talking about patents, you're talking about packaged goods, you're talking about cosmetics, you're talking about extraction patents where the product that's being extracted could be used in many different products. But in psychedelics, where there is a more of a long-term play at issue, approaching portfolio building, how do you tie that in with your regulatory strategy? How do you tie that in with the Schedule I status in the United States versus its status in other countries? So all of these factors come into play when we are talking about patenting psychedelics. And there is, of course, the question of its historic nature and the fact that there is a lot of prior art out there, and that gets in the way of how we think about the strategy of patenting the new developments that the client is contemplating. So that's kind of the baseline where we start from when we are talking to clients about where are you going with your patent portfolio, rather than just rushing in and saying, yes, let's just file a patent tomorrow. Let's file a provisional application tomorrow because that's the one-shot deal we are going to take and we are done with it. Then and then what else are we seeing? And companies are filing applications because there is a gold rush. This is a new industry, and those who get in first are going to have the advantage because there is a lot of ground to cover and there is relatively little competition at this point. Now, there are those who believe that perhaps patenting is not the right way to go, and perhaps the way to work in this industry is to work cooperatively and the knowledge should be public. Well, that is certainly a way to look at it. And if they want to share the knowledge and put it in the public domain, that's also a very, that's an acceptable way of looking at things. And there are those who are doing it. And I would say they deserve a lot of respect, but also if somebody wants to find a way of building their patent portfolio and monetizing it, I think that's also a credible way of moving the industry forward. It's just, what is it that works for you? That's really the issue. And how are you crafting your applications? How are you presenting it to the USPTO? And ultimately, what are the claims that you're going to be able to get? Now, the other interesting issue that developed this year was that we've already seen our first adversarial proceeding. This is a very young industry. We've just started filing patent applications here. But earlier this year, Compass Health, which has a patent on psilocybin, actually the patent is just generally, I'm not going to go through the claims, I don't even remember all the claims, but generally it related to the polymorphic forms of psilocybin, and polymorphic forms, very generally, again, it's the crystalline forms. How do you make different crystalline forms? The patent was issued in 2019, I believe, and the validity of the patent was challenged before the what's called the PTAB, Patent Trial and Appeals Board, in a proceeding called the IPR proceedings. IPR proceedings are a kind of adversarial proceedings we have in the United States where anyone can challenge the validity of a patent. And it was challenged by a law firm called Cohn Law and Associates. And the funders were not disclosed initially, though I believe a corporate entity was ultimately formed. The patent office has the discretion not to institute trial. And I believe in this instance it didn't, because for various reasons it explained in its decision. But what's interesting here is that we've seen the first adversarial petition to invalidate a patent filed at a very early stage by an entity that doesn't seem to have an interest in the patent. For example, it's not a rival pharmaceutical company. It's just a law firm. And who is funding it is not even clear. So it's clear that there is value to patenting industry. People are companies, individuals, I believe. I mean, there's a lag time of 18 months. We don't even know how many patents have been filed in the interim. But clearly, people are rushing in to file applications, get their foot in the door, mark their priority date. And I think in a few months, as more and more applications get published, we are likely to start seeing just who has gotten their foot in the door and staked their positions. And the psychedelic industry will likely, over the course of the next year or so, have to take stock as to how much of the intellectual property has been grabbed in this gold rush. So the message that I would give is that patents in the psychedelic industry are certainly attracting a lot of attention. We've had a wave of filings if public announcements are to go by. But from a strategic point of view, if I were to give my 2 cents, it would be think about what is it that you're doing with your applications. Is this the beginning? Is this a long-term strategy? Where are you going with your company? And also be prepared to face very early at risk, because as the Compass Health proceedings show, adversaries are there and they're willing to challenge it very early. And getting a patent is expensive enough. Defending it is much, much worse. I have been speaking without it. So I think I'm going to pause for a bit and ask those in the audience if they have questions for me.
Can you hear me? Oh, I don't know. Hi, Jay. This is Deborah. Thanks so much for joining us. If I could ask you, do you think companies that are setting these patents up are in for lawsuits and just facing a potential war legally?
I think it depends on the perceived value, because it's expensive to fight a patent as well. If somebody's bringing an action, their bill is not trivial. So when you file a patent, it takes a while to get it. And then when somebody files a challenge, it's also an expensive proposition. So I think what we saw in Compass Health, there was somebody clearly perceived a value somewhere, because if you're dropping potentially a six-figure sum, challenging a patent, there has to be one would presume there's a rationale for it. The answer to your question is, I think what we are seeing are certain signs, but the math, the economics behind it, I think we'll have to get more data before we can answer. What I would take away from the whole few months of, between when the filing was made and when the PTAB decided not to institute the trial and basically brought the whole saga to an end, is that early filers certainly have an advantage in that they are likely to get patents which would be of greater value, in the sense they are in uncharted territory and probably face less challenge from prior art. But if they have the valuable patents that others in the industry covet, there is a probability that they're likely to face early challenges too. And this was one incident, but who knows how many more we'll see.
Yeah, we're definitely in new uncharted territories, and I think, obviously there's going to be a lot happening and a lot of change to see. But thank you so much, Jay, for joining us from Zuba Law. We really appreciate your input and knowledge. Thanks,
My pleasure.
Jay. Have a cross over to Boulder, Colorado, to our host, Reconscious Medical, where they stand by a motto of everyone has the right to shine bright. They have an incredible panel for us on the future of psychedelic healthcare. Over to Reconscious Medical in Boulder, where they will discuss a visionary look into the future practice of psychedelic medicine from a physician's perspective. Thanks so much, Naveen.
Okay. So Phil, I'd like to start with you. From your point of view, what's the best possible outcome for the future of psychedelic medicine? And what is your group either doing or dreaming of doing to make this a reality?
Well, it's a wonderful question. It's one I've been actually enjoying thinking about. I enjoy thinking about it because my view is it's so utopian, but realizable. We have a two-stream thing going, where we have this massive underground use of psychedelics, and it's been going on because of repression and legalization. And we had a happy period that I was part of when we didn't have that kind of suppression. We had a bit of it, but we could do lots of things. We could meet, we could help people, we could create our own bodies, our own ethical ways of dealing with people and ourselves. And then 1986 occurred, and MDMA was shut down, unfortunately and irresponsibly. And then you have this massive upsurge, and we're having a massive upsurge now. The number of people using substances, often outside of appropriate settings that are good for them, is enormous. So I always look towards legalization. And people argue, well, full legalization, no, that's not a good thing. So my view of legalization, and I hope it will occur, probably not in my lifetime, is that we have available resources and we have ways of thinking of helping people to understand the powers of these medicines, how to use it, and that, we apply that inspirationally in therapeutic settings that are available to humans free of charge, okay? I'm one of those free of charge utopians, right? So when you get the money out of the system, you get a lot of the hassle, a lot of the drama, a lot of the crime, it goes away. Which, I mean, I think these are valuable, and the money inducement is a terrible impact on us in every way possible. From police systems and court systems and huge numbers of people in prison. And we always do that instead of education. So in my utopia, we have legalization, we have, thoughtful use, we have resources, and we have the psychotherapeutic availability to make this a practice for human beings that's worthwhile. So what are we doing about that? In this moment, I'm focused on the Ketamine Research Foundation, on doing real research to show the values of this medicine, to develop methodologies that are appropriate to it, to prepare ourselves for when other medications enter our toolbox, and to do the sharing group under Indra's Net Coalition as a worldwide helpful entity towards the support of people experiencing trauma and healing from trauma. I'm trying to do a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phil. Next, I'd like to move to Will. Just a quick update for the audience. Unfortunately, Scott has had some logistical issues getting here with the road conditions. So he's actually going to be turning around and going back to Fort Collins. And so hopefully Zoom in with us. So I'd like to pose the same questions to you. To repeat them, or do you already have it?
I think I got him. Thanks, Naveen.
Wonderful.
Oh, there's Scott.
Hey, Scott, welcome.
Glad you made it, Scott. So, hi, Scott.
Hello there. Sorry for the delay. We had serious gridlock on I-25, backed up for 10 miles.
Holy cow. So, Naveen, do you want to repeat the questions? Or?
Yeah. Let me go ahead and reset the time, of course. The questions for the group are, the opening question is, from your point of view, what is the best possible outcome for the future of psychedelic medicine? And what is your group either doing or dreaming of doing to make this a reality? So Will, if you'd like to give us your response, if you could.
Well, first of all, I want to also recognize these pioneers and mentors and leaders. Phil and Scott, you've been incredibly important in my life, and for the future of this endeavor that we're all in here of bringing psychedelics responsibly forward and not having a backlash like we had in the 60s. I'm deeply grateful for the work that you've both done here, and for you, Naveen, for bringing things together here. And it's wonderful to connect with you, Mark, as well, again, after all these years. I think that, first of all, I want to say that Phil is a modest guy who underemphasized the contribution of research that you've made, Phil. And so with regard to the future of psychedelics, I think one thing that is beautiful that's happening now is a whole bunch of research. And so I think that in the future, we're going to have a lot more information about different psychedelics. We're going to have trials that we don't have currently, like looking at, the difference between psilocybin for depression versus ketamine for depression. We're going to have studies like looking at ketamine-assisted psychotherapy versus MDMA-assisted psychotherapy for PTSD. So I think part of part of the future is having a lot more information, and that's going to come with a lot of heavy lifting from people who are committed to that cause of bringing psychedelics into the mainstream, according to the powers that be and the current way of operating in the mainstream, which seems to be, for the time being anyway, putting things through the FDA and doing these really important studies of head-to-head trials and double-blind placebo-controlled trials. So thank you both for the effort that you've put in and you continue to put in to bring that forward. I think my view about the future of psychedelics is slightly less ambitious than the utopian view that you have, Phil, that you rolled out. I don't know whether free access is something that is going to happen in my lifetime, or if that's even the best way. I think it's important for practitioners to be fairly compensated for their work and their efforts. And I think that my personal view about the money is that there is a form of conscious capitalism or conscious for-profit endeavors that don't have to necessarily be sort of promoting this dystopia that you talked about with regard to money. But I do think that we're going to have a huge issue with supply and demand. We're going to have a big problem with bottleneck around people who are adequately trained, and we're going to have problems with access based on the financial aspects. So in my sort of future world that I'd like to see, third-party payers getting involved, which is probably going to require that research to be a lot more robust. And I also want to see that the knowledge about set and setting becoming much more of a mainstream and sort of matter-of-fact reality in our culture, which I think is really important for the things that Phil talked about of people using psychedelics without having adequate training or understanding about set and setting and how to hold space in a safe way. So what about it? Am I already at my time, Naveen? Okay, I'll just say it in a couple sentences. We're trying to create models that will be delivery systems for people to be able to access psychedelic treatments on a big scale. So that's what we're working on. And also training practitioners in our institute to know how to effectively use psychedelics in the bigger context of mental health. I don't perceive that psychedelics are the answer to all the problems. I don't think anybody on this panel does, but I really want for practitioners in our field to know how to recognize other issues and how to treat them, and putting psychedelics in that context. Thanks for the extra time.
Well, thank you so much, Rob. Now I'd like to pose the same question to Scott. Scott, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes,
wonderful. Scott, would you like me to repeat the question, or?
I think I have a sense of it.
Okay.
So I would build on what Will said, and first of all, well, welcome and sorry for my tardy arrival, and it's nice to be among old friends and new friends. So happy to be here. I would say that I agree with Will that research it's important that we have the academic support for the credibility. At the polar extreme of that, I think, is access for every man, every woman, every person. And I think, you know, we're 5 to 7 years away from insurance reimbursement if we're lucky. And in the meantime, we've got a lot to do. So I think my feeling is that groups are going to be the way that this is going to turn around, that we're going to be able to make this, which is currently an elite form of care right now. And to make it a common person's care, we need to make it really cheap and accessible. And I think groups are the way to do that. We have begun doing groups with ketamine for mental health practitioners in terms of doing process groups. And in the next few months, we're going to be rolling that into patient care for groups, trying to keep the price, I think, under $100 per session, if we can do that, because ketamine is cheap. And if we can manage the numbers right, we can do this in a safe and economical way. I think the other piece that Will alluded to is that psychedelics are really just the high profile, fashion, trendy part of a new paradigm in mental health care. And people are jumping off the chemical imbalance boat that is burning in modern psychiatry. But until we have a reasonable boat for them to land on, people are going to be reluctant to make that big leap. And psychedelics are part of that new boat, but I think the broader piece that Will alluded to is integrative healthcare, because if we have a 12-year-old coming in with family issues and low-grade depression or anxiety, we're not going to step into psilocybin. And if we have a 30-year-old with mild depression who has a lot of problems with lifestyle, I don't know that psychedelics are the best first choice. So I think we need a broad panoply of options that really is integrative care, integrative mental health, and I think broadly based with groups and easy access. And then finally, I would say that we need to be brain-based. One of the problems we have in our current model, and this is both in conventional psychiatry and psychedelics, it's a trial and error. Let's just guess. Well, maybe psilocybin is the right option, maybe MDMA, well, maybe it's Prozac, maybe it's Zoloft. I don't know that we have advanced beyond this until we have a brain-based model where we can say, based on your EEG pattern, based on your biochemistry, you're going to do best with this, or based on your past issues and care, this is going to be the best fit for you. We are currently doing a lot of brain maps. We're looking at non-responders to ketamine and trying to understand what their brain pattern is on a QEEG, quantitative electroencephalogram. So I think we need to be brain-based. I think we need to have group access, and I think we need a broad option of care that is integrative mental health and integrative psychiatry.
Thank you so much, Scott. And now I'd like to address the same question to Mark. Mark, would you like me to repeat the question?
Thank you very much, Naveen. And it's really an honor to be sitting on this stage, sharing the stage with yourself, with Dr. Shannon, Dr. Vanderweer, and Phil. Really an honor. Never did I think when I started my medical career that I'd be able to be sharing the stage with these pioneers in the psychedelic movement and talking about psychedelics. So again, I just can't be any more blessed today or every day that I get to work on this. I think that we got some very interesting perspectives, starting with Phil's utopian perspective, moving on to a very practical perspective, I think, from Will. And I appreciate Scott's scientific perspective. I'm going to come in now with, forgive me, but somewhat of a grandiose perspective on the use of these medications in the future. I think the world is in trouble right now, right? We have trouble getting along with ourselves. We have trouble getting along with the planet, breaking each other down, breaking the planet down. And I think a lot of us are concerned about, how much time we have left with this planet. And that's where I think these medications can come in. Really, maybe hoping to give humanity a longer stay of execution, giving us some more time to think in other ways than humanity has about how we can move forward, how we can get along, how we can save this planet. So I'm hoping that these medications really are the keys to opening up our minds to getting along with one another and the planet and helping to keep moving us forward. I agree with the other panelists wholeheartedly on the need to get this out to the masses. It can't be for a small amount of people, but we want to get this to the whole world. And yes, there's numerous problems. And where myself and my company, Reconscious Medical, comes in, is helping to apply technology to this and looking at technological solutions to assist in the deployment of this medication. So that's really what we're focused on, is getting this medication out to the masses and in a modern way to the times.
Thank you so much, Mark. So guys, I'd like to now have a second round of questions, which I'd also like to pose to all of the panelists. I need to talk louder. Yeah. Okay. I'll talk louder. So guys, I can't help myself on this question. I'm a sci-fi fan. I know that Scott's a sci-fi fan. I'm not sure about Will and Mark, but here we go. Okay. So, gentlemen, imagine that you are the spokesman for an advanced and benevolent alien civilization that is somehow aware of the various evolutionary trajectories that we on Earth might take. What might you tell the Earth's psychedelic therapy community to hasten a more favorable healing trajectory for our planet? And I'll go in the original order. Phil, would you like to field that question?
Well, since I'm an avatar format, I'm gonna come back towards Earth as a girl. I want to be a woman. I'm tired. This is all men. It's a sick, screwed up thing that there are 5 men on this planet. So if I'm going to come back, I'm going to be a girl. And how beautiful I am will be up to you. But, you know, given that my son did the infinite playa and we had avatars of all sorts and you could put on costumes, I think the feminine aspect is what I'd want to bring back to Earth. And the feminine aspect for me is love and kindness. It's male and female. And we as men have an obligation to adopt it. We're, after all, X chromosomes, half of us. And I want to really feel my X chromosome working within the structure of my being a man. But I wanted to inform things. So if I'm looking at Earth, I'm saying down to Earth, you know, you need to get your shit together around this war stuff and this unkindness and this tribalism and this prejudice against each other, and recognize you all come from the Great Mother. Get your shit together in perfect unity. And in that unity, you can do something. You can be kind to Mother Earth. You can develop sustainability. You cannot extinguish all the species. You can, you know, really come into a new kind of consciousness. What are you doing with your minds? How are you working with your minds? Are you watching television ads with commercials all the time? Are you doing YouTubes 24 hours a day? What are you doing with your minds and your creative lives? What are you doing with your love and your connection? How are you getting along? And, you know, we, from outer space, see how you're hurting yourselves. And we want to bring in a sense of kindness, loving kindness. So we're sending you, we're radiating down to you loving kindness from our girliness.
Thank you so much, Phil. Now I'd like to go to Will. Will, would you like me to repeat the question, or do you got it?
I got it. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Naveen. I like what Phil said about the feminine, and I think that what I would say is, like, look, you guys have a very primitive nervous system, and you need to understand that, and you need to use the tools and the abilities that are available to you, including psychedelics, to stay, as my Buddhist teacher used to say, to keep refreshing the umbilical cord with the sacred, with the sacred feminine, to keep remembering that we are Every molecule, every part of our spiritual and physical being is of the earth and from the earth. And so if I also would say that in order for people to be promoted into positions of leadership on this planet, there needs to be a better vetting procedure versus who can spend the most money on advertising. Come on, guys. I mean, do you really want that to be the determining factor for the people who have the most power on the planet to make the biggest decisions? I think you want to set up criteria that support the vetting of these primitive nervous systems. You want to say, look, leaders on this planet need to have a psychedelic experience that is deeply disturbing to them, to go deep into their own trauma and face it and address it. There needs to be a contemplative practice to keep these nervous systems regulated. There need to be diets that are optimized. And obviously this goes for everyone on the planet, but especially for the leadership, and where these decisions that Phil's talking about, violence and the structurization of racism and greed and the whole 9 yards. It blows my mind that we don't have more rigorous requirements for leadership on this planet. And so I think from an alien standpoint, it would make sense that you would account for the grave limitations of our nervous systems and the capacity for us to live inside of a bubble of absolute disconnection from reality, that we would require these things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill. And now I'd like to pose the same question to Scott. Scott, would you like me to repeat the question, or do you got it?
No, I'm good. So I think I'm going to roll with the conceit of your question, in that we've got some fictionable capacity. And what I would do is I would collect 1,000 leaders from business, from academia, and from politics, beam them into a remote location, beautiful natural location, give them 300 micrograms of LSD, and then pick them up 24 hours later and see what's different.
500.
500. So that's the novel I would create with the aliens.
Wow, thank you so much, Scott. Okay, so now we round out the question to Mark. Mark,
thank you, Naveen. I would come down and I would say, get to work, people. The answer isn't in a pill. Spirituality, service, study, doing those things to work on getting better and getting along. Turn off your screen. Turn on your love light and let it shine. That's what I would tell you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Wow. Okay, guys, so I want to circle back to a topic that I'm pretty sure I've heard Phil and Will mention. I believe Scott and Mark may have, and that's this question. And I'd like to also pose it to all the panelists because I think it's important. And that is, commercialized interest in psychedelic medicine may be somewhat of a controversial topic. How can the privatized model of psychedelic medicine potentially improve the future of psychedelic medicine? Phil, I'd like to start with you, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Well, it is a complex question. I tried to address it. I've spent my career as a practitioner-based psychotherapist, psychiatrist within small groups and within larger organizational structures that cohered those small groups. It's a basic medical model in a way. where the doctor is independent, and that independence for me has always been very pleasant because it's given me freedom. I think a lot of people coming out of med school these days have a notion of constraint, and I never had a notion of constraint. I thought I could do what I wanted to do and do it constructively. So I have trouble with organizations, and I've worked for public organizations at least half my career with different degrees of freedom, telling me how to practice and telling me what to do. Most of them have been governmental, and I've had some leadership roles in them, and so I've had relative freedom in them. I think the issues of commercialization are quality of care, constraints on people, and there are virtues on both sides. People who work for Kaiser get vacations. People who work solo practices get none. We don't get paid vacations. But then there's the speed up, and there's the how do you get more out of someone, and how do you get more out of their work life, and how many people can they see, and how fast can they see them, and how can we get more efficient, and things that break apart the humanistic quality of the work. And so I'm very cautious about who is going to run the show and what their interests are. And I think that cautionary extends into what are we delivering, how best are we delivering it, and at what cost, both to us as practitioners, because I value my life as a practitioner. I like what I do, I love what I do, and I don't want to lose loving what I do to someone else's formulation about how I should proceed. I want to proceed in concert. I believe in cooperative models, and they work the best after all I've seen, from highly capitalist models to socialist, so-called socialist imposition, totalitarian models. Cooperatives are the only way we're going to get along, from my point of view.
Thank you so much, Phil. So now I'd like to pose the same question to Will. Will, would you like me to repeat it, or do you?
I think I got it. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely.
So this might be where I get a little utopian, Phil. I think that there's a spectrum from the individual expensive restaurant, let's say, that only a few people can afford to go to, but where the chef is world renowned and makes 5 to 10 plates of the most amazing food every night, and the most elite people get to go there and have that food. And on the one hand, and then we have McDonald's with $3 trillion or 3 trillion people served or whatever. So to me, these are the extremes of sort of the individual model of the doctor shaman, or the kind of mom and pop operation. And then, we have the kind of watered down, low quality option at the highest level of scale, let's say. And so where I get curious is about where, if we hold, first of all, I want to tip my hat to MAPS for really holding tightly to the reins of the quality of training. I think that's something that Rick has really stood for, and I applaud him for that. It's rigorous, it's long-term, it's difficult to get through, and there's all kinds of pressure to get more people trained. And Michael Mithofer and Rick and everyone at MAPS, I think, is doing a great job of refusing to sacrifice the quality of the training in the face of the need to get 10,000 or more therapists trained like now. So I think there's a happy medium in there somewhere where we can take a stand for the quality of the training, but be mindful of the expense to the public that comes from lack of access. If we don't have enough people trained, if we don't organize ourselves in a way that allows, thousands of people to be trained over the next few years. So I think we have to find that balance between the two. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Will. Scott, I'd like to pose the same question to you. Would you like me to repeat it? Or do you have?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Well, I think in the psychedelic community, I think there's probably a deep mistrust of the commodification of psychedelics and of capitalism in general. That being said, it's the world we exist in, and we need to figure out a way to make models that are viable and even scalable, perhaps, but with access. We have a nonprofit, the Prati Group, and we've been funded by the Psychedelic Science Funders Collaborative, that are major funders of MAPS as well as MAPS, to put on a building a psychedelic clinic workshop that starts in a couple of weeks in Denver and will repeat in the second part in February. And our thinking and our goal in this is that we need to get those 10,000 therapists that Will mentioned, we need to get them the ability to set up an effective business. And whether they're in Wichita or Seattle or New York City or Boston or even Fort Collins, Colorado, we need to help people figure out how they can create a viable psychedelic clinic. Because we've got training models that are rolling out, but we don't have people with the effective business skills needed to open up shop and create that competitive marketplace that is capitalism, the world we exist in. And I think when we see the full spread, we'll see everything from low cost, easy access models to what Will mentioned, which is, the sort of high-end models. And I think it's my belief that with the ability to spread this to the masses and give everyone the ability to open up a viable business, then we'll see the kind of variety and competition we need in the marketplace to bring this product to the people, which is, I think, everyone's goal here.
Thank you so much, Scott. Now I'd like to turn to Mark and address the same question to you.
Thank you, Naveen. I think that oftentimes medicine and business can be awkward bedfellows. How do we combine, an altruistic sense of serving and helping with a for-profit model? I think if we place the focus on medicine and service and doing well and helping people, in my experience as a clinician, the business and will be successful. And so can work in concert with one another between medical practitioners and business people. It'll help with the faster scaling of this, the deployment to the masses quicker, and again, helping humanity quicker. So again, if we lead this with not the search for capital, but the search for helping and being of service. My experience in medicine, abundance is always followed if you do the right thing. So if the leaders in this industry can focus on practicing medicine and doing the right thing, the business people will be happy, and that will help to propel this to the masses.
Thank you, Mark.
Can I have the favor of 30 seconds?
Of course you can.
Thank you. I think, we're living in a bit of our own xenophobia. The adoption of psychedelic psychotherapy on a National Health Service Medicare for All model is available in countries that have Medicare for All. We're problematically posing this question because we live in a society that doesn't have National Health Service. And I think in Europe and other places, Canada, that absorption will be possible. The second part of it is, it's also a matter of how much money we want to make and how much greed we have. And so making accessibility to people is also by reducing fees or by doing groups. Yes, that's a great mechanism. Or by, gaining support from other organizations. So in our access to care, I cut my fee in half. I think, the question is, how much money do I want to make? What do I need? How far do I have to go? And we're in such a greed-imposed society that the amount of money that people want to make becomes, the guiding principle.
Thank you so much, Phil. So I'd like to shift the panel just a little bit, if I could. And I'd like to ask the following question to all of the panelists. How can the psychedelic community best respond to recent events in the US highlighting racial and economic injustice? So I'd like to start out with Phil. Phil, you'll have 3 minutes for us, if you would.
Well, I think it's a terrific problem we've been talking a lot about within the foundation and on the program we just ran. That's K-Dome Microdome, and in terms of why, for instance, communities of color don't adopt more psychedelic psychotherapy, or why aren't women more involved? And we're trying to address that. For instance, in our Injured Neck Coalition, we have a people of color model that we're developing so that people can define themselves in relationship to the opportunities that psychedelics offer. But there's a great deal of prejudice around it, and we need to confront that, and we need to empower people to provide leadership in these areas. And we're going to be doing that and are doing that, and are seriously involved in trying to develop communities that are responsive to the ethnic diversity and to sexual availability for women to be a major part of all of this. Here we are, 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Phil. Okay, Will, would you like to have a go at that question?
Great, thanks, Naveen. I appreciate you bringing an uncomfortable question for a Caucasian man like me, a leader who is very much in the conversation with myself and other friends of mine who are mostly white men about this confronting issue of privilege and race in this country. I had a conversation with a leader in the movement to stand for the abolition of structural racism in this country, Resmaa Menakem, a few weeks ago, and I gathered from that conversation with him. We had him as a guest on our podcast, the Higher Practice podcast, and from his book, My Grandmother's Hands, that there's a lot of work for us as Caucasian privileged people to actually look at the roots of and the structure of racial injustice in this country, and to really be in the conversation with myself and confront these issues that are very real for me as a white man who grew up in the South, where the structures of racial injustice were it was a well-oiled machine where there was very little confrontation of the roles that people were assigned into. So I guess I wanted to say that I think, first of all, I'm really excited about the chaos and the movement to open up awareness about these long-term issues in our country. It's a chaotic time. And I think what's happening is this patriarchal structure that Phil alluded to when he talked about the sacred feminine is beginning to break down. And I think that we're facing a reorganization of the power structures. At least that's my hope, is that we're going to see more access and more opportunity. So I don't have a quick answer to the problem. It's a big challenge, and I'm happy to be in the conversation.
Thank you so much, Will. Scott, would you like to respond to that question?
Sure, I would. It's an important question and one I think we've all been struggling with. So at one end, I think that we can understand that psychedelic medicine has the ability through its deep power to connect and sort of a deep ecology, that sort of ecological connection that helps to break down boundaries and distinctions and create sort of an allergy to these constructed walls that are cultural, that are sociological, that are long-standing. So I think we can see that the psychedelic medicine itself, when properly integrated and properly used, can help be a tool for evolving this problem in a positive way. On the other hand, in a more practical way, the nonprofit that we work with has really integrated in a deep way these values of trying to address issues of equity and access. And we've made our training costs for ketamine-assisted psychotherapy and are building a psychedelic clinic programs available with deep discounts for people from disadvantaged communities. And we have a strong nonprofit flavor that says part of our mission is to spread this to all equally with solid access. So I think it comes in sort of my view, these two poles that are sort of the ultra practical and the more theoretical.
Let's jump to Baltimore with our next host, Entheon Biomedical. We are grateful to have a host that is working so hard on research and drug development focused on treating substance abuse disorders and addressing the lack of treatment options available to those suffering from addiction. They will lead the next hour of content with CSO Dr. Andrew Hagley, Professor Matthew Johnson of Johns Hopkins, and CEO Timothy Coe. Thanks so much, Andrew.
Hi, I'm Andrew Hegley. I'm Director of Operations and Chief Science Officer for Entheon Biomedical. I want to thank PsyTech for giving me the opportunity to speak today, but first I want to take a moment to acknowledge that we are on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded lands of the Coast Salish peoples. Today I'm going to talk about DMT-assisted therapy, something Entheon Biomedical is working towards. I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of DMT research, its traditional uses, some of the human studies that have been done in recent years, and where we plan to take it. DMT is dimethyltryptamine. It's a chemical found throughout nature, in plant and animal kingdoms. It's a very simple molecule, very similar to serotonin. And in fact, as I'll mention in a few minutes, we believe it actually serves as a neurotransmitter in the body. In traditional cultures in South America and Central America, DMT is found in a number of plants that are used in ceremonial and religious contexts, usually taking the form of ayahuasca tea or other preparations like snuffs. One source of DMT that's very commonly used is the leaf of the Psychotria viridis. This is often combined with the vine from Banisteriopsis. Putting these two together actually allows DMT to extend its activity for several hours by preventing it from breaking down in the body. So in these ceremonial contexts, a DMT ayahuasca experience can often last for 5 to 6 hours. DMT is, of course, the active ingredient here. It wasn't isolated chemically until the early 30s when a Canadian chemist named Richard Mansk first synthesized it. And you can see these beautiful crystals that are formed when it's synthesized chemically. But it wasn't until 25 years later that Stephen Sara decided to test it on himself. So Sara was actually working for Sandoz Labs and by all accounts, couldn't get a hold of any LSD. So he decided to do some work with DMT. And when he injected it, he discovered that it had these intense psychedelic properties very similar to LSD, but only lasting about a half an hour. So this is a very intriguing property of DMT that makes it quite quite a lot of potential for therapeutic use. We know, of course, that it's found in animals as well as plants. In fact, in the upper right here, you can see this is actually a slice of a hippocampus, a part of the brain of a rat, showing two of the precursor enzymes actually making DMT. So when these two, don't worry too much about the arrows, but as you can see, those pink spots are where those two enzymes are acting together to create DMT in the brain. Now, for a long time, people thought that DMT was only produced in the pineal gland, but now we kind of know that that's not necessarily the case. In fact, it's produced throughout the central nervous system. This graph in the bottom right, don't worry too much again about the details there. It's a chromatogram actually showing DMT in the rat brain, and it's comparable in concentration to other monoamine neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine. Interestingly, this preparation were from rats that did not have pineal glands, so we know that it's produced elsewhere in the body. So what is it doing? We know, like psilocybin and LSD and other potent hallucinogens, it acts on serotonin receptors. So that's this crystal structure of a serotonin receptor on the upper left here. As it binds, it's affecting synapses in the brain. Synapses are where your neurons connect, and this wonderful illustration has it's sort of showing you how these chemical and electrical signals transmit information from cell to cell. Now, this is what allows us to walk and speak and think, and of course, modulating or changing these properties of electrical and chemical synapses will change the way that we can think and the networks in our brain. So some really great research from the Olson lab at UC Davis has come out in last couple of years, showing that DMT applied to cells increases their neuroplasticity. That means that their connections increase when DMT is added. At the bottom here, you can see a vehicle treated, that's just a control cell with nothing really done to it, compared to other cells that have been treated with DMT, LSD, and this other reference drug, DOI. As you can see, DMT and LSD multiply the number of branches and connections of these dendrites that are reaching out. Not only is it's creating new branches, but those branches of dendrites are growing more little spines, boutons, that will allow it to make new connections. So on the upper right is a close-up of a dendrite from a regular cell compared to one treated with DMT. And you can see all those wonderful little boutons that have branched out, allowing it to spread and make new connections. By training, I'm an electrophysiologist, so I see the electrical signals coming out of these cells. And so this is why I included this little thing on the very bottom, because all of this, you can say that you can make new connections, but what are those new connections doing? They're increasing the activity at those synapses. On the left side of this figure, you see spontaneous electrical currents that are being recorded from these cell preparations. But when DMT is added, many, many more little electrical currents are being picked up by the recording. So that just shows you that there's more signaling occurring, more connections being made. Now, we also know that DMT acts on another receptor called sigma-1 receptors. These are more important for the immune system, and their activity there suggests it may also be an immunomodulator, working as an anti-inflammatory, anti-ischemic in the body. And you put this all together, and you can see that DMT has a lot of potential for things that other monoamines can affect in terms of therapeutic use, things like anti-anxiety, antidepression, and treatment for substance use disorders. So DMT's potential role as a neuromodulator suggests that it may increase functional networks in the human brain. And these types of things lead us to think that it could really benefit things like depression, anxiety, and other aspects of mental health, including substance use disorders. And in fact, observational studies of people taking ayahuasca in a ceremonial context suggest that they have lower depression and lower levels of anxiety in general. Now, more recently, there have been a lot of double-blind, placebo-controlled studies that have started to go underway, mainly taking place in Brazil, that have borne this out in a scientific manner. In fact, one score of very well-established score for depression, the MADRS score, we see after 7 days, compared to a placebo, patients who took scoring much lower on that scale. So this suggests that there is a potential antidepressive role for ayahuasca in treating mental illness. At the same time, there have been some very interesting animal experiments looking at pure DMT that also suggest that it has a role for decreasing depression and anxiety. In one recent experiment, rats injected with DMT, we took them through a battery of tests that measure these things in animals. there was an initial effect on increasing anxiety in open field recordings and the elevated plus maze, but the longer term effects that were noticed with these animals were a decrease in fear extinction behavior and an increase in mobility in the forced swim maze. And both of those assays are real indications that this is having a positive effect on reducing anxiety in these sort of correlates of depression in animals. What about humans? There have only been a few human studies using pure DMT to date. The most famous of these were done by Rick Strassman at the University of New Mexico in the mid-90s. Many of us know his story from the spirit molecule, and he really did some groundbreaking research to demonstrate the safety of the drug and also to establish dose response curves and study how it affects the immune system as well as its subjective effects. So as you can see here on the left side of the screen, this shows DMT in the blood, and you can see that very rapid increase. After 2 minutes, it starts to come back down, and even at the higher doses, after 30 minutes, it's almost back to baseline. After 1 hour, patients were essentially back to normal. And so this laid the groundwork for DMT research in humans, but it wasn't, it was probably 20 years later before we were able to start looking at DMT again. And in the meantime, there's been a lot of great research happening with other hallucinogens like psilocybin and LSD, and exploring that idea of expanding this sort of functional connectivity between different networks in the brain. On the upper right, there's most of you probably are familiar with this little graphic showing these, it's a sort of a conceptual graph of different networks forming in the brain with a placebo versus psilocybin. And what you can see are there's some of these transient structures, these parts of the brain that are all of a sudden connecting and talking to each other. Some of these are persistent even after the drug has gone away. And we think that DMT also has this ability to increase this complexity and this entropy that's happening when we kind of shift out of our default mode network, as it were. So a study from last year really bears this out for DMT, and this was done by our Entheon advisors Robin Carhart-Harris and Chris Timmerman at the Imperial College of London. What they found is that there are certain measures of complexity that can be recorded from the brain using EEG that follow the DMT peak in the body. This complexity is there when DMT is present. At the same time, some of these alpha and beta waves, which roughly correspond to the ego, decrease during that same time. So from this research, we're really starting to get a sense of what these brain patterns look like during the EEG experience, and we can potentially use this information to really start to apply DMT to treating substance use disorders. But how do we actually get there? So as a pharmacologist, I'd like to just take a minute to take everyone through what the standard drug development process is. So if you're starting from scratch and you're trying to get a drug approved, where do you begin? Well, typically this can take about a decade and maybe $1 billion if you're really starting from nothing. What happens is you create a library of tens of thousands of compounds, and you take them through different screens in a dish or on the computer to understand how they might work. Then you kind of move into preclinical development, and you might narrow it down to a couple hundred. From there, once you get a few candidate compounds, a handful, 4 or 5, then you can really start to look at safety and human use. And this is where we get into the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. Phase 1 is just looking at safety, looking at its effect on humans, finding the right doses. Once that's established, I will add only about 20% of drugs that make it into phase 1 trials ever really get approval. So you're already starting to see the attrition here. Once you pass through phase 1, then you move into phase 2 trials. This is for efficacy to really show that it can treat your condition. And this is done on maybe 100, couple hundred people, and it's kind of limited. It's looking for side effects. Once you pass that, phase 3 trials look at thousands of patients, sometimes all over multiple clinics, and really get a sense of the longer term efficacy and safety effects. Once a drug is approved, there's some aftermarket surveillance that just kind of makes sure. Well, where are we? Well, we don't have to go through and screen tens of thousands of compounds because we already know that DMT has some really promising benefits. So where we are is somewhere between phase 0 and 1. In fact, we're planning a safety trial next year that's going to very rigorously demonstrate that DMT is safe for human use. And one of the reasons we're taking DMT alone into the clinic is because it's much easier to focus on one active ingredient than in a concoction like ayahuasca that may have several drugs combined. So the advantage there is that we have one drug, but how do we use it? Well, in ayahuasca, you add another chemical to prolong its use so that it doesn't degrade as fast in the human body after, say, half an hour. But one approach would be to actually continuously infuse it into the body so that you counteract that metabolism and keep it at a steady state. And that's what Entheon proposes to do. Our approach is to use controlled intravenous infusion of DMT. That will allow real-time control of the patient experience in that if there's an adverse event or difficult experience, the physician that's attending or the patient themselves can stop it very quickly. Compared to other psychedelics that may last 8 to 10 hours, DMT, once stopped, will return you to normal in about 5 minutes. So this isn't just happening on its own. This is part of a complete treatment program for treating substance use disorders, which our CEO, Timothy Coe, will be talking about shortly. So with that, I want to pass this off to Matthew Johnson, Entheon's advisor, who's going to be talking about psychedelics and behavioral change. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Andrew, for that introduction. What I'm going to be talking about is the use of psychedelics in treating addiction. So first, I'd like to disclose some advisory relationships in the area that I'm showing on the screen right now. So I'm going to be focusing mostly on research on psilocybin. That's the active agent in over 200 species of mushrooms. Psilocybin is a classic psychedelic, so that puts it in the same category as LSD, mescaline, dimethyltryptamine. So these act by serving as agonists at the serotonin 2A receptor. And so this is going to be a different mechanism than other drugs that are sometimes more broadly called psychedelics, but they really work through distinct pharmacological mechanisms. So this would be MDMA, ketamine, PCP, for example. So a lot of what I'm going to say about psilocybin is going to be largely applicable to these other classic psychedelics like DMT or dimethyltryptamine. So these classic psychedelics, as I mentioned, have serotonin 2A as their primary site of activity. And we know that through a variety of mechanisms. We know that these drugs produce discriminative stimulus effects. By that, what I mean is you can train a rat or another non-human to essentially tell you whether they have received a certain type of drug or another drug. You can train them up on, for example, to discriminate whether they've been given an injection of LSD or a saline injection, and then see how another drug such as psilocybin, how they'll respond to that. And it turns out that they will respond to these different classic psychedelics like psilocybin and LSD as if they were the same type of drug. So that tells you a lot about pharmacological class. And so these drugs reliably produce discriminative stimulus effects by those procedures. And we know that antagonizing the serotonin 2A receptor, in other words, blocking the effects of that receptor, will block the effects both of these discriminative stimulus effects in animals and also the subjective effects in humans that are receiving compounds like psilocybin. Another piece of evidence that the serotonin 2A is critical is that the affinity or the stickiness for the 2A receptor is extremely well correlated with the human potency across different drugs. In other words, how many milligrams of that substance do you need to achieve a certain level of effect? And those data are shown here, just a really tight correlation between the human dose along the x-axis and the affinity for the serotonin 2A receptor on the y-axis. And several of those compounds, those potency data, came from Sasha Shulgin. This is a photo of me and Sasha when I visited his lab in 2007, just a few years after I had started my research with psychedelics. And if you're not familiar with this character, if you're interested in psychedelics, you definitely need to check out his work. He passed away a few years ago, but he left these incredible volumes. His really largest and most important pieces of work are in PCAL and TCAL, these two books that describe his synthesis and experiences on hundreds of these different phenethylamine and tryptamine compounds. So psilocybin and some of the other classic psychedelics have an absolutely ancient history of use. In fact, that goes beyond before recorded history. So I'm showing you on the left and in the middle some artifacts from either Mesoamerica or South America dating back hundreds or a few thousand years. I'm showing on the right a cave painting from northern Africa. Dates back to estimated around 9,000 years ago. All of these likely depicting the sacramental use of psilocybin mushrooms. And so, going back to 9,000 years, that predates the earliest civilizations in Mesopotamia by a few thousand years. So this is absolutely ancient. So fast forward some millennia, and we get to the 1940s, this earlier era of the psychedelic research heyday, the 40s through the 70s. Psychedelics were intensely investigated as research tools in therapeutics, and there were promising findings for cancer-related distress and alcoholism. That was primarily research done with LSD. And then there were the dark ages. So despite promising early findings, there was this decades-long dormancy in human research with these compounds. And this was really a reaction to both the casualties of reckless use, and not really the use in well-controlled clinical research, but casualties to the street use of these compounds and to the sensationalisms that surrounded these compounds in general. And so right now we're back in the sort of after the Dark Ages, in the Enlightenment, where it's been called a renaissance of psychedelic research. So I'm showing you the PubMed hits, or the psychedelic citations per year for psychedelic or a synonym hallucinogen, going back to 1980, and I'm just showing you a fairly steady baseline for a couple of decades going back to the 80s, and at a very low level, just 10 or so papers a year. And then in the early 2000s, around the time that I got started in this research, there was the beginning of an upswing of interest, and so now you see this exponential growth with what has to be now hundreds of papers being published per year going forward. These are powerful tools, these classic psychedelics, and like many powerful tools, I think they can have beneficial and dangerous effects, very much dependent on how they're used. And if you're using them towards benefit, and whether you have used mitigating strategies to minimize and address the potential risks. So I've written some papers going back to early in my career, and it's been a continuing theme for me. I had a 2008 paper recommending guidelines for doing this type of clinical intervention safely. Just a couple of years ago, I published an abuse liability assessment covering the risks of psilocybin and how the FDA should likely, based on the data, regulate these drugs if they're approved as medicines. I won't go through all of these, but the real biggies are that it appears that certain individuals, a small percentage of the population who might be prone to a psychotic disorder like schizophrenia or have an identifiable predisposition to those disorders, that they could be harmed long-term by the use of these compounds. And then really for anybody at a high enough dose, regardless of their psychological health, people can have a bad trip, what we call in clinical research a challenging experience. because oftentimes it can be a very a meaningful experience for people and one that's highly valued after the fact. But nonetheless, if the person is not in a safe environment, it can in fact be bad in the sense that someone could engage in dangerous behavior when they're panicking. And although it is rare, admittedly, even with recreational use, sometimes people are hurt when having a panic reaction in a bad trip type situations. So the most important thing here is to say that every single one of these known risks, we have very good methods through both preparation and monitoring follow-up care to squarely mitigate these risks. One risk that I'm listing at the bottom that's very relevant in using these compounds to treat addiction is that they appear to lack a potential for addiction themselves. So that's weird for a psychoactive drug that can certainly be abused. And to be clear, these drugs can be abused, meaning just that they can be used in an unwise way that can cause harm to either the self or other people. But they're not drugs of compulsive drug seeking or addiction. No one is jonesing for their next, psilocybin or DMT or LSD fix. So that's, again, important, especially in exploring them as addiction treatment medications. So, okay, yeah, no one is going to be jonesing for their next psilocybin fix, but why would we expect it to potentially help people with addiction? Where there's a few lines of evidence that can be brought to bear. One is just looking at this anthropological literature that's been written over the last several decades, documenting cases of the sacramental use of these classic psychedelics, whether it be mescaline and peyote or be it DMT and ayahuasca, that their sacramental use by indigenous cultures or syncretic religions have been associated with a large number of stories of addiction recovery across a number of substances of addiction. Now, of course, those aren't, that's not clinical research. We do know that religious involvement in general, it can be associated with addiction recovery. So by itself, certainly not conclusive, but highly suggestive, considering that so many of these cases, the people are very clear that it was experiences with these compounds that pulled them from the jaws of addiction. But another line of evidence goes back to the work that was done with LSD in the 1960s and 1970s to treat primarily alcoholism. And it was originally reported that was sort of in several reviews that literature was a mixed bag. Some trials found significant effects, others didn't. And several years back in 2012, a meta-analysis was published of just the six. There were only six randomized studies using LSD to treat alcoholism. And so randomizing to either LSD or some other control condition, and it varied across studies. But a meta-analysis is essentially a way to take different studies that use somewhat different methods and reported different results to get them to speak the same statistical language to see if in aggregate there's a signal that's stronger than you can detect in any one study by itself. And what I'm showing you on the x-axis of this figure here from that paper is the odds ratio of improvement. So anything on the right of that center line, centered at 1, at the number 1, anything to the right is showing odds that are favoring people to have greater improvement with LSD, and anything to the left would show a greater benefit for the control condition in that study. So you can see that in terms of trends, every single one of the studies was to the right. So whether they're statistically significant in the original study, even if they had a small sample, all of the trends were in the right direction. Even in one study where they literally strapped people down to bed with minimal preparation about what was going to happen to them. Overall, as shown by the large diamond, that's the aggregate across the 6 individual studies, significant effect statistically, and more important than statistical significance is the effect size. There was an odds ratio of about 2, meaning essentially LSD nearly doubled the odds that these patients would be improved at the first follow-up. So, and that still rivals certainly anything we have today in the treatment of alcoholism. So that combined with a little bit of research also on LSD and the treatment of heroin addiction that looked promising, I decided over a decade ago, that's when I got started on this, to look at cigarette smoking. It's something I had a lot of research experience with going back to my graduate school days. It's a great model system of addiction. It's very quantifiable, very easy to biologically verify, even with multiple methods through getting breath and urine samples. And in some sense, it was an interesting case to see if there was this cross signal anti-addiction efficacy, you know, which is the really intriguing thing, because most of addiction medicine is treating, one particular drug class or another, the addiction to those drug classes. And so, by quelling the response or the craving, the withdrawal mediated by that receptor system responsible for those drug effects. But this is sort of different. Why would you get this signal across these different drugs, and you add in the anecdotes across, you name it, the drug of addiction? There are anecdotes of people recovering with these classic psychedelics. So, what's going on there? That's the interesting thing. So I decided to test the boundaries of that with cigarette smoking. And aside being a great model system of addiction, it's kind of an issue in and of itself. I'm showing you here deaths per year in the United States alone on the figure, which is nearly 500,000 due to smoking. And that absolutely dwarfs all of the other drugs, alcohol and the other drugs combined. I mean, all of the illicit drug deaths per year hardly is even visible put on the same, screen as showing the number of deaths from tobacco. And that extrapolates to it's estimated about 5 million deaths worldwide due to smoking. And a whole lot of people want to quit. It's not like it's just something, everyone enjoys and no one is concerned about. In the United States, over 2/3 of smokers want to quit. And so I'm all about certainly developing tools to empower people to live better lives and to achieve their own goal. And then, even the best medications that exist for smoking cessation fail to help the large majority of people remain smoke-free for the long term. So this work has gotten a lot of publicity, which I always appreciate, but you don't always control the headlines or the photos used by the media. And so hopefully you've gotten the point by now that I'm not, there are risks. I'm definitely not encouraging people to take mushrooms on their own to quit their smoking. However, I want to put double emphasis on this point. Whatever you do, definitely don't take that many mushrooms, because that's crazy. That's a lot of mushrooms. So they didn't clear that by me. So I'll just leave you with that. The demographics for this pilot study that we ran on psilocybin for cigarette smoking cessation, really the important take-homes are that these were not lightweights. They had been smoking on average for about 30 years, and they had been, and they smoked about a pack a day. So these were the real deal smokers, all had multiple previous quit attempts. It was a 15-week protocol involving weekly meetings over that 15-week period. And as the backdrop, we use cognitive behavioral therapy. That's the standard sort of talk therapy that is usually used to help people quit smoking. And to be clear, this was not done during the psychedelic experience. That was like in our other studies and really most of the other studies in the field at all institutions these days. The session itself was largely introspective with psilocybin. So the person wearing eye shades, headphones through which music was played, where they're told to go inside, trust, let go, be open. And they're not given any specific instruction about analyze your smoking. Whatever comes up, and you need to kind of use this radical courage to to face whatever happens in your experience. So the cognitive behavioral therapy was done in the preparation sessions before the psilocybin, and then in follow-up sessions after the psilocybin. So there were 3 psilocybin sessions in this first study, ranging from a moderate to a high dose. And the first psilocybin session was on their target quit date that was assigned several weeks ahead of time. In other words, the date at which we had planned, like that's the day you're going to quit smoking. You're going to have your last cigarette before that. So jumping to the results, this is a graph showing breath carbon monoxide. That's a byproduct from smoking, very reliable in terms of detecting whether someone's recently been smoking. Here are the median data before the first psilocybin session, and here are the data after the first psilocybin session. You don't need to be a stats whiz to see you have a pre-post difference in these data. And here I'm showing you the abstinence rates across participants at various time points. At 6 months, this was an 80%. 80% of the people were biologically verified as abstinent, which is extremely high, more than twice the rate that you see even with the best medications out there. And then that held up on at an average of 2.5 years. That held up to 60% of people biologically verified as smoke-free, which is just a staggering result. So I'll tell you a little bit about this mystical experience that we've looked at repeatedly in studies, and others have as well. It sounds a little woo-woo, I admit, but it's actually a valid psychological construct that's been empirically validated. It has deep roots going back to William James, the founder of American psychology, who was fascinated by this idea that extraordinary experiences described by humans across the centuries, across different parts of the globe, from people speaking different languages, from cultures that had different religions. Despite all that variation, these extraordinary experiences often had incredible similarity, and that he just felt that it has to be the same phenomenon unfolding across these individuals. And so these mystical experiences involve a number of psychological aspects: having an overwhelming sense of unity, such as all is one, or I'm part of everything, one with humanity, an overall positive mood to the experience, a sense of transcending time and space, and ineffability. In other words, no matter how hard you try, you could never fully put the experience into words. And I'll just say briefly, even though quintessentially these experiences are said to be ineffable, of course, as scientists, we got to do our best to get data whenever we can. So in fact, we really F things up by trying to get people to talk about the ineffable. Okay. So we scale, the MEQ30, that we actually developed in survey and in laboratory research with psilocybin sessions to apply to a large number of studies with psilocybin. And in this study, we found that our assessment of mystical experience, the day they received psilocybin, so after the drug wore off, and before they went home, they filled out the questionnaire, that had a significant relationship with being more likely to be a non-smoker at the 6-month follow-up, and having reduced a significant correlation with reduced craving for cigarettes. And so that's in line with a number of our healthy normal studies that suggest that a mystical experience is driving an increase in personality openness. And in our research using psilocybin to help treat cancer patients with depression and anxiety, the mystical experience from sessions was significantly correlated with greater reductions in depression and at the 6-month follow-up. So those data were very promising, but they were it was not a randomized study. We could not really determine whether the psilocybin definitely caused the high success rates. The really only question was, is this worthy of follow-up? And the answer to that was absolutely, because the absolute rates were so high. But fortunately, where we were able to acquire the funding, thanks to the Hefter Research Institute and others, the funding for a larger randomized follow-up. So this is a trial of 80 people, 80 smokers randomized, 40 of them randomized to get the psilocybin treatment, and 40 randomized to receive nicotine patch treatment using the FDA label standard instructions, the standard way to use nicotine patch. And we scaled it back to only one psilocybin session for the psilocybin group, mainly for experimental reasons, because we're doing brain imaging, fMRI before and after, and it would add noise to the study to have multiple sessions. But so far, the data are really remarkable in terms of holding up. The study's ongoing, even though we're mostly done. It's not done, so the results could change. But for the 44 people who have gotten to their 12-month follow-up, we see that 59% of people are in the psilocybin group compared to only 27% in the nicotine patch group. And to be clear, that's a very good result for a nicotine patch, which I'm proud of, but nonetheless nowhere near the success rates that we're getting with psilocybin. So it's still looking extremely promising. We're also seeing an early signal of one of the potential mechanisms by which psilocybin might be helping people. These are early results in a subset of participants participating in the fMRI before and after imaging. This is done by our colleagues at a lab at the National Institute on Drug Abuse Intramural Research Program with our colleagues Elliot Stein and John Fedota. We had people, and the imaging wasn't done during their psilocybin session, but before and also the day after their psilocybin session, or the day after they quit if they were in the nicotine patch group. But one of the measures we looked at was the multi-source interference task. It's sometimes called the oddball task. It's a measure of cognitive control. And essentially the way this works is that you're shown 3 digits, as I'm showing you in the 2 examples on the right, a 1 and then 2 zeros, or in the other case, 2 2s and a 1. And your job is to pick the oddball digit, which is the one where there's only 1 digit of that type. So there's 1 1 and 2 zeros, so you have to select the 1. Now, sometimes that's easy. Well, you also have to not just identify the digit, but the goal is to use the finger number that corresponds to that number. And so this is the tough part. Sometimes this is easy in the sense that the finger number corresponds to the spatial location of that number, as in the example on the left. Those are congruent type tests where there's not this interference. But on interference trials, the target number is in a different location than the finger that you have to use. So if the digit 1 is the oddball, you have to respond with the first finger, the index finger, which is in a different physical location as the digit on the screen. And so this is just like really hard for people. It kind of trips people up. And so reaction time is slower in these trials. And so by getting a difference between the reaction time in these types of trials, you can measure this interference effect. How well are people at dealing with and overriding conflicting information that they're supposed to ignore? And really interesting, we saw that comparing them before they quit with psilocybin or nicotine patch versus after they quit, we found that the psilocybin group had substantially and significantly reduced interference effect on this task, and saw no significant difference in the control participants who had quit with nicotine patch. And so that's interesting, and it was clearly in the data driven by a reduced reaction time in those interference trials. So they were dealing with that information, that conflicting information, in a more efficient way. So I might be extrapolating a bit here, but if it holds up, it might be pointing to this sort of mindful response people often report in the days following the psilocybin session. I remember one participant saying that after his psilocybin session, it was like he could deal with the cravings and they were coming in slow motion. He said he was like the character Neo in the movie The Matrix, where he was in that slow motion world where now the bullets are coming at him from the guns that they're just going in slow motion. So he sees one coming, he just like steps out of the way and it like flies by. Similarly, a craving is coming. Oh, okay, I'm starting to get a cigarette craving. Whatever, no surprise. I quit smoking a week ago. It's going to be gone in a few minutes. Just wait it out, step to the side. It's going to go by. This is really, way of this meta awareness around this, interfering, temptation. So perhaps that's what this task is pointing us towards. So it's not just with cigarette smoking. With modern data, we see early data from our colleague Michael Bogenschut showing reduced heavy drinking and drinking days in individuals with alcohol use disorder. In this pilot study of 10 people, he has now moved on to a large randomized study, so a very similar trajectory. And I've published in my group several naturalistic studies really trying to catalog the landscape of people claiming that, oh yeah, they say, oh, I've quit, smoking because of a psychedelic experience. I quit drinking. I quit cocaine. I quit methamphetamine. I quit cannabis because of a psychedelic experience. So we've published data on all of that across these studies. And so there's a lot of interesting, it can't show causation, but it's definitely some data that is calling for some clinical research follow-up. And one of the big take-homes that has come from that is just, I'll show you one of the take-homes is that for smoking cessation, people who quit smoking because of a psychedelic, we asked them, how did your withdrawal symptoms differ from other times when you quit smoking, if you had quit smoking in the past? And one of the real pop-out effects is that in terms of the somatic, sort of the body symptoms, folks said the median the modal response was, the most typical response was, it was about the same, not a lot different, about the same. But when we get into the more affective or emotional withdrawal symptoms, anxiety, restlessness, depression, irritability, craving, that's where the modal response wasn't just that it was less severe, but much less severe. I think really pointing us in terms of a mechanism of enhanced emotional control. And I think it's showing us some commonality with the work we're seeing with reductions in depressive symptoms in depressed patients. So what's going on here? Why would it work for all these different things? Depression and cancer and outside of cancer and for these different forms of addiction. I really think they're all pointing to common mechanisms, a narrowed mental and behavioral repertoire across all of these disorders and certainly across all of addiction. I think of these all as addiction broadly defined, all different ways of being stuck into a mental and behavioral rut. And I think that this is likely something we're studying now in the smoking study long term. Is this supported by overly rigid brain network patterns? And is there a normalization of these patterns with the psychedelic session? And finally, I think it points to something really mysterious and important about the role of the serotonin 2A receptor itself, regardless of any psychedelic drug effects. It's still kind of a mystery exactly what these receptors, what their primary role is in humans and other animals that have these receptors. And so it may be pointing to, this sort of role in modulating meaning and sort of this molar mental and behavioral plasticity. And so kind of summing up my thoughts on how this affects behavior change, Michael Pollan credited me with the not very scientific sounding term of a dope slap effect. Basically, people are dope slapped out of their story. It's a sufficiently dramatic experience, and the psychedelics do this by opening a window of mental flexibility in which people can let go of the mental models that they use to organize reality. And I think that's about, ways that they have held themselves, that they have not allowed themselves to get out of this sort of trap, this narrow view of thinking. So a whole lot to figure out there mechanistically on how this unfolds, but that's where my gut points me. And so I've shown you a lot of work here. a whole lot of folks to acknowledge. I'm showing you on the screen here, and funding by a number of philanthropic organizations that have supported this work. My information is on here. But I thank you very much for your attention to this.
I'm Timothy Ko. I'm the CEO of Entheon Biomedical. Before I start, I'd just like to thank Andrew, our wonderful CSO, for articulating the history and science of DMT, as well as outlining the clinical pathway that lies ahead of us. I'd also like to thank Matthew Johnson, who's been an invaluable asset to us, and also an invaluable asset to the space and industry in highlighting some of the possibilities and realities of psychedelic research. Of course, I'd like to also thank PsyTech for hosting such a thoughtful and engaging event. And before I go into what Entheon does, I want to make an acknowledgement that none of the research that we do would be possible without the centuries of wisdom and practice of traditional indigenous cultures that have utilized these medicines to heal people long before us. So to all mentioned, thank you. We came to be as a reaction to the sort of growing opioid crisis that's gripping Canada and I think the globe. Sadly, my brother was a casualty of that crisis. He was a multi-decades-long drug user, and we lost him to an accidental overdose in March of 2019. Though his passing was incredibly difficult and it was very uniquely complex and took shape over the course of 2 decades, and it's very much uniquely our story, we do believe that it's a far too familiar experience for thousands of sufferers and their families. So 3 years ago, I became responsible for the care of my brother, who already had many failed attempts at residential drug treatment, and over the course of those decades was on a multitude of psychiatric medications, including medication-assisted therapy such as methadone and Suboxone. In those 2 decades, he had multiple exposures to 12-step abstinence-based recovery, as well as considerable time spent with psychotherapists, psychiatrists, etc. Though he experienced moments of sobriety, successes and failures throughout that time, once again, about 3 years ago, his situation became quite dire. And as most families face, we had a choice about how best to care for him. And of the options available, residential treatment for many, as was the case with us, seemed like the right option. And what followed in the 2 years that I cared for him was a case study in the limitations of what the conventional methods have to provide substance use disorder sufferers. Over the course of those 2 years, I saw my brother admitted into and kicked out of multiple drug treatment centers, living on the streets, in shelters, hospitalized, ultimately landing in a mental health institution following a failed suicide attempt in a medicalized drug treatment center. During the course of those various institutionalizations, he was put on a host of drugs, ranging from, as described, medication-assisted therapies like methadone and Suboxone, but also antidepressants, antipsychotics, anxiolytics, mood stabilizers, while receiving therapies that range from electroconvulsive therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, a whole host of other psychotherapies, and things like mindfulness coaching. Along the way, he was assessed and treated by dozens, if not hundreds, of doctors, therapists, nurses. Despite the sincere efforts of all involved, including my brother, nothing fundamentally changed. Rather, things seemed to worsen as new medications and psychotherapies were added to his regimen. And things that were intended to treat him actually further suppressed him. So the logic of the conventional model is to reduce drug-seeking impulsivity and suppress psychiatric symptoms through medication. And on that base layer of stability, the premise is that some meaningful introspective work can take place that will yield some core truths, facilitate changes in perception, and hopefully yield changes in behavior. The logic of that approach is sound in theory, but is evidenced by the fact that so many drug users are failed by these types of treatments. There appears to be some unseen force at play that renders many of these sufferers treatment resistant. What is true of my brother's story as well as the stories of many like him, is a connection to trauma. Trauma can take on many forms and have many sources, but the presence of it can create therapeutic barriers that are difficult to address using the conventional methods. Long-term habituated drug use in and of itself can be deeply traumatizing as needs go unmet for long periods of time and fundamental notions of safety are eroded. And individuals in the throes of hardcore substance use disorder can experience alienation and other traumatic events sort of associated with the lifestyle. A result of trauma can be inflexible beliefs ranging from perceptions of self-worth to basic concepts of safety, perceptions of the world, connectedness to others, and things like just general optimism and outlook. Andrew may have covered it in more scientific terms, but the general default thinking or the ways of thinking that are established in drug use are quite entrenched, and so sometimes it's difficult to have new experiences around sort of familiar stimulus. The inflexibility of these beliefs paired with sort of common trauma responses of aversion, suppression, dissociation render psychotherapies ineffective, as was the case with my brother. The current state of addressing a substance use disorder is obviously insufficient if you look at the statistics. In Vancouver, over the course of the pandemic, we lost on average 4.7 people per day to accidental drug overdose. So from the beginning of January till the end of September, that's 1,200 people. And for context, the teen pandemic claimed the lives of 253 people in that time. And I want to highlight that because I think we saw, with regard to the pandemic, a highly mobilized and concerted effort on behalf of the population and government for a public health crisis. Just purely looking at the numbers, I think we exist in a comparable, if not more apparent, public health crisis with regard to drug overdoses. And the other statistics are quite shocking. Lives lost to drug overdoses in 1 year, ending in February of 2019 in America, number at nearly 70,000. That number, of course, is smaller in Canada, but it's still grossly unacceptable, sitting at about 16,000 for a 4-year period. In Canada, alcohol claims the lives of about 14,000 people, and in the sort of same amount of time in the US, it claims the lives of about 88,000 people. The reason why we talk about this is because of our fundamental understanding of what drives substance use disorders. We understand them to be issues not just of a appreciation of substances, but generally driven by very deep internal matters of motivation, emotional and psychological, and to self-medicate for a state of life that for many, they just simply can't tolerate. We believe nicotine also falls into this category. It's often just sort of accepted as a feature of our society, but every year it kills nearly 500,000 people in the United States, and in Canada about 1/10 of that. But the death numbers alone, death being the worst possible outcome of any of these substance use disorders, don't tell the entirety of the story. There's a vastness of complexity that surrounds these things for people that continue to suffer who haven't yet met that fate. Statistically, in 2017, there was an estimated 20 million people aged 12 and older that were in need of substance use disorder treatment, and yet only 4 million people received that treatment. It's very obvious that there is an apparent gap in terms of accessibility. There are millions of people who don't receive treatment that need it. The market for the types of treatments that the people that do receive massive, numbering $16 billion range. But sadly, as I will demonstrate, that number is made up of treatments that are oftentimes ineffective or overly costly. The reality is that with some of the treatments for those that can find it, as mentioned, the efficacies are rather low and the cost of treatment is quite high. Looking at residential treatment, a stay in a residential treatment center can cost anywhere from $5,000 to $30,000 with efficacy as low as 10%. When you think about that, and sort of just understanding that most drug users, or a lot of them, will undertake multiple drug treatment stays, the costs over the lifetime become quite significant. 12-step recovery is an amazing resource for those that can access it and is a no-cost resource, but the efficacy rates there in terms of long-term sobriety are also quite shockingly low. There is some hope to be had with medication-assisted therapies such as methadone and Suboxone to provide that sort of basic level of stabilization and to reduce drug-seeking urges, but In theory, it does simply replace one substance dependence with another, and in isolation doesn't drive at the core of the motivating factors or the deep personal, emotional, and psychological issues that promote that behavior. So the numbers are staggering in regard to the deaths in the untreated populations and the sort of low levels of efficacy. And the treatments currently available are often disparate, not scientifically backed, and don't come together cohesively to form a reliable treatment program. So it's obvious that a new paradigm is needed that is cohesive, evidence-based, and facilitates the meaningful internal transformations that are needed to achieve new behavioral outcomes. So ayahuasca, LSD, psilocybin, ibogaine, these are all molecules and compounds that we know to have the potential to promote these powerful, massively powerful experiences that can be transformational, insightful, and help to reconfigure the individual's understanding of self and their blockages, their traumas, their attachments, and really reconfigure their understanding of the world that they inhabit. And it's the hope that these realizations trigger the necessary changes in belief and behavior that are necessary to disrupt the substance use disorder cycle. But due to the complexity of each individual's issues, each patient requires a comprehensive, individualized, patient-centric approach. Within that, safety and preparation are absolutely paramount. Psychotherapy is very much needed in preparation for the psychedelic event to establish some of that context and intent, especially just preparing for what may be an experience that they've never had before. Once that psychedelic event takes place and these various experiences, visions, and emotions are brought to the surface, it's necessary to take those experiences and meaningfully integrate them back into context so that the person can consolidate. And this must be guided by with the help of psychiatric support or psychotherapeutic support. And it's a hope that these powerful experiences can yield the profound realizations and changes in belief that are necessary to trigger that behavior. And though our clinical trials are focused on the safety and efficacy of the drug product, our strategy is to follow the path where alongside that we also develop out the supporting architecture that supports, tracks, and optimizes the patient experience. And we're exploring partnerships and affiliations to optimize those surrounding structures. But at the core of our program is a continuous infusion of synthetic pure DMT as described by Andrew. And I think just to echo what he said, we're creating an optimal delivery tool that's cost effective and safe, and we believe has benefits that are as of yet not conceived of with longer form psychedelics. In order to create this new paradigm of treatment, it is absolutely necessary to consider some of the business and financing realities. So this slide demonstrates that we have sort of engaged a three-corner amalgamation which we believe will adequately capitalize us to carry out our scientific endeavors and give us future positive cash flow in order to do further research. We're very eager to embark on our clinical pathway. We are intending on developing that to the rigors of the science that are required of us, but also in parallel to that, developing out these different facets of a more holistic approach. We hope that the results are development of a new paradigm that treats patients at the source of their issues and helps them access the internal wisdom. None of this would be possible without the amazing team that we've assembled, of which Andrew Hegley is central. We'd like to thank all of our scientific advisors who've been so informative to us just in terms of our understanding of the psychedelic space and for being so deeply involved in the development of our protocols. So to all the members of our team and to PsyTech Summit, I just want to express so much gratitude, and we hope that you follow us in our progress along this pathway. Thank you so much.
We have had amazing speakers and content, and now I'm excited to have you guys interact in our Pitch It event. We have 3 amazing companies vying for your vote and ready to make some waves with some exciting technology. I'm going to pass this over to Chaim Rackler, our CEO. Thanks, Chaim.
Welcome to the PsyTech Summit Pitch event. I'm Chaim Rackler. I'm the CEO of PsyTech, and I'm pleased to be joined by Mr. David Wood.
Hello, my name is David Wood. I'm a partner at the Canadian law firm Borden Ladner Gervais.
I'm a partner in the intellectual property group, and the majority of my practice is in the emerging psychedelic space, and I personally practice regulatory and intellectual property law. I'm also a patent agent, and I hold a PhD in biochemistry, which has been very useful for evaluating different aspects of business plans in this space. I've been a supporter of liberalization of laws around psychedelics for over 25 years, and I'm very happy to see the progress that we're seeing now in 2020 across the globe.
Thank you, David. The format for this will be 25 minutes. We're pleased to be joined by 3 companies that you'll be getting to know very shortly. Each one of them will have 5 minutes to present their companies, after which there will be 10 minutes of questions. After that, we invite the attendees of the PsyTech Summit to vote whom the winner should be. The winner will be receiving promotion on the PsyTech platform, as well as valuable accounting services by MNP Canada. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andres Kukalka, founder and CEO of Authorize. We've developed a digital platform that using a cognitive test, we can detect impairment regardless of the substance. The most common one will be, everybody will be thinking about alcohol, but it's alcohol, drugs, psychedelic substances and such. Doesn't matter. The issue is that all those cause impairment of some type, and we know that impairment can cause accidents. So we are here to come and help safe use of those substances while preventing accidents. With the drugs and the alcohol, the statistics are growing with the legalization of cannabis, but the psychedelic arena is growing. If you compare to current solutions, be it breathalyzers or saliva tests, all those, what they do is they measure the residual of the substance in your system. And between that and the fact that you're impaired or not, there is some light correlation in the case of alcohol, and there is no correlation in the case of drugs, because we know that drugs and psychedelic material will stay in your system for a long time, will be detectable by saliva test, drug test, or whatever, but they will not be causing impairment. So in our case, being digital, we don't need no bodily fluids. It's a preventative solution because it's cost effective. And we can do remote monitoring and remote integration to cars, doors, or anything that you want to keep safe. Again, there are other apps in the market, but all of them use a series of different game solutions like memory games, matchup games, and math challenges, which they cannot be baseline. That's another strength in our case. We have a baseline which makes our test individual. This is how our app looks. Again, the test we use is from the field of psychiatry and psychology. It's not something we invented. There is science behind it, and there are many, many clinical trials that prove it, and we will be conducting many more. We have a patent on the method that helped us from the USPTO, and we're working on patents from Canada, Australia, and the UK at this moment, but we will go across the globe. We have a management platform. All the data is logged. We can manage it and interface it, provide it to the customers. Again, work safety, mostly everybody will think about transportation, but think about the workplace, think about facility management and such, and all the new sectors that are coming up, cannabis, psychedelic, and such. The go-to-market will be, for example, parents of young drivers, elderly family members, individuals using medical or recreational cannabis, and on other things. B2B will be in the fleet management and operations, but B2B2C will be the ultimate go-to-market for us with insurance companies, OEMs, and such. Again, we are bringing here a new paradigm, which is let's detect the impairment and not measure something. This is our team, myself on the left, Isaac, Dr. Netzer Hiram, and Mr. Levy. And this is us. Thank you for having me.
See my screen?
Yes.
Great. Hi, I'm Sarah Hashkes. I'm the CEO of Radix Motion. I combine my cognitive neuroscience background that included research in psychedelics and research in virtual reality. Now, there's a very big overlap between virtual reality, immersive reality, and psychedelics, but the TLDR is really that both these technologies, psychedelics and immersive technology, can increase the surprise in the brain and increase plasticity. The problem Radix Motion is focused on is that our use of technology isn't aligned with what our body needs. Our solution combines human movement data and immersive tech. Our patent-pending technology can help create interactive education, create embodied social networks, AI that understand our body language, and even health trackers. So what are we actually building right now? We have partnered with Red Light Holland, which is a microdosing company that has just launched their product in the Netherlands. Hi, I'm Sarah Hashkes. I'm CEO of Radix Motion. I combine my research in cognitive neuroscience that was focused on psychedelics and virtual reality to build Radix Motion. The connection between psychedelics and immersive technology is that both these technologies can increase the surprise in the brain and increase our neuroplasticity. The problem Radix Motion is focused on is that our use of technology is not aligned with what our body needs. Our solution combines human movement data and immersive tech. Our patent-pending technology can create interactive education, embodied social networks, AIs that understand our body, and even health trackers. Our traction is starting with a partnership with Red Light Holland, a microdosing company that has just launched their products in the Netherlands. We are building an interactive educational media center that includes both a VR experience that teaches people what microdosing does to their brain, along with an AR experience that they can wander around the store and learn more about the product. We are also creating a truffle character that people can actually embed and dance and communicate with each other inside our platform. Because this is our main product that we're building is called Miu. It lets you play together even if you are far apart. This is an embodied social gaming platform that lets you send interactive 3D messages between mobile phones and VR. So you can actually send your movements and interact with people even if they are far away. Our prototype right now is on the Apple Store, along with all the different VR stores that are out there. So what we are actually building is really based on Terence McKenna's vision. We were lucky enough that many experts in the field are understanding this vision. We were written about by Douglas Rushkoff and by Voices of VR. We are trying to allow people to understand each other better by actually communicating with their physical language, being able to embody each other's movement and have a deeper connection to each other. So why invest in us right now? If you believe the psychedelic revolution will benefit from neuroscience and immersive technology, you should invest right now. If you want to help solve social distancing problems due to COVID, you should invest in us right now. And if you want the next social platform to be aligned to our well-being and Terence McKenna's vision, you should invest in us right now. We have an amazing team of developers that really breathe this technology and are all embedded in the psychedelic revolution. And I'm not just saying you can invest in us right now, you actually can. We are crowdfunding right now. If you go to this link on WeFunder, you can invest in us from a little as $100 to actually be part of the company to align your well-being with the future of human communication. Thank you.
Honored to be here. Got 5 minutes, so I'm going to try to do this as best as I absolutely can. I think many of us, it's sort of a select audience here today. We actually know the problem that we're facing. We can look at it statistically, but more than that, we actually just feel it. That's something that I've been thinking about for a long time. Martina is, and I know everyone here is just trying to work together to actually make a better world. So what is Speak AI? One of the things we realized is just how much we can actually learn from our own communication. And that's both communication with ourselves and then also with others. So Speak AI is doing our absolute best to harness this information and working with individuals and teams to improve communication, awareness, well-being, productivity, with really the goal of how can we all just be the best versions of ourselves. And to achieve that, we're developing novel technology and also techniques to capture, extract, and share insights from conversations, research, media, and more. I think more than this, what is deeply fascinating is this idea of journaling for well-being, therapeutic journaling, expressive writing. And what that means is if you remove yourself from a situation, you allow you to stream your sort of consciousness, your thoughts that you're having. And by capturing that in a specific way, it allows you to actually reflect, examine, and learn from it. And over time, if you collect more and more, there starts to be these amazing patterns and novel insights that you can really get in no other way. This is something deeply personal to me. After my own sort of struggles through my childhood with trauma and losing sort of purpose in my life, I really ended up having to try to discover my own journey through this. And what I realized, both with some experiences with psychedelics in a positive light and also in a negative, is that you actually have to have the onus to self-heal yourselves. So it's not just relying on everything else. How can we actually gather insights from ourselves, have an iterative journey of self-improvement, and learn from everything that we're doing? And I'll just quickly say that it's not just about technology. There's a lot of power in technology, but you also need community. You also need human support. It's more than just the technology that can do this. So we're asking ourselves, how can we actually interface with technology in a new way, a novel way, with a better form of human-computer interaction? Gather insights about ourselves, but say if you're working with a psychiatrist, with a therapist, you can actually share that information with them as well too, to both work in your healing outcome. So how do we actually do that? One of those ways is data capture. So we actually need to be able to extract information from the actual communication that you're having, whether that's, again, journals and notes that you're writing yourselves or conversations when you're having with other people, with therapists, whatever that actually is. The other part of that is actually the data analysis piece. So now that we've captured this information, what valuable insights are actually in it? And what can we do to take this information out, display it, visualize it, and give it back to people in a valuable way that is actually actionable and that they can take and use in their own lives? The other part that is really fascinating to us is this idea of real-time human-computer interaction. So not only do I want to upload something after and get analysis on it, I actually want to interact with technology in real time, get an understanding of my own mind state, and then be able to course correct so I don't have to go down a downward spiral, or I can continue to trend in a positive direction. And then lastly, how can we fit into existing workflows? So with integration and with APIs, we can sort of fit in the paradigm and systems that people are actually using and automatically generate insights to ourselves that sort of give you breakthroughs that you can't really capture in another way. And so quickly, I just wanted to share what this actually looks like. I'm going to log into the dashboard here, and you can see these are all the topics that I've talked about since I started recording all the notes. And say I want to do a search, I can get me so nervous typing all the time. I can see now, I can pull up and see all the notes that I've ever said psilocybin in. And I can then start to navigate, pull through, I can see the sentiment of them, and I can actually now see every single one with all the details, and I can start to surface and look for things that are actually valuable. So I can open that just to speed it up. Now I'm going specifically into this actual note itself. I'm seeing all the keywords that have emerged, all the topics, how much I've talked about them, the sentiment throughout. You can sort positive and negative to see when your most positive and negative moments were, search through transcripts, export, and more. And that part, is really exciting to me. I think there's a lot of possibilities here. And we're just going to continue to explore this technology, continue to grow it. If you want to contribute, we're not going to stop. We want to see this come to life, and we really truly believe we're doing something beautiful here. Give us guidance to become a great organization. If you see any opportunities to validate our technology, to connect us with aligned customers, with investors, assist us in legal and security compliance. It's something that is really important, especially when you're dealing with data with people in a vulnerable state. Help us establish a world-class advisory board, contribute to our Slack community, and if you're interested in general, sign up for the app, give us feedback. We really do value it a lot. And just if you wanted to find some ways to connect with me, I've just put it on the screen here. Really do appreciate the community that PsyTech's built, everyone for watching this. Appreciate the time very much, and thank you.
We will start with a few questions that myself and David will ask, and we'll do it in the order that the companies were presented. So we'll begin with Odorize. My first question for you, Andreas, is on the monetization of the application itself. So you had described many areas of use for which I could see the utility, from the personal use, corporate use, all the way through to law enforcement, to determine impairment. And with both the therapeutic use of psychedelics and ketamine beginning to be used in home use in lower doses, I see impairment issues as being quite serious, both for personal health and safety and law enforcement. The question is, do you have any pre-sales, and what do you see as the primary drivers for your revenue, given all of the potential applications of the technology?
So the business model is a subscription based model. So for example, let's put consumers aside for now, but enterprises, companies will sign with us and will pay per driver an annual fee of a few dollars a year per driver, or per user, per subject. On the consumer side, we are thinking more of a one-time fee for life, something between $150 to $200 one time, and they can, of course, integrate it to their cars if they want via Bluetooth or anything else, depending on the car abilities. But most of that will be self-monitoring and use. In the corporate world, that's how we see it: a subscription, a use fee license.
Understood. But please, David, go ahead. Why don't you take the next question?
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation, Andres. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm with any app of this nature, and I see its critical importance. I mean, I'm practicing and living in Canada. We have regulated cannabis here. We have a few individuals who have medical authorization to possess psilocybin, and I only see that going in one direction. And I think it's critical to disconnect the presence of a chemical in someone's system from impairment itself. And on that point, I have two related questions, so I'll ask them both at once. One is, would this also measure impairment from, say, lack of sleep, or perhaps strong mental distractions, like someone going through emotional problems? And have you interacted with Canadian law enforcement or law enforcement in any jurisdictions? You mentioned quite a few where your patents have issued or are pending, about whether they believe that this would be useful evidence for establishing impairment in a criminal charge.
Okay, so first let's go the short answer to the first question. That's the short one. The impairment caused by substances in the body, it's a different system than fatigue or than attention. However, if somebody is not attentive, able to pass our test, it's 5 seconds. So they have to pay attention. So if somebody is distracted or somebody has extreme fatigue, then they cannot concentrate, then they won't be able to pass. But but we don't say that we can catch fatigue. Okay, so that's one thing. It's a different issue. Regarding the regulator or the police department or whatever, if you remember, I mentioned it very short. 5 minutes doesn't give you the whole picture, but we are breaching a paradigm. The current paradigm, and they in Canada the same. They passed the recreational cannabis use, and they took a saliva test to give to the policemen to test the individual. First, if you read the instructions, the manufacturer instructions, Dragon, okay, they say that the positive test in the saliva test points to the fact that the individual probably smoked 3 to 6 hours beforehand. That's the language on the box. So I'm sorry, but smoking is legal in Canada right now. So the policeman is stopping somebody because he smoked, which is a legal act. So that means that the arrest or the stop is illegal. Now, the issue that the policeman has is the law, which the law goes by the paradigm, which we call it, let's measure something, right? We've been measuring alcohol limits for a while. Now let's measure THC, and then they will go and find something else in the psychedelic and they will start measuring. The issue is that, okay, THC is one thing. If you go to other drugs, you need to start measuring others. And the joke is that the policeman will open the trunk and will have 30 different breathalyzers there, just he needs to figure it out. So whenever the paradigm shifts, and that's where we're pushing it, we will go to the regulator. In the meantime, there is no other tool to prevent the accident. Forget about the law for a second. Forget about being legal or not. Let's first be alive, be without injury, without damage, without things like that we can prevent.
Next, we'll turn to Radix. And I'll take advantage of the fact that I have the platform and ask a question that's of specific interest to PsyTech's ventures, and I think will be of broad interest to the audience. Sarah, can you describe the application of your technology to the medicinal use of psychedelics? So how would your technology be utilized by the therapists or the patients or both undergoing psychedelic assisted therapy?
So a lot of this is going through psychedelics. There's many people that have concerns, that don't know what to expect. And our technology can induce slightly similar states to psychedelics. We can create a synesthetic effect in your brain. We can create the sensation of you merging with another being by giving you different bodies that correlate statistically to your body movements. So similar effects to what happens when people do psychedelics, but to a lesser degree. So this can educate people about what to expect. This can find outliers that perhaps might not actually benefit from a psychedelic experience, because we know that some people, while a majority do benefit, there are some people that might have difficult trips or need more assistance or need lower doses. So we might be able to find these outliers. And this can also benefit in educating psychedelic therapists that themselves don't want to go through a psychedelic experience, to actually understand what is happening in their brain. This is part of the experience that we're building for Red Light Holland. It's a very in-depth interactive experience about how psilocybin interacts with the brain receptors and what is actually going on there. So these are the two avenues.
Thank you. David?
Yes, so I saw that you have a United States provisional patent application pending, and based on the serial number, it looks like it was pretty recent. So I'm just curious about the monopoly that you've applied for. Is it connected to psychedelics per se, or is the potential application of this that you're looking for, is it broader than that?
It's broader than that. It's more along the lines of a communication patent. We're patenting the algorithms that connect our body movements with other sensory data which is what allows us to create synesthetic effects and changes in body perception. We're patenting, and we have an amazing patent lawyer. I can connect you. You guys can probably talk a lot more in depth about this. We're patenting high-level abstractions of body movement that we can then use to train AI and to create communications. So things like, what does it look like when you clap, jump? How does this connect to your emotions? What type of filters do we put over these body movements is what we're patenting.
Okay, and then just as two related follow-up questions, do you have a first one, simple. Have you thought through a preferred hardware supplier or partner? I think it's probably universal, but just wondering if you're looking at that. And then secondly, that sounds like something that could apply in a variety of industries. And I'm just wondering if your commercialization plan includes active licensing into other industries that don't compete with Red Light Holland or whatever your psychedelic partners are doing.
So let's start with the second question. Yes, we're taking a dual approach to monetization. One is monetizing our own platform, but the other is similar to partnerships we're doing with Red Light Holland, along with actually building an SDK, an API directly into our platform. And that's what we're fundraising for, because obviously that requires a team of developers to keep working on this. And what was the first question? Remind me.
Whether there was any preference or
technology.
Any way to,
so our idea is to really be platform agnostic. We want to be able to take movement data from however you give it to us. If it's with, I actually have right here literally 5 different VR headsets in my office, but also from mobile phones, from video capturing. So our goal is to be totally platform agnostic and be able to take movement data from whatever hardware we have access to and plug it into our system.
Sarah, Chaim.
Thank you, Sarah. And on to Bryden, Speak AI. Again, I'll actually ask the same question that I asked of Sarah, I'll ask of you. If you could describe the application of your technology to the therapeutic realm of the use of medicinal psychedelics. Embedded in that question is if you could comment on the integration or utility of the current voice analysis research that's going on with what you're doing.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you, Chaim. So, just as an example that we all know, MAPS right now is doing clinical trials, and every single one of those clinical trials, they're actually audio and video recording all the sessions that they're going through. So right there is an amazing wealth of information, of knowledge that is actually being, sitting there and could be used for so many things, for setting up new protocols, for giving insights back to the actual patient who went back to the experience, for MAP to help understand the work that they're doing better. I think there's a couple other levels of that as well too, of the intention setting piece. I think there's a lot of ability to sort of tag different items before you go through the experience. So can you tag intention setting? Can you go through the session? And then as you actually go and do post-work integration as well too, if you capture audio clips or video clips throughout that, or even just text writing, there's some beautiful unstructured information in there that could actually, you could compare and surface things that we might not be able to do as just people. So that's one piece there. Chaim, I got excited. What was the second part of that question? You said embedded.
The voice analysis.
Yes. So I think there's sort of 2 ways that we can look at this. So it's like sort of linguistic analysis of what are the words that are actually being used. One of the examples that I've talked about before is, for example, like absolutist words. Completely, never, always. These are words, phrases that show that we are having cognitive biases, or we're no longer seeing in sort of like a temporary state. We're seeing in a state of permanence, and that can often be used to diagnose depression, anxiety, and more.
I absolutely understand what you mean.
Exactly. There we go. Exactly. I completely feel you. So that's the one part there is the words, and then the other piece is going into the actual analysis of audio. So if I'm speaking just as one example, there's been some amazing work done on Alzheimer's, and they tracked voice recordings with Alzheimer's diagnosis. And then they found through analysis using machine learning, all these indicators that someone was actually getting deeper down the path of Alzheimer that no human could detect. So that's the other part of what we can sort of analyze, both the words, the phrases are being used, but also how we're saying it, and then all this information that we can't actually capture as people.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, thank you. This sounds great, Tyler, and you're clearly passionate about the subject, which I think we all agree is pretty important in this space. I think privacy is massive in this one. Have you really thought through what kind of security you're offering people who use this? Are you storing data in Canada? Is that going offshore unless you're not comfortable commenting on this? What's your plan for making sure that all this data doesn't, get misappropriated?
No, it's something that needs to be thought about. And, we're still a small team. We've invested actually a lot of our own resources right now. We're just putting the final touches on HIPAA compliance, which is not necessarily the greatest standard, but is something that shows that we at least care from an early stage. I was a huge user of Evernote for many, many years, and they had a leak of 4.5 million people's sort of systems. And that had very vulnerable notes and moments of people's lives. And what I really don't want to see is that sort of to happen with the system that we're building. So there's been a lot of work, encryption, and then really exploring not just compliance for the sake of compliance, just so we can actually sell and grow the business, but actually how can we just keep people safe? I'm using this to document my own personal information that's deeply secret to me. I don't want it going anywhere, and I know anyone else who uses the platform feels the same way. So lots of technical parts, lots of legal parts, and then lots of development work as well that also needs to be included.
Thank you.
Yes, and
sorry.
Just on a related note, is data bandwidth an issue, and the amount of data that this is recording, is that going to be realistically accessible on a cost-effective basis? Like, have you thought through what I think will be considerable data storage requirements?
Yeah, so the text analysis, for example, is very, very inexpensive, but once you get into audio and video, it becomes quite expensive. Audio, especially you need to get, for analysis to originally be done, you need to get the speech to text, so you actually turn it into text, and there's a baseline cost there. And what a lot of people are trying to do is build these gold standards. So how can you do analysis if your transcription is inaccurate? And that's what we're seeing with a lot of these automated speech recognition algorithms. So there's work, if you wanted to clean the data up to 100% so you could actually make meaning of it, you would actually need to get a human transcriber to come do a final touch. There's an added cost, not just in data storage there, but just in actually that service part. And then actually the video itself is very expensive. If you're processing a video frame by frame, that's ridiculous. And then also people, for example, are already uploading 4K videos into our system that are gigabytes at once, and there's no real good compression and stuff going on, or people don't necessarily think about the size and the storage cost of that. So definitely a lot of things to consider here. Amazing system have gotten more inexpensive to store this and deal with this data, but there's still a substantial cost, and that's why we're continuing to try to grow, work with customers and investors here as well too.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you to my partner, David Wood, for asking the questions. I'm going to wrap it up by requesting that all of the viewers now please vote for whom you found the most compelling from the wonderful companies that shared what they do with us today, and that's Odorize, Radix, and Speak AI. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, that's the end of our pitch, and I'm just going to pass this over to Chaim Rackler, the CEO of PsyTech.
Thank you very much. The winner of the pitch event from your live polls is Speak AI. The prize is promotion on the PsyTech platform, and MNP is contributing 3 consulting sessions of up to 60 minutes each with one of MNP's psychedelics professionals. MNP will provide guidance and advice on structuring your business for long-term sustainability and success in a global and emerging market. So thank you very much, MNP. Thank you to all the participants. Thank you to my fellow judge. And thank you to everyone who voted.
Greetings to you all at PsyTech Summit. My name is Dr. Rachel Knox, and I'm honored to talk to you today about the most important function of psychedelic legalization and its use, and really the use of plants in general as medicine, and that's health equity. Now, for context, I'm coming to you as a cannabis and cannabinoid medicine specialist and endocannabinologist who recognizes the utility of psychedelics in the treatment and care of the endocannabinoidome. And as such, I'm excited to venture into the psychedelic space. And as a part of my journey thus far, I've had the privilege of serving Oregon's psilocybin-assisted therapy campaign, Measure 109, as a member of the campaign's healthcare and health equity committees, the latter being what I'm acutely passionate about as both a medical provider and person of color. Now, I want to begin by briefly touching upon the state of equity in cannabis, because it'll help me illustrate just how important this moment is to get legalization right. Because so far it is so very wrong. And we must now use what we've learned from cannabis to steward the psychedelic space differently, better. And in doing so, stick with me as we briefly dismantle social equity, shift our focus to health equity, and demonstrate why and how we must leverage plant medicine to achieve it. So as many of you know, social equity, right? Social equity is a hot term these days in cannabis. But the term is very poorly and inconsistently defined throughout the cannabis industry from state to state and from country to country, and fails to consider all that creates and ensures equity across a diverse population. But not only this, those writing cannabis policy and regulatory frameworks are failing to recognize the role legalization and regulation must play to systemically atone for both the malignant purpose, right, on purpose, and harmful consequences of cannabis prohibition. They're simply failing to realize that it is their responsibility to steward it as such. And I think that one of the issues is that the antiquated and academic definition of social equity simply speaks to justness of social policy. You know, so we focus on using policy to create or carve out exceptional projects or programs that serve marginalized people instead of ensuring that policy is in itself equitable, right? This is what we've seen in cannabis, where we create social equity programs, right, really, or add-on programs instead of creating regulatory frameworks that are inherently equitable. And in doing so, we continue to get away with a colonized model of commoditization, one that serves the wealthy, Western, and whites, and perpetuates the marginalization of communities of color, to be frank, right? One that commoditizes indigenous medicines that were stripped from them, right? They were made illegal and weaponized against them, only to fuel now a $1 billion global industry that doesn't pass those dollars, nor those goods and services, through the very communities out of which the traditional use and knowledge of these medicines came from. We cannot let this happen to psychedelics. We cannot allow for the commoditization of yet another category of plant medicine, and even the economy of its derivatives in research, in foreign commerce, to reduce natural medicine to exceptional and inequitable controls. So let's get back to equity. When we think about equity in terms of its broadest, most encompassing, or total meaning, we find ourselves identifying the factors necessary to achieve it and to sustain it holistically. As we start categorizing those determinants of equity at a broad societal level, we should begin to recognize that total equity is ultimately both a determinant and reflection of health, right? Health, good or poor, is the net result of systemic inputs into an individual, into a community or into a society, right? So the state of one's health or that of a community or societal health is really a composite reflection of the ecosystem in which one resides. And only through the optimization of our ecosystems can we achieve well-being. So that's what equity should achieve, right? Equity should achieve well-being for all people. And in simple terms, well-being is the sum of the optimization of 4 determinants, right? Economic well-being, environmental well-being, human well-being, and social well-being. So when you put it this way, equitable access to well-being is also known as health equity, right? Health equity is the impartial and intentional distribution of attention and investment across all 4 determinants of well-being, such that they are optimized and balanced within and across a total population, resulting in healthy infrastructures, healthy people, healthy communities, and a healthy society. So in terms of equity, I refer to the 4 determinants of well-being as the 4 pillars of health equity, where we find social equity complemented by economic equity, environmental equity, and human equity. And so I want to spend just a quick moment defining what those 4 pillars of equity are. So starting with economic equity, this is the impartial assurance of access to the possession of economic resources, income and savings, assets, capital, and the like. And not only that, it's also the personal and collective agency over the flow of those resources through an individual's household and their community. Environmental equity is the impartial assurance of the existence of and access to and maintenance of clean air, clean water, clear land, and clean soil, as well as clean and safe natural outdoor spaces, right? If you want to kick your shoes off and do some earthing or grounding. But also clean, safe, and consistent housing options, right? That's environmental equity. Next is human equity. Now, this is the impartial optimization of an individual's knowledge, skills, ability, capability, and adaptability. But it's also the optimization of an individual's physical, mental, and spiritual fitness. And lastly, we have social equity. This is the impartial assurance that social infrastructures facilitate first, right, continual access to economic, environmental, and human resources, services, and justice, but also two, right, social participation, cooperation, trust, cohesion, and productivity of all people. So you can see that social equity is really the glue, right, that infrastructure that holds all of health equity together. And it can only be maintained through the balanced capitalization of sustainable infrastructures in all communities through which productivity and prosperity, right, another word for well-being, can be achieved, but also measured, scaled, and consistently assured. Now, what does health equity have to do with plant medicines and psychedelics? Well, this is where we really need to dive and drive this point home. Through its prohibition, plant medicines have been weaponized against both communities of color and humanity, right? So regarding communities of color first, right, the so-called war on drugs criminalized Black and brown people for its use. This has resulted in the disproportionate enforcement of drug laws in these communities, contributing to intergenerational marginalization and disinvestment in the well-being of Black and brown people, impacting every determinant of health in communities of color, right? And it's had devastating impact on the mental and behavioral health of these communities in particular. So because of this systemic racism and the war on drugs, Black and brown people have been denied health equity, unless the collective realization of well-being. So this is why we need policy and regulations, especially as they pertain to the legalization of plant medicines and their regulation of their economies, to be health equity centric. We need them to assure that infrastructural changes are made such that the system now facilitates the actualization of health equity and well-being for all people and for all of humanity without question. And I want to emphasize that this is a conversation about achieving health equity for all people, because the prohibition of plant medicine, right, psychedelics included, has also deprived all people of all colors from accessing natural, safe, effective, affordable, and holistic medicine. It's denied all people of life-saving therapies and experiences. And it is just as important to understand that the appropriation and control of indigenous medicine by Western authority, the colonization of plant medicine, if you will, has deprived us all from cultivating a collective appreciation and respect for traditional knowledge, and from properly honoring, crediting, and rewarding the indigenous people globally who originally fostered that knowledge. We all need to be freed from this debt. So we must decolonize plant medicine. And what I mean is this: we must eliminate a thinking and knowing that reflects Western superiority over traditional and indigenous knowledge, science, and medicine. We must eliminate the pervasive methodologies used to control it and the people who use it. And this is why, right? Because we cannot achieve health equity without doing so. The reprisal of the interest in integrating plant medicines into conventional culture must include the contemplation, development, and execution of measurable plans, programs, and innovations that ensure that plant medicines and the economies their commoditization creates serves all people. So this is my call to action, everyone, right? So to psychedelic and plant medicine activists, advocates, entrepreneurs, researchers, regulators, and policymakers, we must stand united in demanding health equity-centric psychedelic policy. At a minimum, psychedelic, plant medicine, and drug policy reform should do three things. First, it should ensure that their regulated industries serve the wellness and medical needs of people of all colors. Second, it should create unexploitable economic opportunities within these industries for historically marginalized entrepreneurs and workers, and hopefully what becomes a diverse landscape. And third, it should guarantee that the regulation, taxation, economy, education, and innovations of plants and plant medicines and psychedelics create impactful and measurable pathways to actuating health equity across all communities, but beginning with the communities most harmed by prohibition. And to psychedelic operators specifically, right, our researchers, our clinicians, our manufacturers, and the like, there is a responsibility to pay proper homage to traditional and indigenous knowledge, right? To openly discuss with one another how the emerging psychedelic industry will ensure it is regulated equitably and has an equitable impact on society. And lastly, we have to elevate indigenous leadership within the psychedelic space. This is what it means to legalize and regulate plant medicines with integrity, and health equity must be our true north. So that's all I have for you all today. And I want to thank PsyTech for having me, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the summit. All right, be well, everyone.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you are across the world. My name is Yaron Conforti. I'm the CEO of Novamind. Novamind was started in early 2019, and we're focused on building the infrastructure for a regulated psychedelics industry. Some of you may know a bit about us, and hopefully you'll learn more through this presentation. continuing to the next slide, I'll be joined shortly by my partners in Novamind, Dr. Reid Robison and Drs. Adele LaFrance. They will give a bit of detail about the work that they're doing now, some of which is taking place at Novamind partnered facilities in Utah. We'll just wait for the next slide to come along. Great. You'll learn through this presentation a little bit about why Novamind is unique. One of those reasons being that we've partnered with leading clinicians and leading researchers in the psychedelic medicine space. Both Reid and Adele have their own track records of doing work in the space, and they'll talk a little bit more about the work that they're doing now in and outside of Novamind. Moving on to the next slide. So as a high-level agenda for this presentation and this panel, I'll be speaking a bit about Novamind again and giving some insight into the work that we're doing today in psychedelic medicine. And Reid and Adele will be joining shortly, and they'll talk more about the work that they're doing, including some of the work happening at Novamind. Moving to the next slide. So the following is a summary of Novamind's core pillars, distilled into 3 pillars, being clinical care research and our retreat network. I'll speak about a little bit about each and tell you about the work that we're doing. Clinical care consists of 4 outpatient mental health clinics in the Greater Salt Lake area. We entered the clinical care space through our partnership with Dr. Reid Robison, and Reid, with his partner Seneca Anderson, has been operating these clinics for a number of years in the Salt Lake area. The Cedar Psychiatry network of clinics, and these are representative of our work in the clinical care side of psychedelic medicine, are essentially outpatient mental health service clinics that many people might be familiar with and might include a lot of traditional services like talk therapy and prescription management and psychiatric care. It also includes other alternative therapies, some of which people will be familiar with, like TMS or like innovative therapies like Spravato. And in terms of a specialty, ketamine-assisted psychotherapy for us is in fact a leading alternative therapy for us at Cedar Psychiatry, and something that through Reid and as well Adele and his partners have developed a lot of experience at through those clinics. On the research side, Cedar Clinical Research, again, we partnered with Cedar Clinical Research based on the track record of Dr. Reid Robison. In this case, it's focused on clinical research. If you listen later on in the presentation, you'll learn more about Reid's background and some of the work that he's done. And currently at Cedar Clinical Research, we have about 5 clinical trials that we're responsible for. That means we're hosting and we're leading. And Cedar Clinical Research also operates as a CRO, or a clinical research organization, which provides contract services to other clinical trials that need those site services and specialized services at various phase development. So we expect that through Cedar Clinical Research, we'll be doing more of the work that they've been doing for the last few years. And as well, we're going to focus within Cedar Clinical Research on doing our own development of therapeutic protocols. To be specific about what that means, we are not drug developers and we don't intend to develop drugs, but rather we are focused on developing protocols around specific indications and using certain compounds where they're legal. So you'll hear more about that coming up shortly. I'll move on to describing a bit about our retreat network, and we essentially want to be in a position to provide our patients with the alternative care where available in legal jurisdictions where those treatments are medically supervised and adhere to the evidence-based protocols that we use at our clinics in Utah. The goal here is to provide access today, to provide patients with access, those people who need it the most and would otherwise not be able to access these treatments. So at a high level, you now have an understanding of the ways in which we are participating directly and the examples, clinical care research in our retreat network that are representative of how we're participating both in the clinical care and the research advancing psychedelic medicine. So I'll move on to the next slide. Here's a map that talks a bit about what I just described. And the opportunity exists today, which we're very excited about, is that maintaining the protocols that we use with our leading clinics in the Utah area, we can maintain and guarantee that consistent quality of care, both through accessing resources in the Netherlands. We've made a large investment through NovaMind in the Synthesis Institute, which is widely known to be one of the best, if not the best, retreat centers for psilocybin in the world. We also have in our network and under development a partnership with a group called Circadia, and they will be leading retreat work as well. We expect hopefully following the COVID crisis in early 2021, when that kind of travel is made more easy. As well on the map, as I've talked about, our research clinics, you'll see specifically in Utah and as well Cedar Clinical Research, which is our dedicated research organization. And Toronto, of course, where I'm speaking from, where our corporate headquarters is based, and where we'll partner, hopefully, with many more of the leading clinicians like we have at the early stages here of NovaMind. So moving on to the next slide. I'm now very happy to introduce my partners previously mentioned. Again, Dr. Reed Robison and Dr. Adela France.
Thanks, Yaron.
Sorry about that. I don't think my screen audio is working, but we'll work on it as we progress. But so happy to be here, and we're really pleased to be able to share our work and our thoughts, in this case about systemic healing in psychedelic medicine. Systemic referring to something that's spread throughout, affecting a group or a system, such as a body, economy, market, society as a whole, a family, a group. We'll review the current status of this in psychedelic medicine and our clinical experiences related to how to apply this in family systems, communities, and groups. And we'll go over relevant theory recommendations to support the movement to an even broader focus on systems in psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, especially with regard to addressing complex and challenging issues that need our attention in the world today. So over the past several years, we've witnessed a renaissance of sorts with a growing body of evidence suggesting that a number of psychedelic compounds hold very strong therapeutic potential to catalyze and accelerate the healing process for a wide range of mental health conditions, ranging from PTSD to treatment-resistant major depressive disorder, addictions, eating disorders, and more. So not only are these studies showing effectiveness, but also sustained effectiveness. MAPS, of course, is conducting now phase 3 trials of MDMA-assisted psychotherapy for treatment-resistant PTSD under the FDA's breakthrough therapy designation. And the results, to be honest, are quite striking. An analysis of phase 2 data showed that at 12-month follow-up, 67% of individuals no longer met diagnostic criteria for PTSD. And to give another example, this study by Robin and colleagues at Imperial, published in the Lancet Psychiatry, found that depressive symptoms were reduced rapidly and sustained over time in patients with treatment-resistant depression who received just 2 doses of psilocybin plus psychotherapy. And as a psychiatrist, I just want to point out that 2 doses of a medicine plus psychotherapy resulting in this type of not only change, but sustained change is incredibly exciting to me. And a lot of research has been conducted and data continues to come out showing that as a whole, these medicines are not only safe, but well tolerated by the majority of participants. And though more research, of course, is needed to better understand safety, especially in the context of high-risk conditions, these favorable safety profiles are letting us explore deeper these medicines and ways of delivering the medicine. So we're now able to move from an understanding of the potential of these medicines more broadly toward a delineation of what works best for whom and in what context, whether it's research, clinics, or retreats. And so we've come to understand that there's an order in which things need to occur for the advancement of psychedelic medicine. First, at an individual level, like the studies we've just illustrated, for example. And thanks to this work, we can become even more creative with the way we approach psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, including an increased focus on systemic factors. By doing so, it's our hope that we'll see cost effectiveness or even more accessibility for some. Group work offers unique healing opportunities, even perhaps the potential for improved outcomes. And the more people come together for healing purposes as groups, the more there's the potential for ripple effects into family systems, communities, and beyond.
Thanks, Reed. And so today, yeah, we'll talk about families, we'll talk about groups and communities and even further out. And so I'm really excited to talk to you about the family work because this is an area that I've been dedicating a significant portion of my career for over a decade. And working with families has been just really exciting for me, but also very important because when individuals present with suffering, sometimes they're simply the canary in the coal mine and they are reflecting a broader system in need of care. And also when we involve family members, there are some unique benefits that we can expect both at the individual level and also at the family level. So let's take a look at that. So some of the benefits of family involvement, well, there are several, but first let me speak about one of them. If I feel like I'm a pretty good psychotherapist, I've been at this for a long time, but if on my best day of psychotherapy, I work with a patient, I'm going to be able to help them. Psychotherapy research shows that what we do is effective for many, but if I teach a family member or a support person or a loved one in that patient's life how to use some of the skills that I use and they use them with their loved one, they're actually going to have more of an impact because of the neurobiological bond that exists between loved ones. And so the neuroscience supports the healing power of supportive caregiver loved one interactions. So the more we can recruit family members or loved ones in terms of allies in care, the more effective the treatment is likely to be. The other piece is mental health issues often require a lot more intervention than what can be offered in the context of conventional healthcare. And so when we recruit families, especially if we teach them skills or we offer them a supportive role, then we can actually create a bridge from the clinic to the home setting where more support can be offered and it can be done live in vivo as it's happening, which research shows is actually increases effectiveness. The other piece about family healing and family-based work is that when there's someone in the family who's suffering from a chronic health or mental health condition, everyone in the system is affected. And so caregivers have the right to support, especially since having someone in the family who's suffering makes it so that they themselves start experiencing either mental health symptoms or polarizations and patterns of relating to one another. In fact, there are some places in the world where if someone in the family is suffering from a serious mental health issue, then caregivers in that unit actually have the right to support, and that's protected legally. And then finally, when we involve families in healing work, we have the potential to interrupt intergenerational patterns of pain. And I've had the opportunity of working with a child and their parent and their grandparent across the lifespan, and a little bit can go a really long way. In fact, if we look at the next slide, when we look at caregiver-focused interventions, so interventions where we recruit loved ones, family members, whatever the definition is for you, and we teach them specific skills to support the individual who's suffering either from depression or an eating disorder or an anxiety disorder. When we look at outcomes for both the individual who's suffering and their family members, we find that there are benefits for all. So there's reduced psychopathology in the person suffering, better quality of life, not just for the person suffering, but for their family members too, reduced lengths of stay and higher engagement in service, less stress or conflict in the family, and reduced caregiver burden, which I feel is really, really important. In fact, we recently learned from our colleagues who work in the chronic health field that caregiver burden is less related to active time spent caregiving and more related to feeling like your efforts aren't worthwhile. And so in some of the models that we're going to present, we'll show you how we are supporting family members in really specific and strategic ways to help their loved one so that everyone feels better. About a decade ago, I co-developed a treatment model called emotion-focused family therapy. And it's one of those interventions where members are recruited and supported to become allies in care. And so influenced by that model and others, Rita and I have been applying these principles to the research and practice of psychedelic medicine. So there's this tripartite model of family-based psychedelic healing. And this is still very much in development, but we're excited to share with you our ideas. So there are three models. The first is family-supported psychedelic medicine. And that involves the recruitment of family members, caregivers who learn those specific skills to support their loved one throughout the course of a psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, making it so that the home environment is far more recovery-focused, leveraging the neurobiological bond that exists between them. The second model is family-based psychedelic medicine, and that involves the recruitment of family members, one or more, who participate in medicine sessions together. So along with their loved one who might have a diagnosis of a mental health issue. And so again, we're leveraging that neurobiological bond, but we're also bringing healing to the system in case that there might be maintenance patterns in that system in terms of the symptoms of attention. And then the third model involves surrogate psychedelic medicine. And this one is, we find very fascinating, where family members participate in psychedelic psychotherapy on behalf of their loved one. And this would be in situations where, for example, the person who's struggling with a mental health issue isn't able, willing, or isn't ready to participate in psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. They might be on an SSRI, for example. And so we'll give an illustration of a case study in a little bit. So the first model is family-supported psychedelic medicine. And so remember, that's the model where we recruit caregivers and we teach them skills so that they can actually be treatment allies throughout the course of the psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy. Here are a few examples that we're involved with. So Reed and I are involved in a number of studies. And the first is an MDMA-assisted psychotherapy study for eating disorders sponsored by MAPS. And in the context of this study, every participant we recruit will also identify a support person, whether it's a spouse or partner or an adult family member or another close person in their life who's already involved in providing some kind of support. And that individual is going to be present for at least one of the prep sessions, some of the integration sessions, and they'll be offered some skills training throughout the protocol so that they can support their loved one with their emotions, but even with meal support, if needed throughout the treatment. we're going to be doing something really similar with the group in Imperial College in London. So we're just having these meetings right now to establish the nature of the support person's involvement. And then finally, Rita and I just finished 2 pretty important studies looking at emotion-focused ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, both for major depressive disorder and for anorexia nervosa. So we'll talk a little bit more about that one, especially since it's so fresh. So emotion-focused ketamine-assisted psychotherapy is a treatment model that we've been developing over the last year. And it's a ketamine-assisted psychotherapy model that is heavily influenced by EFT, emotion-focused therapy, and therefore it's a recognized psychotherapeutic theory, which includes recognized and evidence-based psychotherapeutic techniques to facilitate healing and growth in our patients. And so what's unique about FCAP, as we call it, is that it's very guided by theoretical principles that are evidence-based. And the first principle is that we believe that one of the core features of most emotion-based disorders is a difficulty with emotion processing. And that can make it so that people are more at risk of either developing symptoms or engaging in symptoms. Therefore, if we can focus our efforts on increasing our patients' skill and confidence with emotion processing, then their need for symptoms will naturally decrease. And so every aspect of the FCAP model, from the prep session to the ketamine sessions, to the psychotherapeutic integration sessions, to the closing sessions, every step of the way, we're focusing on being really deliberate about supporting our patients to increase their skill and confidence with emotion processing. We also leverage the healing power of families by providing a support person or a family member education and skills so that we can strengthen one of their most meaningful relationships, create that recovery-friendly environment outside of the therapy office, including that bridge, and then even extending healing beyond the individual. And we'll show you a video about that in a little bit. So here's an example of our protocol. It's a 15-day protocol. And so it's very brief, but it's also very intensive. And it starts off with a prep session. It's an overall prep session where we describe for the participant and their family member what we're going to do and why every step of the way, including teaching them all the theory about emotion processing and mental health issues. And that's followed by 3 dosing sessions, which are spaced out by a few days. And after each dosing session, within the 24-hour period, there is a psychotherapeutic integration session. And that's because ketamine has this really unique property of creating favorable brain-based conditions for the psychotherapy to actually be even more impactful. And each psychotherapy session is, the content is derived or influenced by emotion theory. So we start with self-interruption around emotion, then we look at healthy anger, and then we finish with self-compassion. And that's very much in line with research that has shown that doing it this way can actually be most helpful to support clients to increase their skill and confidence with emotion processing. At the same time, a family member or that support person attends the prep session. They watch a video on advanced emotional support strategies informed by EFFT. They participate in 2 coaching sessions with an EFFT therapist to learn these emotion coaching skills. And they have opportunities to practice the strategy with high impact scenarios. So for example, in our study that we just conducted with anorexia nervosa, the project partner or the family member learned how to respond in ways that were positive and productive to statements like, I feel fat, I don't want to eat that, I don't want to recover. And those are statements that family members struggle with so much. And so when they feel equipped with what to say, and what to say is actually more likely to have a positive effect, everyone feels better. They're also invited to participate in dosing sessions 2 and 3, so long as the participant feels comfortable with that. And then they attend the closing session too. And so, as you can see, they're a very integral part of the whole process. Though we spend much more time with the individual with the diagnosis who we're treating, the project partner or the family member is still a significant focus, throughout. The great thing about the protocol that we're working on is that while it's brief and it's high impact, high intensity, which means that we're really hoping that it'll be applied in a number of different contexts. So first, for prevention, second, for at-risk populations. It can also be used as an intensive intervention, when someone needs a boost, or as relapse prevention. And that's particularly relevant for disorders that tend to be more treatment resistant. So we're really excited about that. So we're going to show you a clip from our case study of FCAP for depression. And so you're going to see a video of a woman. Actually, Reed, can you go back to the previous slide for a sec? You'll see a video of a woman who, when we met her, she met criteria for severe major depressive disorder. She was mom of 2 kids, unemployed. She was in the middle of a prolonged and treatment-resistant depressive episode. She also had medical comorbidities, serious Crohn's that led to a resection of her bowel just a couple months before we met with her. And she and her husband were in the middle of a separation. So she actually participated in the study protocol with her husband. They had a very positive relationship and they were very close, especially with their co-parenting. And so he joined us in the ways that we described previously. And at the end of our 2-week study protocol, she scored in the mild range for depression. At 2 months follow-up, she was in remission and asymptomatic, and actually just reported that she started working. And so that's really exciting. So Reed and I are working on the results for publication so that we can get that out there. And so we're going to show you a little video about her, but also her partner's experience. And so actually we're going to focus more on her partner's experience, the family piece. And so just note a couple of things. One is she speaks about her experience. 2 is that he talks about how being involved and being supported and being taught skills helped him not just to support her, but in a number of different ways in his life. And he even talks about using the skills with his daughter. His daughter's name is Riot, so you'll hear him refer to that. And then finally, his wife makes a comment about how she wishes he could have actually done the ketamine protocol, but he's really clear in saying like, no, I was really good doing what I was doing, just showcasing how important, how the systemic healing can be even positive for people depending on where they're at in terms of readiness to participate in psychedelic assisted psychotherapies. So let's have a look.
I think it was like very divinely appointed, if you will. Yeah. Like there was some intervention there because it's been something that like I've been like actively searching for and just could never get anything. Like it just, like I was saying, like the counselors and therapists, it wasn't enough. It wasn't deep enough. And I felt like it was just keeping me in this like hamster wheel. And so I'm really grateful to like get out of that and just kind of jump in feet first. I don't know. and trust it.
Well, and with the supportive role, it's just that validation, like helping the person and yourself validate what you're feeling. Yeah. And knowing that they're not trying to fix it, they're just trying to validate. We've had better conversations this last 2 weeks than we've ever had. The whole I mean, the whole team is like as I was learning to support, I was also learning to support myself. And like you guys nailed that on the head when you said that, because I was like, like I started becoming more aware when I was like going to the top of it, and then like being able to talk myself through it, and then just practicing with other people. Like I haven't even been doing it with her only. I've been doing it with people at work. Started kind of doing it with Riot fast, and then like yeah. So it's been fun, and it's changed my perspective on everything. Like I've been like trying to fix the world and fix everyone else's problems, rescue, and all I need to do is change my perspective on focusing on me. There's definitely an awareness. It's like we said, it's 30 some odd years of bad practices and trying to reverse that. But the awareness is very, very much there.
That's one reason I wish he did what I did, because
no, I was exactly where I needed to be in this process.
Well, no, I think it was good the way it happened, but I wish he could have experienced more of the like going all the way through everything.
There we go. I love going back and watching those clips. It gives me the chills every time, because that's what it's all about, is how did these medicines and tools we're talking about touch the lives of those we work with. And so the second model from that tripartite model that Adele talked about involves the recruitment of caregivers who participate in medicine sessions alongside their loved one in order to leverage that neurobiological bond and deepen the process of healing and growth. And it may even attend to problematic relational patterns that might be keeping one stuck or helping to heal old wounds in family systems. So, for example, we recently delivered a family-based ketamine-assisted psychotherapy treatment in clinic out here in Utah using this model number 2, where all family members participate in medicine sessions with the goal of healing and growth for the entire family unit. And so it was an incredibly rewarding process to participate in, and was so touching to see caregivers not only supporting their loved one through the course of treatment, but also bravely stepping up and participating right there alongside them, doing the work hand in hand. And I've got to say, it added a level of connection in the family system that I've never seen before in treatment. And we hope this work might reduce the likelihood of problematic patterns continuing that can be obstacles and interfere with treatment goals and successful outcomes on the path forward. So as Yaron mentioned, we also work with ayahuasca internationally and are in the planning phases of a therapeutic family-based retreat using this medicine and this model as well.
So the last model that we'll talk about is the surrogate psychedelic medicine model. And this, recall, is when family members participate in psychedelic assisted psychotherapy or psychedelic medicine protocols on behalf of their loved one who for different reasons can't participate for themselves. And so I'll just present to you a case example. And so this is a real case, and that I'd been involved with in different ways in terms of supporting the family in the context of conventional treatment. And so Henna's daughter, Maya, suffered from a very serious eating disorder. Maya was 18 years old. They participated in several specialized eating disorder treatment programs at different levels of care. And it just wasn't working for their family, and they were feeling really scared and hopeless. And so Henna, the mom, heard about the plant medicine ayahuasca, and she really, really wanted her daughter to attend an ayahuasca retreat. She wanted her to get a break from the eating disorder. She was hopeful that maybe it could lead to some lasting change. And I'd done research in that area, so knew it was possible, but also knew that there are some real risks to going to an out-of-country retreat when you have an eating disorder and you're a young woman. Either way, unfortunately, Maya wasn't able to attend the retreat because her medical status was such that they wouldn't accept her. She wasn't stable enough medically. So mom decided to go to the retreat on her daughter's behalf. And she kind of referred to herself as a surrogate healer, which meant that for every ceremony that she experienced, she went in with the intention on, show me how to best support my daughter. And wow, hearing about it, it was so, so incredible. The ceremonies helped her to understand her daughter's experience of the eating disorder in a way that she'd never understood, which meant that she could then validate her daughter in a deeper way than ever before. She also saw that she was inadvertently engaging in problematic patterns that were unfortunately maintaining some of the symptoms. And she saw it in a way that she wasn't blaming herself or feeling terrible. It was like this awakening, like, oh my gosh, when I do this, it actually isn't so helpful. And she saw also what would be optimal, in terms of support strategies for her daughter. So she went home a completely different person in terms of like her hope and her optimism, but also her clarity regarding what to do, what not to do. And the other piece was because she attended a retreat outside abroad, she had a week of also taking care of herself, which after you've been the caregiver to someone with a severe and chronic eating disorder for a very long time, of course, it's going to affect you as well in terms of your fatigue and your stress levels. And so it was a really positive experience. It would be like this, but it really got us thinking really seriously about surrogate healing, especially when people who are suffering need healing but are medically unstable or are on psychiatric medications that make it impossible for them to receive this kind of medicine. All right, so next let's talk about groups. So, I mean, if you can't tell from the way we're talking about the family piece, like we just think it's so, so exciting. And yes, people need some specialized training in working with families because it does require a slightly different skill set than individual work. But we really do believe that it's a really worthwhile investment. And so I would say the same thing is true for groups as well. Working with groups is also another system that we can look at to help promote healing for the individual and for the systems in which they find themselves. But also, we also, need to look at some additional training in order to be able to manage all the different dynamics, especially if you throw psychedelics in the mix. So let's just look first at leveraging the healing power of groups. So when we look at the individual level, research and practice over decades has shown that groups offer unique healing opportunities. So research has shown that group-based work, not medicine work, just group-based psychotherapy can reduce the experience of internalized stigma and shame around experiencing mental health issues. It can increase treatment engagement and also decrease dropout. So those are all really, really powerful outcomes. The other amazing benefit of groups that has been noted over the years by our group psychotherapy colleagues is that people learn how to be with people in groups, especially people with whom they have differences. And so when we're in the context of group psychotherapy, there is a certain expectation that one is going to show up with some vulnerability, right? We're working on a shared goal in terms of improving our mental health. And so when we connect in vulnerability like that, and we have a shared goal, strong bonds are formed. And those bonds can actually help people to see each other in a new light, even if there are cultural, political differences that may have otherwise created conflict between them. So group therapy is an opportunity for people to learn how to coexist and co-construct and they learn how to respond to each other in really respectful ways, problem solve, disagree with each other, as well as having more opportunities to experience what it's like for the other. So when you combine those potential treatment ingredients, both at the individual level and at the group level with psychedelics, then we really think that there's some important opportunities for even broader change.
So when I conducted a pilot study of group-based ketamine-assisted psychotherapy at an eating disorder treatment center out here in Utah, Center for Change, a couple of years ago, it was actually easier than I thought it would be to integrate into conventional treatment programming. And it was also very well received by participants. In fact, I was so touched by the follow-up surveys we just did and the comments shared by the participants looking back on that even now. And it was also professionally and personally meaningful to me. I learned a lot about both the power of the group format, like Adele was saying, but also how to do things better. We're working on writing up the manuscript for publication, but as a spoiler, I'll just say that we saw improvements in both depression and anxiety in individuals with serious eating disorders who were at a high level of care. And we've also done a pilot project of group-based CAP in clinic for PTSD, and clinically, in addition to groups for psychotherapeutic integration, we're working on the logistics of how to roll out this as an option for clients.
One thing just to say about the group work is that, our colleagues from the group psychotherapy field have spent literally decades answering the question, which is better group? And the consensus is that some people do better in individuals, some people do better in groups, some people need both. And so we still need to kind of do that work in the context of psychedelic medicine. But again, we do feel like it's very worthwhile, and we can now start to kind of even extend these concepts further, even broader still, So I touched on it a little bit in that slide previously when we talked about people in groups can learn to co-create and co-construct together. And there are some people in this space who have been doing some amazing work looking at some of those processes to bring healing to gender, political, racial, and even cultural divides. And so I just want to speak a little bit about the work of Lior, Natalie, and Antoine, who did qualitative research among Israelis and Palestinians who drank ayahuasca together. And I had the opportunity to speak to two of the individuals who participated in this research, and hearing the passion, in terms of their experiences, witnessing this healing unfold was really amazing. They described that individuals who participated in these ceremonies had experiences moving beyond political and cultural identities. So there was like a deconstruction of identity of self, or as being a part of a particular political group or cultural group in support of connections that were more humanistic. So part of a global family, for example. And they even shared that when members of the different groups would engage in prayer or in song, that it would lead to really beautiful experiences for the other group. Again, bringing healing to some of these divides in a really beautiful way. And just to note that these ceremonies weren't intentionally created to heal cultural or political divides. That wasn't the objective, but it was one of the beautiful outcomes. There's another group in Colombia, UMIAC. It's an organization that was created in 1999, and it includes 5 indigenous groups from the rainforest, and includes spiritual authorities, medicine men and women, and their work is using plant-based medicines to help find ways to preserve the Amazon forest, but also to promote the health of their communities and territories, including peace building by bringing together opposing sides of the Civil War. And so, I mean, we're not a part of this work, but we feel like it's such good work, and it's really worthwhile bringing attention to this so that we can think more broadly about the potential. Now, of course, everyone that I spoke to who was involved in this work noted that it is quite delicate for obvious reasons. And so it needs to be done very intentionally and consciously, and in partnership with the individuals who the work is being done on behalf of.
So as we wrap up in a moment, to summarize this quote I've held near and dear for many years. It keeps coming up for me as progress in this kind of work unfolds, and as the field advances into this type of healing. And I'll just read it. It says, our work is to realize conscious harmony, first in oneself individually, then in one's group, then gradually projected, then gradually between groups, and so projected infinitely out into the world. By Rodney Collin. So the best place to start is where you are now. We're not saying we have to drop it all and focus exclusively on solving world peace. We present this as an invitation to reflect on the extent to which the work you do acts in a systemic way, and consider increasing that focus by even just 1 degree, because as Adele mentioned, a little can go a long way and have ripple effects throughout families and communities. So I'll play one final video to illustrate the potential for systemic healing. And
I'm really grateful for, like, I know the processes that you've gone through, like just the people that first need to get to this point, and everything lined up the way it was supposed to. So, like, I see the help that's helped us, and I also see what it's going to bring to society as a whole, which is huge. I seriously want to thank you guys for what you're doing. Like, last October, I was like, there's gotta be something out there that's like charging, like, that will change the collective, like the collective consciousness. And I think you guys are on track. It's only when compassion is present that people allow themselves to see the truth. Age helps.
And like this dear soul mentioned in the video, we wanted to extend our gratitude to the people who came before us, including the indigenous people who made it such that we're here today talking about the potential of these medicines. You're on mute, Adele.
We hope you can see that the healing can happen on so many levels, at the individual level, at the family level, the group level, beyond. And we're just so honored to be a part of this movement. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
We are now headed to Toronto with our next host, Novamind. Novamind's vision to facilitate safe, legal access to psychedelics with a new standard of mental health care will be sharing with us their mission and amazing speakers. CEO and co-founder of Novamind, Yaron Conforti, joined by Dr. Adele LaFrance and Dr. Rob... that's not right.
Hello, everybody. I'm Chaim Racklaw, CEO of PsyTech, Inc., and I'm joined now by Ronen Levy. He's the co-founder and executive chairman of Field Trip Health Limited. Thank you for joining me, Ronen.
My pleasure.
This fireside chat would have been A, side by side, and B, next to a fire if it wasn't for COVID. So we're conducting this conversation responsibly, but Ronen, with this technology, I feel like I'm 6 feet away from you.
I can feel the warmth sitting right here. It's all good.
I'd like to start this conversation with a discussion around drug development, delivery, and therapy. This psychedelic renaissance that we're in right now is driven in large part by the compelling data that's emanating from accredited universities leveraging the scientific method. So if you're intellectually honest, either as a layman reader of the research, a researcher, or a medical practitioner, it's stigma dissolving. It creates stigma dissolution. And that's accelerating the acceptance in the medical communities. And the objective one of the objectives we all discuss in this community is the mainstream use of psychedelics for mental health, given the incredible capacity for healing that we feel that these molecules and use in good, combined with good therapy have. We had a conversation previous to this where you were redefining or expanding the definition of drug delivery. Could you repeat that for our listeners now?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're absolutely right that the incredible academic credentials that are leading the psychedelic renaissance right now are achieving wonderful things. And they're also the impetus that's driving, I think, the investor interest in it as well. We saw Compass Pathways go public a couple weeks ago to great fanfare, a Field Trip Health last week as well. And you're seeing an incredible amount of investor interest, particularly from well-established pharmaceutical biotech investor base, which is fantastic. And I think it's reflective of exactly what you said, that this is being data-driven, it's science-driven, it's not grassroots or political. But what's really unique about the psychedelics sector, and I think what the lens that all investors need to bring to this is not biotech as usual. This is not medicine as usual. With with psychedelics, the delivery of the medicine is as important on an evidentiary basis as the molecule itself. When you look at conventional allopathic medicine, you go to a doctor, the doctor prescribes a medication, the medication does the work. In the context of psychedelic medicine, the medication, the psychedelic molecule, the psilocybin, the MDMA, the LSD, the DMT, the FT104, the molecule we have in development, is a catalyst. It is used to enhance the effects of psychotherapy. It is not the solution in and of itself. And as a result, when you look at the companies that are advancing the work here, if they're not spending a significant, at least almost equal portion of their time advancing the therapies, the set and setting, all the aspects that go around the actual administration of the psychedelic medicine, then they're kind of hopping around on one foot. And that's not to discredit the great work that's being done, but if you don't have direct influence and control over the actual administration of the drug and the therapies that support it and the set and setting in which the patient is experiencing this, then you're leaving a lot of the therapeutic experience to chance, to third parties that you don't have direct influence over. And that's why we've developed our model with Field Trip Health as being one that's integrated, where we're doing the drug development work and it's incredible work that Nathan, our Chief Science Officer, and his team are doing, but we're also actively investing in developing the infrastructure to deliver this medicine because it's so important to the actual therapeutic outcomes. And you see that through our Field Trip Health centers that are rolling out across North America. They're starting with the delivery of ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, but they really act as a starting point from a strategic perspective, antennas by which we'll be collecting data, right? Understanding what the best delivery protocols are, what the best therapies are, what the best cognitive behavioral therapies are, what the best set and settings are. It's all essential to the therapy, and that's what's making psychedelic medicine so unique in my mind.
It's several great points in there that I want to follow up on. The first is I liked, thank you for redefining drug delivery. Traditionally, when you say that for traditional pharmaceutical markets, drug delivery is simply the physical means of getting the drug into the body. You're saying that's one component. That's not what drug delivery should be entirely, at least for the drugs that we're talking about here, psychedelics. Absolutely. For the use of mental health, setting, the psychiatry that goes along with it is all part of what drug delivery should mean for us. And
absolutely.
Second thing you mentioned that I'd like to touch in on is that Field Trip is starting with ketamine first, and for understandable reasons. That's the only psychedelic or pseudo psychedelic that is legal for use in clinics currently in the United States. And there's a lot of opinions on the timing of the legal use for therapy. So the mainstreaming of use to help as many people as possible of additional psychedelics. Of course, the breakthrough drug status granted to both MDMA and psilocybin by the US FDA, as well as the market-driven indicators we see by companies like yours going public or attracting a lot of capital for good research and good business models, that all seem to be dependent for their major gains on forthcoming legalization for clinical use. What are your thoughts on the timing around these things?
Yeah, I mean, our thesis from day one when we got into this industry, so Field Trip was born in April of 2019, but we've been actively working on developing the business model since early 2018. And the conclusion we came to very quickly is that you're going to see legal access to psychedelic therapies much sooner than most people would guess. That's always been core to our philosophy and business rationale for how we're executing on our strategy with Field Trip. But it's not all speculative. We see MAPS, which is in a phase 3 trial with MDMA for PTSD. They reported incredible results out of their phase 2 with close to 70% of patients with chronic severe PTSD no longer having PTSD after 2 to 3 MDMA assisted psychotherapy sessions. They've already reported that they are seeing the early stages of statistical significance in their phase 3. They're going to be coming out, I believe, with their initial phase 3 study reports by the end of this month. And their timelines are sometime in 2022, 2023 to have MDMA approved and marketed. Compass Pathways has been pretty open about the fact that they expect their timing to be around 2025, 2026. So these are the timelines that you're going to see FDA or Health Canada approval for these kind of molecules. That being said, in parallel, and I think one of the things that makes it such an interesting market is you see the grassroots movement happening too, which is you could see as soon as a couple weeks from now in the US election, the state of Oregon create a legal market for psilocybin, either the mushrooms or synthetics, which would be up and running by 2022. So you could see legal access, at least on a state level, by 2022 in Oregon. And in Canada, there's also there's an interesting evolution happening with the Minister of Health granting 6 Section 56 exemptions to end-of-life patients to access psilocybin therapy as well. Yeah, so there's a number of different pathways that are going to probably all lead to different paths to legalization.
Question on the states. I know we have a lot of American attendees to the PsyTech Summit, members of the PsyTech community. On the state legalizations, which would be in contravention of federal law, much like cannabis, which is why what's happening in psychedelics is so compelling, because you have 2 federal agencies at loggerheads, the FDA and the DEA, and the money's on the FDA in the fullness of time. But when the states go legalize state by state or decriminalize the use of psilocybin, say in Oregon, do you think that'll usher in clinical use in Oregon in advance of the timelines that you cited from MAPS and Compass?
Yeah, so if you look at the structure of the program in Oregon, it does require that it be used in a clinical context, that it be administered by a licensed professional. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean a doctor. They are going to qualify people, but it will be a clinical use. It will be therapeutic, but the interesting and exciting aspect of it is that it would be open to anybody over the age of 18 who doesn't have a contraindication. So it's a much broader program. And I know it doesn't fit nicely within the context of conventional pharmaceutical or biotech investing or even allopathic medicine as usual, but one of the most exciting aspects of psychedelics is that they have a lot of pro-social, as opposed to antisocial, pro-social side effects. People who go through psychedelic experiences tend to report greater optimism, greater openness to opposing viewpoints, which certainly in the US and globally is, I think, something in short supply these days, greater connection to the planet, increased creativity, increased empathy, all of these wonderful characteristics that I actually think we can't get enough of in our society are side effects of psychedelic therapies. So they have incredible potencies for healthy normals, as well as those people dealing with severe mental health conditions as well. And that's why programs like what's happening in the state level on Oregon, I think are so important, because they're going to expand reach. They're going to expand access to a much larger audience. And I think the net effect of that impact, especially if done in a thoughtful, regulated way, is going to be profound, seriously profound.
So that
even beyond the great clinical data that's out there. Sorry, please continue.
No. Forgive me for interrupting. You're just on a point that's that many of us in the community share, and that is not the tip of the spear is dealing with mental pathology, because people in great need, and there is an absolute pandemic when it comes to mental health. That is, the numbers are staggering and heartbreaking. Yep. However, what you say about the need for the pro-social, maybe not side effects, maybe main effects of psychedelics for use in wellness, for quote unquote healthy normals to benefit from these molecules. How do you see that unfolding?
I see it unfolding exactly like it is right now, actually, which is you're going to see those trials around the FDA continuing to move forward successfully, I expect. At the same time, you're going to see these grassroots movements looking to expand. Now, if you talk to certain people who are on the very corporate side of the psychedelic industry, their perspective is they want to see those same pro-social side effects being implemented and accessible. They think the path to that is just focus on an indication that will get approval, and then quickly you'll see off-label use permitting
the pharma
whatever the pharma model, which is great. I think it's so important, though, that we can't put all of our eggs in one basket. The FDA and the structure that they provide has done wonderful things to create a world in which, we are healthier. We're living longer than ever, by and large. Health is improving globally. The structure works, but it is also imperfect, and it does lead to unideal outcomes sometimes. And given the importance of this, like you mentioned this crisis, we live in a world where 1 in 4, 1 in 5 people are going to experience depression at some point in their lives. The pandemic is apparently, the latest study I saw, has increased depression rates in the US by a factor of 3. There are 3 times more people who are depressed in the US over the last 6 to 8 months than existed before, which was already a huge number of people. And the current treatment options just are not really getting the job done. So we have an urgent need. It's incredibly important. The FDA process is a good one, and it's a thoughtful one, and it's a smart one, but it's rigid, it's expensive, and it is imperfect. Every process is imperfect. And that's why I think having multiple paths towards legalization is important. They all have their risks and benefits, but in the end, my view, and I think many of the people in the community and the industry's view, is that the benefits of doing this thoughtfully far outweigh the risks associated with sticking to a single path, which is the FDA path. That's just my personal view, but I think it's so important that it's worth a conversation at the very least.
That's a wonderful comment on which to end this conversation. Multiple paths is exactly what PsyTech is all about. We want to have these conversations with the broadest group of well-intentioned and thoughtful actors in this space. And Field Trip is certainly a leader amongst them. Thank you very much for your time. And
My
we
pleasure.
welcome you back anytime. Thank you, Ronan.
It's been great being here. Thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Danziger, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Assurance and the National Leader of our Public Companies practice at M&P. I'm also one of the firm leaders in our cannabis and psychedelic practices. On behalf of M&P, I'd like to thank PsyTech for having us on board for this year's summit and for providing professionals with a forum to move the needle forward on this new and exciting sector of psychedelics. The team at M&P always has their hand on the pulse of any new and emerging markets, and we work diligently to build specialized teams for each market opportunity. Our first mover advantage in new and emerging markets requires us to stay on top of key accounting trends for each such industry. Today, I will walk you through some of the considerations for going public to access capital, as well as some of the accounting considerations for psychedelics, and how to set your organization up for immediate success and long-term growth. These will be very high-level thoughts and comments given the short time frame that we have together, but we'll be happy to expand on any of the topics and to answer any questions upon request. In Canada, we have two types of exchanges. We have our senior exchanges and our venture exchanges. The senior exchanges have more stringent timelines and obligations on issuers, while the venture has a bit more relaxed. For our venture issuers, these would be companies that would be listing on either the TSXV, the Toronto Stock Exchange Venture, or the CSE, the Canadian Securities Exchange. The requirements for financial statements in any disclosure document would be 2 years of financial statements. Both years would require audit. The audit requirement can be reduced to 1 year if the issuer meets the requirements of being a junior issuer. A junior issuer, in short, is a company that has less than $10 million in assets, revenue, and equity. The company would also need to disclose interim financial statements that would not require audit, but would require review, and the timing of these would be fully dependent on when in the fiscal year the disclosure document is going to be submitted either to the exchange or to the Securities Commission. Additionally, there would be pro forma financial statements that would be required in any reverse takeover transaction. The pro forma would effectively put together the RTO company, the trading company, with the prospective target issuer, and it would include all of the various transactions that would be expected to occur from an equity perspective right up until the date of close. These pro forma financial statements are neither audited nor reviewed, but the auditor does have to review them for mathematical accuracy and for reasonableness. On the other side of the coin, we've got requirements for our senior exchanges. They're much the same as what we have on for the venture issuer and the venture exchanges. Although, as I said, the requirements are a bit more stringent. In this case, we need 3 years of audited financial statements, but the audit requirement again can be pushed down to 1 year if the junior issuer definition that I mentioned earlier applies. As well, same requirement on the interim financial statement side. They're not required to be audited, but they do need to be reviewed, and the very same requirement on the pro forma financial statement side. These financial statements all need to be prepared under IFRS, that's International Financial Reporting Standards. This is the only standard that's used in Canada for a reverse takeover transaction. Indeed, if you're filing an IPO, there may be some slim circumstances under which US GAAP can be used, but in general, only International Financial Reporting Standards framework is allowed for financial statements to be included in any disclosure document. I'd like to point out that IFRS is common.